Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Teacher Academy webinar organized by School Education Gateway. My name is Marta, and I will be your host for today. So, moving forward, the focus for today is how school teachers can support students in catching up. The webinar begins with examining the catch-up framework facing schools in helping students to progress, stay resilient, and more motivated to take control of their own learning. Additionally, we will explore different approaches that teachers can adopt to support their teaching and their students by looking at examples from various European schools. But without further ado, I would like now to give the floor to our guest speakers for today, Richard Powers, Professor Emeritus of Communication at the University of Maryland Global Campus. But Richard, sorry, I forgot one important thing before I give you the floor. The webinar is recorded and the recording might be used for dissemination purposes. And please, participants, if you have questions or comments, please post them in the chat and we will address them towards the end of the webinar. Thank you very much. Richard, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marta, for that very warm welcome. Hi, everybody. I'm going to share some slides, but they're kind of big, so it's going to take a minute. So what's always fun to do is, I hope everybody is slowly coming and you're rushing in or rushing in. It's a good time to just sit down, relax, take 3 breaths. If you're at home or someplace nice, you can take your shoes off and relax. I think a lot of us are teachers, and now we're going to have a very nice hour together just to be able to talk together about what's happened in the last couple of years. One fun thing to do while my slides are loading is if you could put where you're from, and since we're such an international group, it's always fun. What did you have for lunch? Put what you had for lunch in the chat, and we can see where you're from and what you had for lunch. The results are coming. And I will probably, for people who didn't have lunch, now will get you very hungry.
Richard, meanwhile, I don't see your slides are loading.
Yeah, second to load.
Well, just let me know if you have any kind of issues and I can upload them for you. And you can just take control.
No, they're coming. It's really...
Okay. Okay, no worries.
Marta, can you stop sharing in the meantime?
Oh, wow, look at this bread with avocado, delicious. Yogurt and fruit. Okay, now everybody's made everybody else hungry for dinner. And plus, everybody's given everybody great ideas too. They're still loading. It says the slides will appear when they're ready.
Now we can see slides perfectly.
Yes.
Okay. Funny, I can't see mine. As always, a little technical thing. It says we're having
no worries. You cannot see the slides on the screen.
Right. You can wait a little longer or try reloading. So
yeah, maybe you can try reloading
and let me share again. Thanks for your patience, everybody. It's a nice chance to relax and get yourself situated. It's loading. That's nice. That's a good sign.
we can see them.
Yeah, I can see it too.
Great.
And maybe everybody had a chance to get a drink of water or to kind of relax, kick those scissors, because now we have some time to talk amongst ourselves. Today's topic is how school teachers can support students in catching up. And as Marta said, I'm a professor of emeritus of University of Maryland Global Campus, and right now I'm a learning designer working with teachers in training, student teachers at the Professional School of Education, Stuttgart, Ludwigsburg. kind of a blast from your past. This is kind of a full circle moment for me in a little bit, because back in March of 2020, maybe some of you were there, I gave 4 webinars just when COVID had started breaking out, had come, and there wasn't a vaccine, schools were closing, people were dying early. It was a terrible, terrible time. And that seminar is titled Keep Teaching, Planning and Delivering Remote Instruction to Your Students During This Hard Time. And the funny part about that is when I was looking through those slides, this was the highlight from March of 2020. We all felt in those days that Maslow's hierarchy of needs was more important right then than Bloom's taxonomy. And that was a simple way of saying, normally as teachers, we're interested in outcomes, academics, performance, test scores, all of those things. And at the time, taking care of our students' social needs, their emotional needs, whether or not they had access to going to school, all of that was much more important. So it's interesting to think 2 years ago where we were and where we are now, and all of you, we are all on that journey together. So if you're out there listening now, give yourself a big hand. Congratulations. What you've done, if you start seeing the last 2 years in your mind, the hurdles you've overcome, how you've been able to keep students learning and going, it's just kind of remarkable testament to your resiliency. Today, we're going to talk about these things just to kind of show that it's not over, right? All that resiliency and the hard work that people have done for 2 years, the new approaches, the new educational technology systems that have come in, trying to keep students learning during that time. We still have challenges and obstacles to overcome. Today, we'll talk about survey findings. We'll talk about present classroom challenges that you might be undergoing. And we'll also talk about different approaches. You know, traditional teaching has a lot to do with the teacher and the focus on the teacher, textbooks, tests, standardized tests. These new types of approaches, UDL, PBL, and SEL. Sounds so funny, right? Lots of acronyms there. Universal design for learning, project-based learning, social emotional learning. A lot of theories you've probably heard about and approaches that maybe we're starting to see a lot of more successes and open-minded for using them as we're going through. First of all, some context, right? The UN, right, back in 2020, referred to what was happening in our schools as a global generational catastrophe. And they're pretty much right. Remember those days, it was 1.4 billion students were suddenly out of school. And to show how that's not really ended, it's the second point where it says UNICEF in their March 2022 report still notes that 23 countries haven't opened schools. Now, many of these are not in Europe. Many of these are in Africa and the Far East, the Middle East, schools and countries that still have the virus predictions and things moving forward. But it just shows you that the pandemic is still there. The pandemic's not over. Many of us right out there are still coping and maintaining with the virus. There's this huge wave, perhaps in your country too, the way it is in Germany. Lots of people who hadn't had COVID are now getting it. It's 2 or 3 days, doesn't seem to be as heavy, but they're experiencing feelings of fatigue, disruptions, staying out of school. So all of those things too. And then the aspects about mental health that are affecting people too, the traumas and the things that have gone through the past 2 years and things going on. So Human Rights Watch 2022 in their most recent report, their main finding was that pupils lack equal and inclusive access to online and remote education. At least that was the other issue that's coming up out of this pandemic. What would be nice now is if we had a little bit of interaction in the chat. I'm going to read through these things, and it would be interesting if you thought about your country, your culture, where you are right now, which of these major points that I'm going to talk about affects you right now the most. Okay? Disruptions, absenteeism from students, quarantines, canceled classes, teacher and staff shortages, teacher and staff competences that need to be developed in new areas, loss in teaching and learning time, anticipation of another pandemic wave in the fall, right? Colds and flu season is traditionally, and now people think this is coming up. And then also navigating that world with masks in schools, right? So maybe some reactions in the chat. Which is the most difficult of these to do? Oh, okay. People are having issues with the screen. Okay, now I'm on context here. Now I switch to the next one, and people should say survey findings. Can everybody see survey findings?
Yeah, now we can see survey findings.
Excellent. Okay, so some of these texts were coming in, and let's see what some of the surveys have recently shown with these ideas too. Okay, one survey, the UK, yeah, accepting marks in schools, right? Christina comes up and says that's, you know, grades, because if the grades are going down, how does a student who is traditionally an A or a B student or a 1 or a 2 suddenly deal with having a 3-2, right? Teacher and staff shortages, right? We're getting from the Netherlands that's an important issue that's happening right now, right? How do you catch up, right? If we're simultaneously going through staff shortages out there too. Okay, when we talk about schools, it's always hard because you have learners at different levels and ages, right? For example, the first one deals with 6-year-olds. And what this survey found was that about 68%, 2/3 of the students they found were about a year behind, or where they should be, or where test scores had been a little earlier. And when you're trying to look at, you know, students in that earlier grade, nursery school, kindergarten, grade 1, how they're doing and where they are with reading and math skills that then they're going to need for primary and secondary skills, so important in there. And that leads us to the second one, primary and secondary schools, learning gaps depending on the country, depending on the area, mathematics, phonics, reading, writing, stamina, and handwriting, so much as digital, languages, speaking and listening part, not so much the reading and writing, and then physical education and sports, right? And that was from an EU 2021 study. Christine is also mentioning that professors are just worried about carrying out what the students missed. Such a great point. I mean, the hardest part of all of that is trying to determine what did the student miss, and then how do you make arrangements for putting that back into the curriculum and seeing how that's going to work. And what's really interesting, Christina also adds a great number of students who dropped out or became anorexic. And that's when I talk about that falling through the gaps or falling through the cracks, you know, even learning one student who might be at an upper level, right? Say the 14-year, 15-year-olds, they're close to their degrees in a couple of years and they decide schools become too hectic and they drop out. Or as we alluded to before, the mental wellness and health issues that come. So students, an increase of psychological issues in case of learning disability issues all coming up. So all impacting that as well too. The hard part, of course, all of this is we know as teachers, how do you assess a student? You know, we all have those standardized tests, and it seems like for the most part, we end up using them because there's nothing better yet. But other ways to try to do that is through observation or seeing the other areas of kind of, they hit them with these national testing assessments in the areas too. But now I thought we could try a Slido. So if you can see in the chat, and if you can go to this link, slido.com. And then when you get to that, right? Yeah, absolutely. And then you can just impact teacher as the hashtag, as the code to come in there. And then it would be great if you could see the answers and then start responding to it. How do you feel today about the students catching up because of the disruptions due to the pandemic? You know, are you motivated? Students can do this. Or are you neutral? Not sure students can do this. Or discouraged? You know, it's impossible for students to catch up. And we're seeing some interesting stats. 78% are saying motivated students can do that. That's wonderful, wonderful. Neutral looks like it's about 25. Oh, the numbers are changing a little bit too. Nice. So take a minute. We have about 30 more seconds for it. If you can find the link, slido.com, and then enter teacher is the code. And it looks like we've got some good numbers here. 63% out there are motivated. Wonderful. Neutral, about 26%, and 11% say, you know, discouraged. It's impossible for students to catch up. Interesting. Okay, we have one more. If you can put in the code again and see this next question is where are your students today? Are they at the levels they should be? Are they 0 to half a school year behind? Are they 1 year or more behind? or are they ahead of where they should be? Yeah, I don't think, we'll see if anybody says that they're ahead. Very interesting. At the levels they should be, 0 to half a school year behind, 1 year or more behind, right? So about 30 more seconds. I mean, really interesting numbers. At the levels they should be, it's still encouraging, right? 0 to half a school year behind, and 1 year or more behind. Wow, those are some intense numbers. It looks like they're stabilizing a little bit. The numbers, okay, so about 5 more seconds. At the levels they should be, about 25%. That's not bad. Wow, that's a lot of good work out there. It would be interesting also to know what level, right? Is that high school or is it primary, secondary, or where that's going in? But 25%, right? Not bad. But then these are the sobering statistics here. 0 to half a school year behind, 52%, and then 1 year or more behind, 22%. So that comes up to something like about 70, 71% are half a school year behind or 1 year or more behind. So then how do we kind of catch up for that too? So thanks for participating in that survey. Certainly interesting. And we have our work cut out for us, partly to deal with what does the whole concept of catching up mean? It's such a strange expression. How do you know when someone has caught up to something? So based on those surveys, here are some of these classroom challenges and pressures. How do we maintain pupils' resiliency to keep learning and to catch up, right? Our students have been doing this for about 2 years. Maybe you've got great tricks and techniques that keep them motivated and encouraged when they come in. I know one of my favorite ones, I come into the classroom and you'll see, I do a lot of substitute teaching. So too, as teachers in training, I keep my hand in that by coming in and taking it. And if I come into the classroom and they're just kind of saying, who wants to learn today? And they all look at me like I'm a little bit crazy. Who wants to learn? Who's this kind of crazy guy? Who wants to learn today, to get them excited about that, what's going on? And then usually by the second or the third day, if I'm there for 3 days in a row, they go, oh, what are we going to learn today? There's a way of saying, okay, the classroom is a learning kind of place, right? It's moving in. So I'm sure people have their own ways that they do that, engage students. So maybe this is a great time in the chat. If you can contribute, do you have a special saying or a thought that you greet students with, particularly when you see that they seem to be tired or they've had a, maybe like this week, a long weekend, something's going, what's a nice expression you can say to a classroom of students to really kind of get them focused and then move on, right? Pasta for lunch. I thought that was what you said. That always works, right, for people, if you can say that too, but that's answering the first question. Great. Okay, so what else? These classroom challenges. Mental health issues across a broad range of neurodivergent learners. And Christina mentioned this in the chat before, seeing an increased number of students early ages too with adult level problems, right? The pandemic's not over, coping and maintaining with that. And then also in the classroom, behavior issues, engagement and motivation issues. So all these aspects will help doing that. And this next comment is for the 11% that said, you know what? It's impossible. And it's nice in these webinars, since we're all teachers and we want to keep it real, that expression, keep it real, and kind of really talk about what's going on, is this dose of reality. What can we do to really catch up? And then this other question, what does we will catch up later mean? Each one of us is a different place, whether you're teaching 6th graders or 4th graders or kindergarten or vocational school students. Catching up is going to have a different relationship to you depending on what material in the curriculum you're trying to catch up with, and then maybe also what material in the curriculum in the past you left out. A classic example is the textbook has 12 chapters. You decided you couldn't do chapter 8 and chapter 6. So whatever was in those chapters, it didn't work. Or you do geography, but there wasn't time to do geography of South America. Now, how do you catch up and then do this geography of South America or the chapters that are missing? And for other, skills-based programs such as math, shortcuts to learning are hard because they're foundational. You can't move on to algebra before you have a nice basis in integers and in variables, that type of language that build blocks. And if you miss that one, as you know, then you're going to kind of miss that and keep that whole thing together. So here's this dose of reality slide is the next one. It's a mountain. And really, to be honest, I side with the 11% that said it's impossible, it's risky and pointless to try. I mean, that's with my head. Because I just sit back and think, okay, how do I catch up? People have said a year behind, 6 months behind. The first reaction is, okay, students should repeat the year. They should go back. It's to their benefit. It's really good when they go back and then they learn. But then you have all those social issues. The parents might not want them repeating. They have their own agendas, the things that are going on. So while it is impossible, I mean, we're teachers. We can't just say, forget it and throw in the towel, right? So I found this, personified kind of quote. It's impossible, said pride, right? It's risky, said experience. And then it's pointless, said the head, the reason, right? But then what else happens here? Give it a try, whispered the heart. And teachers' hearts, they're resilient, and they're resilient in the face of all these challenges. That's why we've been able to keep students learning over the past 2 years. It was impossible situations, but we kept going and moving through it. So now at this stage, where we're doing more than just trying to keep students learning, if we're in this catching up phase to move forward, the focus has to be on teaching pupils how to learn and learning strategies, what their learning preferences were. Maybe some of you are like me when we went to school, they talked about learning styles. What's your learning style? Are you audio, visual, haptic, right? And a lot of that type of language has gone out of the way because people change, brains change, right? What we've learned about the brain and how it learns is that somebody could start maybe years ago as an audio learner, and now they're more visual. Or probably what happens is there's a combination of things that are going on. So more than talking about somebody's learning style, these days it's about the learning preferences. And maybe a good conversation to have with your students, your pupils, no matter the age. What do you need to learn? What are your conditions? Do you like music? Do you have to have an organized desk? What are the best ways that you like to learn? Do you like video tutorials? Do you like reading a book? Do you like group work? Engage students with what are the best ways to learn, so that what happens to the students, they begin to think of themselves as learners, not so much as a student or a pupil, but I'm a learner, a lifelong learner. And when I want to learn something, this is what I need to do and how I move forward with it. So rather than all that standardized drills and standardized tests and memorization, all of those types of things, maybe teachers, we can be showing students how to learn, and they're able to tell you, how do you learn? What do you need to learn? What are your options? Instead of just this one way that fits all. Okay, there are some great sources out there too for this Foundations Learning Network that UNICEF has provided. It's fln.com. There is the hub, and UNICEF partnered with these organizations, and they support resources with ministries, with districts, and then here down at the bottom, that's our group with institutions in there too. So certainly great resources in there. What I really liked that I thought was good to talk about today to us is to discuss the categories in the FLN Hub organization. Notice that they've taken early child education, and probably the way it should, and moved it in its own category away from the school system, right? Then the next category is this formative assessments. How do you go about measuring learning, right? It's the age-old question, how do you measure effective accomplishment of a learning objective in here? So there's a whole range of different assessments for doing that. Then teaching at the right level. All the literature right now with trying to catch up. Catching up is one thing, but how do you know it's at the right level, particularly with books that students might be reading? If they're reading them online, is somebody monitoring to make sure that the book is at the right level and moving forward with that one? Another category is the language of instruction, right? I mean, maybe we should dedicate today's session also to our colleagues in the Ukraine. I mean, war-torn Ukraine right now, it's got everybody by the heartstrings. Most of our countries are seeing an influx of wonderful Ukrainian children, and also Ukrainian teachers hopefully are being hired at the schools to do this. But whatever the language is, every culture and country has a home-based language, but then has students with other languages coming into the school. And Years and years ago, it was always the target language and no other language being taught. What the pandemic has taught us is that language of instruction is very important, and languages should be kept going and moving forward with that too. This next category is parental engagement, and none of this catching up. Remember I said it's impossible? None of that catching up is going to happen without the parents' engagement. So we hear so many of these webinars speak a lot about student engagement. How do we motivate them? But now how do we do with parents? And some of you might experience up to 25% of the parents aren't supporting children at home or are busy and don't have time to look at the homework or monitor what's happening in there. So helping parents become more engaged with the learning process is certainly something that's important there too. And then also, oh yeah, thank you for putting the link in there, flnhub.org, right? And then this last category of digital learning. So that was a long way of saying why I like this organization. You might be in a task force at your school. And if you're on a task force at your school working with these areas, those are nice categories to divide up and then have subcommittees working in those particular fields. Trying to catch up is such a nice expression. We have to catch up, but then when it has to be particularized and put into project management types of categories, these might help. And maybe think about your school and what's happening now at your school. Are there task forces that are involved with these things, or is it kind of hodgepodge and moving through it? And now we have Marissa makes a very nice comment. I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Wow, so much better than that test, right? Because that test, multiple choice where they're filling in with a pencil, one type of learner is going to do well on that test, right, Marissa? Better if the outcome is made by a group. It's wonderful, right? Activating and assessing collaborative skills as well, right? Really lifelong skills that you need everywhere on the job market or as people and are moving forward. So it's a wonderful, wonderful comment. In fact, some of this came out. These are these general policy recommendations out of European studies. Monetary resources and expensive tutoring additional hours are there. And most of us, if you're working at a country in Europe, you're relatively well off. Money has been relatively easy to see coming, but what to do exactly with these vast amounts of money and how the students get them, how the schools get them, and then what is done with this money. So in other countries where money is not, tremendously wealthy at all, it's a real issue. Where are the funds coming for? How's the money coming in? Most of the recommendations of post-COVID, just about in every country in Europe, says additional money has to be earmarked and moved forward, and then a lot of the governments are able to support that part. And then what that money is usually spent for, tutors, additional hours from teachers, maybe student teachers are then hired to come in, substitute teachers, spending money for tutors, so that money is trying to make up for extra work coming in there. Maybe not the best use of the money. We'll have to talk about what people think, what's happening at your school, and particularly with how is the money trickling down, and if the infrastructure, for example, and the Wi-Fi is working pretty well. Okay, another recommendation came with flexibility and expectations for curriculum goals, right? Changing goals and curriculum. There's a request for improving homeschooling options, but you might be in a country where homeschooling is forbidden. It's not part of the landscape, but making homeschooling an option if you have a parent who feels like, wow, my student's getting a better education at home with me than perhaps going to school right now. We talked about the reading books and making adjustments for pupils not able to use home learning or online learning, right? There's a certain percentage of students in your country, in your school, that can't use online resources. And then navigating this whole repeat years for pupils. I mean, have the repeat years increased at your particular school of students that are held back a year? And is there any kind of social stigma with that related to it too? And then figuring out how to assess students' learning, and everybody's looking for, okay, 2023, the new PISA results will come up. Okay, so today's impulses, right? Saying that you can't catch up by more traditional teaching methods. Just like Marissa said, textbooks and exercises are not going to cut it to try to just pound more hours into a student's life. Teachers, we can't do it for pupils. We can't open up heads and put in the knowledge in there. So the trick or the strategy is to motivate and engage pupils to do it themselves. Key point here is maybe see yourself in the role you already do, right? But when somebody asks me, hey, Rich asks me, what do you teach? I said, well, I teach English, I teach instructional design, and I've learned to change that around so that I'm saying that, well, I teach learners English. I teach learners how to learn English, or you teach learners how to learn math, teach learners how to learn writing, you teach learners how to read science, how to, teach how to learn science. This whole concept of not teaching a subject as much as you're showing somebody how to learn it so they can learn it on their own. And then this is the million-dollar question too. How do we get pupils to be as enthusiastic about school and catching up as they are about music, right? Pupils love music. They're connected to it. They really engage with it. I still think it's possible to do that with school. An engaged teacher and a learning environment in the school all come together to get them just excited as that way. And then I'm going to throw these acronyms at us today again to do a lot of what Marissa was saying. Bring in new pupil-centered approaches instead of the teacher. UDL, PBL, SEL, probably can remember what they are, right? UDL, PBL, SEL, and then online ed tech for that too. This last little phrase, it's part of a UDL background too. UDL, Universal Design for Learning, does a study where lots of schools have paid lots of extra money for tutors and spent a lot of money. And what they were finding was that it didn't really motivate the student to stay after school or to do extra work. But they were finding that students that they were behind, having someone look them in the eye and telling them, you can do this, I believe in you, especially at that moments when this pupil or the student is tired, comes to you, I can't do this, trying to change that I can't to a I will try, right? That's a key learning movement when they begin to believe in themselves. And that's, I don't know, my recipe today for success of trying to catch up. It's not so much the extra work, the extra Bloom's taxonomy, it's just the feeling that the student wants to catch up, and how do you engage that, and how that has to come from the student. UDL, a few words about it. There are major, it comes out of cast.org, right? You can find that website very easily. A lot of you know this framework. You use it already with your classes. It's really an approach more than it is laws or rules. There are 3 principles: engagement, representation, and action and expressions. And it comes from the 1980s out of architecture and universal design. And now they apply it to universal design for learning. At the same time, all this new work was being done with the brain and how it learns. So it simplifies it, UDL, a little bit. The brain is much more complex than this, but it throws the networks into our brains and says, okay, you've got the affective networks, certain parts of your brain that deal with the why of learning, the curiosity. So if you can get students to be interested in something, that stimulates that part of the brain, and then they're engaged. The what of learning is the representation. It's usually the content, how the material comes to a student. Traditionally, it was a textbook or a book. Today, it could be a video tutorial, it could be a movie, it could be an observation of a case study, it could be a debate. Lots of different ways to suddenly move this around and get the representation in there. Also, representation is important for images. So if everybody in the picture book is white male, for example, that's not really helping with the diversity and representation of what's out there. If the text that you supply for students are only in one language, for example, like say a poem, and you're studying how to read a poem, why not let students bring in a poem from whatever background or language they speak, if it's just about poetry analysis and then showing that part. Okay, so the what of learning is that. The how of learning, the action and expression, the strategic networks have more to do with executive functions, how we plan, time management, goals, do all of those things. In short, engagement is about the curiosity. The what is how the content comes to a learner. And the how, the action expression, is what you do with that. For the classroom, the action and expression is usually that final project, an essay, a test in the old days, but it could also be, as Marissa was saying, projects. It could be a song, it could be a dance, it could be a sculpture, it could be lots of different creative ways of putting those things together. In fact, UDL, if you wanted to put UDL into, pretty much like a one sentence, I mean, it's a major kind of long book, it's really multiple options for learner variability. So we talked about learner preferences, all kinds of different things out there. Now presenting something that works for everybody in one kind of design, but that's super hard to do. UDL has a complete matrix associated with it. And what's interesting about it, it works horizontally and the way that it does vertically too. I'm not going to read through all of these, but if you see at the bottom, the whole goal of UDL It's not to make a great lesson. The goal of UDL over the years is to develop what UDL calls expert learners. Expert learners, and they say to become an expert at anything, you need about 10 years. And you know, when they say expert, what like really mean expert, like Olympic level of sports, or then to become a learner. They say usually by the 10th year of studying and going to school, students should know what their learner preferences are, and then how to set goals to be able to do well on a test, or to be able to set themselves up for how they're moving forward and then hitting it. So expert learners, you see at the bottom, purposeful and motivated, resourceful and knowledgeable, and then strategic and goal oriented. And that's how they're working through that with the guideline. There's some more tips, right? Engagement, representation, action, and expression. Why I think they're important for us, trying to catch up is important, is the action and expression is important so that students can set goals, that they have a part in their learning. Like the teacher, we might know, okay, you need to catch up on this area. Now tell the student and allow them to help set their own goals of how they plan on getting to that point. If they want to go to this next level, how do you do that so that they can kind of see what's happening for that? The engagement part is to become curious about the subject, not, okay, we were talking about like the geography of South America, for example. How do you stimulate interest in that so that they want to learn about it? You say, hey, we did all of the geography of the world last year, but we haven't done South America. And kind of build it. Who's interested? Who knows something already about South America, or so and something? So that the interest is there and the curiosity moves forward. And then appealing to them, would you like to watch a video about it, a film? Here's a textbook. So there's some kind of choices about the resources that they use to learn about it. Okay, and then the R is for access, right? That's kind of the equity part of putting it all together. But you know these things, you probably read them faster than I could speak. Scaffolding is in there. Text to speech tools, right? Translators. So if German, for example, in our country, if German isn't the first language, is there a translation that's available to help the learner work through the aspects of what they're trying to learn, especially for math, where maybe language isn't that important for that part. Okay, what is UDL? What isn't UDL, right? UDL is not accessibility. Sometimes people think, okay, it has to do with accommodations or people who have problems or areas or something, and it really doesn't. And this is a neat way to see it. If you talk about universal design for learning, it really comes out of universal design. Does everybody know sliding doors? You go somewhere, they just automatically open, right? Sliding doors, and then ramps. Once those started to be in use, they became interesting for everybody, not just people maybe in roll chairs or people in wheelchairs or couldn't turn the handles because they weren't strong enough. A universal design like a sliding door that helps everybody. If I'm carrying books or people are carrying children, it just opens. So it has this notion of universal design, access for all. It doesn't matter the condition or the situation of mobility. And there's a little bit of difference between accommodation and universal design. And this is also important for learning. An accommodation is an extra thing that's put there to help people who can't. For example, can't use stairs. Now there's a ramp. Whereas universal design, from the beginning, when you first start building it, you think, okay, who are all the possible users? Let me take all the barriers, and I only need one thing that's coming in there. So with universal design for learning, that's what that's about. What are all the barriers that could be out there for students? Learning preferences, maybe writing and reading issues, and how do I design a task or a project that is applicable for all instead of having separate and different types of assignments? Okay, some UDL thoughts are also kind of interesting. It's not about changing students. There's nothing wrong with students. It's about changing the school. And when I first read that kind of made a lot of sense to me too, that I'd always heard, well, it's a bad student or a lazy student or something, and nothing could have been further from the truth. If the student had been engaged, they would have just been just as successful as the others who were able to take tests really well. And we talked about this other one. A teacher doesn't teach math, English, or science. A teacher shows learners how to learn these subjects and anything else in life learners want to learn. So somebody finishes school, they can be a wonderful learner. They learned a lot in school. They don't go on to university perhaps or college, but now let's say they've moved somewhere and they started a family and now they have a baby. They want to learn how to take care of it. They know how to do that. I can teach myself how to do the things that I need to do. And then that's what an expert learner would be. An expert learner is not somebody who has a PhD or has gone through college. An expert learner is somebody who knows how to learn something when that need is there, and a great skill that teachers can give. All right, switching gears a little bit, kind of moving up towards our time. Project-based learning is another approach alongside with UDL. That's a lot what Marissa was talking about too, using projects in the class, but not assigning them. So the first part of this, of course, is align them to the curriculum and what your learning objectives are. Active learning. The difference maybe between doing a project and project-based learning is that some kind of real-world long-term problem, right? So those of you who know eTwinning really well, Erasmus Plus, popular topics like climate control, population, smart cities, those topics that are hard for adults to answer and prove, let children in school work at them, right? That might become more stimulated by thinking of a real world problem in their community than something that's just in the textbook coming in. So what happens? Pupils formulate questions. It's up to them to decide what questions when they work collaboratively across the disciplines in different subjects. It's all about the process. So if they don't produce some kind of brilliant result in the end, that's what did you learn going through it? So lots of reflection. What did you learn? So when you go out in the real world and troubleshoot and problem solve, all of these things make a lot more sense, that you can't do it alone. You need research and collaborative work coming in. And then when you finish the project, whatever it might be, is that it's supported by a real world audience. You know, for example, if the students are working on a video about a current event, right, in their hometown or their village, and now they've, you know, an election was recently done or something that's a sports day and they put together a short video for, then they would be allowed to send it to the TV station or a journalist. You know, maybe the journalist, thank you, I really can't use it, but they see that school isn't this kind of bubble, that things that they produce in the school then can be used and then maybe make the world a better place in that aspect. And maybe some of you in Germany right now, lots of money is going into maker spaces and fab labs. So students are creating things, 3D printers, virtual reality, those types of things are happening in the school. So if you're fortunate enough to have those kinds of grants and programs coming in, those are all great activities to kind of advance PBL and moving forward. PBL is not, just the way we looked at UDL was not accessibility. PBL is not doing projects, and you can read through this list faster than I can go through it, certainly, right? Projects on one side, the teacher gives you this, you go do it, right? The project-based learning, okay, what are you going to pick for your project? You know, collaboratively, working it together, student-centered, and have those things coming in. So lots of great resources out there to PBL, and find that about too. Okay, this third one I wanted to talk about today, we had UDL, Universal Design for Learning, PBL, and now social emotional learning. Maybe the image speaks best for it. See the heart with the brain? You know, for years, academic intelligence, that's what you have in school, and oh, not emotion. But now starting to learn that the brain works well with social and emotional intelligence. So being able to understand emotions, I mean, control them is kind of hard, but as students, especially in those early years, nursery school and kindergarten, learn to control perhaps anger or tears or frustration as they move in, being emotionally intelligent and aware of how that works in us, especially with the studies done with neuroeducation showing that an intimidated brain, a brain that's trying to learn out of fear, or a brain that's trying to learn out of in a traumatic experience, something's going on at home or something, all those things have to kind of go by the wayside, or space has to be given kind of a check-in. You probably noticed they did that initially. Hi, everybody, take 3 breaths, relax, kick off your shoes, kind of like a check-in, so that the Unterricht, the lesson, doesn't really start right when the bell goes off, but there's a 5 or 10 minute phase, and it's an important time. You might think, oh, I can't take away the time from the learning, where you're checking in and people are saying, how do you feel today? What's going on? And then clearing the air so that there's a central learning space, and then the learning can begin. Okay, so learner and culture variability, emotional states then become important areas to talk about. These types of techniques, positive reinforcement, good work, helping pupils find the language to how are you feeling about, how did that make you feel, formative feedback, cyberbullying and bullying and all of these different things that are going out. So there's a lot of love with social emotional learning, a lot of being kind. So some schools might have like a Be Kind Day or a diversity week that talks about feelings and people's coming from too. And it's got all about empathy, kindness, and the respect for humanity. So one of the premier organizations for this is the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Sustained Educational Development, MICHIP, and they've got a wonderful framing space, learning area for these with courses that are free to the public that you can take. And it's really different from teaching SEL skills, right? If you move forward, most of us do this as teachers anyway. We're teaching students these skills, but SEL learning is really having that kind of environment around that's a safe space for the realization that the emotions are just as important as the brain when one is trying to learn, and then trying to get into that place where the brain is not actively focused on an area. And many of you probably do this with your students too. They say, hey, my homework's gonna be late because I've had something going on in my life. Being flexible enough to say, yes, okay, take the time. The course will always be there. When you're ready, come back to it. And maybe not always a luxury in your cases of when students have to turn in work or you're trying to be fair, right? It's also kind of an issue in there too. But these social emotional skills, just being very different from the way the school could work with them too. Okay, coping with anger, right? All these effective skills, and they're available on the slide, coming in. All right, that takes us to kind of this last one. Dr. Nash writes, what about the future? Okay, Rich, that's great. You just told me about UDL, PBL, SEL. I kind of know about those things. I try to do that in my class, but how do I keep it going? It's webinars, professional development, those things, making them an issue at the schools, doing presentations. But Dr. Nash in her ICL report, ICL, the impact of COVID on key learning and education, she says to prepare for any future periods of disruption. She says, okay, we have to do better next time. It's vital that funding be there for remote schooling. So there is, above all that UDL, PBL, SEL stuff, there has to be contingency plans for if something horrid happens, how do we keep students learning without missing a beat, without trying to go back and so far, especially with the background in here. So these resources need to be shared with families. See how important that is? A lot of it came out of the pandemic with the families who are able to support students emotionally, and also with things like computers and Wi-Fi. They did a lot better than those students that didn't have that. So structured manner to enable caregivers with limited time to make confident choices for home living and home learning. And many of you became the caregiver for your students if they didn't have that nice network at home. One interesting thing, you might have seen these already, these wonderful pictograms, and I love these for Ukrainian pupils. They're in all 28 languages in the Erasmus Plus eTwinning site and at the EU. And what they are, they use UDL, PBL, and SEL all at once to inspire students from Ukraine who are now in the classroom, and then also the students that are with them in the classroom to learn each other's language and the customs. This example is from the Spanish version, and there's the website that you can get for all of your countries in there too. But see the simple pictogram that has that image in there for learners who like the image. And then it's also got the emotional words and language that can be used. So it's a place where bridges can start through that. And I kind of think if it just had an audio component, speech to text, then it would be a universal design with all the barriers for how that's kind of working. So exciting stuff is coming out of that. All I talked about today, UDL, PBL, SEL, I keep saying it, it's almost like a t-shirt or a coffee mug, right? It is in relation to what we're learning also, or what we have learned in the last 2 years about these online learning pedagogies. So all of that was like, these were just approaches to what we can do to try to engage students and make it more student-centered. Things that you see here are more about how education is transforming, and each one of us has a different relationship with technology and how that's worked. But all of these are ways to catch up too. Flip your classroom, right, where the students are reading before they come into class instead of sitting there too. Build out your Moodle. Okay, that you might not have a Moodle. Maybe you've got Ilias or Blackboard or Brightspace, but Google Classroom, Schoology, whatever your LMS, if you're fortunate enough to have a learning management system, build it out. Blend your learning. So maybe a combination of both, of the async and the sync, putting it together. Web enhance your class with links. Quizlet, Padlet, a lot of us know many of these tools that are out there that our learners like to use. I mean, to try to study and catch up Those are nice tools they can do on their own. They almost are gamified ways of learning. And internationalize your curriculum. I think you know where I'm going with that, of course, eTwinning and Erasmus+. And this last one is for us as professionals. We're so busy teaching, we rarely think of ourselves that what we've done and what we've taught is worth for other people. So if you've developed a great graphic organizer for integers, or you have a wonderful vocabulary sheet, right? Publish it in a repository as an open educational resource with the Creative Commons license on it so that others can use that. So I see this in the next 5 or 10 years in Europe, it's just going to take off. Will it be more publishing, sharing, and using of our educational resources for our lessons? eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility projects are another one besides those wonderful Picto books that we saw with Ukrainian and other target languages in the lands where people are. eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility projects together are a powerful 1-2 connector for learning. Some of you might be in small and remote villages. I've visited them in Germany, eTwinning schools as they make the rounds, and it is amazing how involved students are. When you talk to the teachers at some of these schools, they say, wow, they didn't have an international perspective, let alone a national perspective. They only kind of knew the village. And now, you know, they've got pen pals in Italy, pen pals in Spain. So this eTwinning and Erasmus Plus mobility project, when the student first learners meet an eTwinning, they do a small little project. And now with the money available, they're traveling and getting to meet people. Wow, that suddenly brings that whole UDL of engagement, representation, and action and expression. It brings it all together, and the resources are there, right? If your school doesn't have an expensive LMS, right, chances are that you've got Wi-Fi, hopefully, and that you could connect and use the eTwinning. Okay, right now, it's kind of neat because eTwinning is in its own transformation, right? eTwinning and the Education School Gateway. And there's an exciting webinar. I guess I can promote that a little bit. I think it's been moved to the 14th or the 16th. It was going to be the 9th, but we're all kind of getting excited about that. But it's a great chance for us to then embrace these things. And I'm getting good comments in the chat with, I agree, different strategies, more opportunities, being creative. Sophia says, eTwinning has enabled us to create the conditions for the learners to choose. It's so true. Okay, I'm a fan. I think anybody out there who's done a project is kind of a fan, because you see the engagement just, you know, stride in there with students too. All right, I'm coming to the end, so I want to save some time for chat. So please put some comments in the chat too. Talk to each other. I see Sophia and Maria are talking. It's wonderful. That's what today is all about. We're teachers helping teachers. But this whole thing comes to what? Resiliency isn't easy. Taking on the challenges, it's hard. And really, you guys think he's so optimistic, but teachers are heroes. Right, first line heroes, what we've done for the last 2 weeks, and you keep having to remind yourself when you've got another stack of papers to grade, or you've got another parent-teacher conference, or something's coming in there too. What you're doing, keeping learners learning, is invaluable in these particularly dangerous years where students will fall through the cracks. But look at this, to keep on going, we've been doing this for 2 years. You have to take care of ourselves, right? If something happens to us, you can't help anybody else. So particularly important, teacher wellness. Right? This was a hard one for me. Okay, Sophia says, absolutely, it's so boundaries. You know, during the pandemic, I kind of lost them because what happened, it became like I maybe tricked myself into thinking all of this was fun. So I was spending a lot of hours and, you know, because the pandemic, you couldn't really go anywhere. But now this new phase of helping students catch up, by doing that, we catch up with ourselves, with our families, with our lives, you know, start smelling the roses a little bit more and realize what is out of your control and what's in your control. And so things that what people are thinking about you, the opinions of others, the past, what's happened there, you can't change any of that, or what's going on right now. If you're particularly you know, in trouble with these other areas too, that's also hard. So that's out of your control. Maybe last thought for the day here. 6-year-olds laugh an average of 300 times a day. Adults only laugh 15 to 100 times a day. And then it says B6 again. I mean, schön wäre es, as we say in Deutschland. Das wäre schön. That would be nice if you could kind of that, but you kind of get the point. You know, this is serious, horrible things, the pandemic, the Ukraine, but have to get in touch with that child and ourselves and then enjoy it, right? Okay, that was a lot. Sorry, everybody, but we do have some time for questions. So Marta, I'm gonna maybe stop sharing and turn it over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Richard, for the great presentation and the rich content and strategies you presented to our teachers today. I saw a lot of positive and nice comments for you in the chat. But please, yes, we have time now for some questions. If you have, please post them in the chat so I can read them out loud. Meanwhile, my colleague Eleonora will post in the chat the feedback form, so remember to save the link. You can also fill it in after the webinar, but please just save the link now. While we are waiting for some possible questions, I think it's worth it maybe to read a comment from Marisa in the chat. Let me just retrieve it. It was okay. Yeah, Marisa was saying before, I think we can assess real learning if we put students in the condition to use their knowledges and abilities to create a product. Better if the outcome is made by a group, so activating and assessing collaborative skills as well. I don't know, Richard, maybe if you want to comment a bit the comment that Marisa posted in the chat.
It's wonderful. And Marisa, I want to thank you because we were like you were a co-moderator with me because you have so many great ideas. And I can already see that there's a lot of people from the chat too that we think the same, right? We're just tired of those tests and then standard kind of achievements. And we see the classrooms come alive when students can work on projects, when they're real world projects. And I really truly believe, it might sound naive, trying to catch up. The only way that's going to be done is with these super cool adult related learning skills of collaboration and working together on projects where they can figure out what they want to do, what they want to use, what tools, and working all together rather than doing 3 more exercises from a book that was written 3 years ago. You know, it's not sorry, everybody. If you're a textbook publisher, I didn't mean that to offend at all. But, you know, we all know those books, they're written some years ago and then they're published. And there's just a whole real world of problems and issues out there that spark, you know, our students' minds. So, you know, even students that the product, I love what Marisa said, because I've got students working on an e-twinning project right now. They want to write a song together. They said, that's what, and they're all so inspired. At first they were like, e-twinning, what's this? And blah, blah, blah. It's a textbook. And now I can't get them to stop sending me emails and WhatsApps and can you listen to the song? So I agree with you right now, particularly products, projects, e-twinning, you know, travel with Erasmus Plus. Now that the pandemic is slowly moving away, they're great moving on.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. And maybe another one that it's really worth it in this context, also for all the teacher. Christina was saying, this webinar made me feel better. I'm a primary school teacher. Unfortunately, most of my daughter's professors do not care about the importance of collaborative skills. So I think in this sense was really important all the presentation you have just done also to make feel the teachers better and in a really collaborative environment and make them feel understood as well. And they can count on some help from our side, even though it's only maybe through these webinars. But really, I think it's already a thing and it's really important for them.
Yeah, well, teachers, I'm a big fan, of course, because I am one. It's the best profession you could have. I'm biased, but and I think every once in a while we forget we should give ourselves a clap on the shoulder and just say, great job and keep it up.
Yeah, thank you. So great job, everyone. Okay, we are moving towards the end. I would like to thank you again, Richard, for being with us today. I think it was really inspiring for all the teachers here. There are a lot of thanks in the chat for you. And thank you, of course, to all the participants who joined us today. Please remember to fill in the feedback form and remember that no certificates are issued for this webinar. So we need to close now. It's 5 p.m. We all need some rest. I wish you all a good evening and thank you very much again for joining us today. Bye-bye, everyone.
I decided to do a crazy experiment with the IELTS test. I went down to Dublin about 2 hours from where I live, and I did the real IELTS test because I wanted to test something that has been bothering me for many, many years. Do me a favor, don't skip ahead and look at the results, all right? Don't skip ahead and look and think, oh, you got that result. Well, you know, a native English speaker who teaches IELTS for a living should be getting a band 9. So, you know, it's kind of like Lewis Hamilton doing the driving test and passing the driving test. It is not such a big deal because this is my job. Instead, what I decided to do was this experiment. So the IELTS test is divided into 4 parts: listening, reading, speaking, and writing. What I decided to do was, for 2 parts of the test, go and look at the most popular advice, the most popular tips and tricks for that part of the test, and follow that blindly. And for the other 2 parts, I looked up the common advice, the most popular tips and tricks for those 2 parts of the test, and decided to do the exact opposite. So don't follow the advice, do the opposite. And then let's see what the scores should be. So let's check out what happened. So starting off with the listening test, the 2 most common tips that you see on popular blogs and YouTube videos are, number 1, really focus on keywords. So when you're looking at the questions, focus in on the keywords. The keywords will reveal the correct answer to you. And the second tip is skip ahead. When you finish a section, go straight away and read the questions and try and find those keywords. So it's a very keyword driven way of doing the listening test. And this is the most popular advice out there. It's not the advice that we give at IELTS Advantage, but it's certainly the advice that millions of people use every test day. So for the listening part, I followed the gurus, just did exactly what they said. And I had to abandon that strategy after the first section, because I found it nearly impossible to focus on what I was doing. A huge part of listening is focusing and being able to focus on the question and focus on the listening at the same time. And you really have to do 3 things. You need to read, listen, and think, and decide the correct answer all at the same time. And I think that I got the first question wrong because I was really focusing on keywords and then skipping ahead and trying to think about what is happening next, instead of really just doing what I should be doing, which is looking at the question and waiting for the listening and thinking about it more holistically. So I think that I got the first question wrong, and it was an extremely simple question. It was a registration number, a number plate on a car. And I think I got that wrong because what I was doing was really focusing on keywords and thinking about what was coming next. And what that did was it stopped me actually getting this really simple answer. Like, the first question in the listening test is the easiest one. And I think I got that wrong. And I paid a lot of money for this test and this experiment. And I was thinking to myself after section 1, I better abandon this strategy of focusing on the keywords and then skipping ahead, because my mind was going blank. I couldn't think straight and I couldn't focus on what I was doing. So here's the result. I ended up getting a band 9 for the listening test. But if I had have maintained that strategy, I definitely would have got much lower than a 9. And really, to be honest, I didn't want to embarrass myself. So I followed the common popular guru thinking, and I think I got the first question wrong, and I abandoned that, and I would not recommend that to anybody because you really just lose focus. And my mind was going blank, and I couldn't really understand what was going on. And that's as a native English speaker. So I did get a band 9, but it was only because I abandoned the strategy after the first section. So a pretty good start. a band 9 so far, but it was quite shocking how difficult I found the first section, and the first section is the easiest section. Moving on to reading, the three most common things that you will see online about reading, the popular tips and tricks are skimming, scanning, and keywords. So all you have to do is skim the text, scan the text, look at keywords in the questions, and then magically you're going to find the correct answer. This is all kind of designed to trick your way into getting the correct answer somehow, and to focus on doing it as quickly as possible. It's really about time management, that advice. And I totally disagree with that advice, because it is not a time management test. It is a reading test. So what I did instead was basically the opposite of that. I didn't do any skimming. I didn't do any scanning. I did no keyword highlighting or anything like that. What I did was carefully read the text, like really, really carefully read it. Then I went to the questions, and I basically applied the strategies that I teach for each of the different types of questions, thought about them very deeply, read very carefully, no skimming, no scanning, really thinking about the correct answer to each question. And I believe I got 100%, all of them correct. I got a band 9, as you can see up here, by following exactly the opposite of what the gurus teach. And not only that, I got it all done in about 20 minutes. Now, that is not bragging. Anyone who is a native English speaker should be able to get a band 9 in reading by doing that. But if I was skimming, scanning keywords, I think I would have messed it up, because a lot of the questions, skimming is a waste of time. A lot of the questions, looking for keywords is a waste of time. So by focusing on time management, I actually would have wasted a lot of time, ironically, because good time management is not really about time management tips. It is about becoming better at reading, and reading carefully, and deciding the correct answer based on your understanding of the text and your understanding of the questions. And all of that skimming, scanning, keywords, that kind of gets in the way of it. Now, some of the strategies that I use do deploy some of those things, but in a very limited way, not answering every question in that way. So doing the complete opposite of the gurus, band 9. The next one was speaking. So I did the opposite of what I was supposed to do in speaking, the opposite of what the top tips and tricks. So again, what I did, what are the most common, most popular tips and tricks for speaking? They are, for part 1, memorize answers. You're going to get questions about your job. You're going to get questions about where you live in your home. So memorize some answers. I didn't do that. Use idioms and phrasal verbs and things like that. I didn't use one single idiom the entire time. I was told to use idioms, didn't use them at all. Use a very high level vocabulary, didn't use high level vocabulary. What I did was just answer the questions in as simple language as possible, and only use high level vocabulary when I absolutely had to, when there was no simple way of saying it. But, where are you from? I'm from the place that I'm from. I didn't say I reside or I dwell in, I wasn't using really high level words when I could use simple words. Complex grammar, didn't really focus on using the most complex grammar, the most complex sentences, or the most complex tenses I could think of. If they asked me about the past, I used the past tense. If they asked me what I thought about the future, I would say, I think they might be doing this in the future, or I said Elon Musk has big plans for this. I wasn't using really complex standardized grammar that you'll see online. Number 5, I was told in part 2, using these popular strategies, you must focus on the bullet points in part 2. You must address each of the bullet points. If you don't talk about the bullet points, you will not get a high score. I didn't even look at the bullet points. I just talked about the stuff at the top, the topic at the top, and I just talked naturally about that. And I don't know if I used the bullet points or not, but I didn't really consider them. And then the sixth popular piece of advice is part 3 is very formal, it's very academic, so you should use lots of academic words and talk about it in that kind of formal academic way. I talked about it in a really informal, non-academic, very friendly, conversational way. So I did exactly the opposite of the advice, and I got a band 9. So there's a lot of people out there that will tell you if you don't use idioms, you'll get a low score. That is completely false based on, my experience doing the real test. And at IELTS Advantage, we've got like 12 ex-examiners who would agree with me on that. So who is right? Is your YouTube guru right, or is the actual examiner right? A lot of people will say if you miss a bullet point, you will get a low score. A lot of people say if you don't use high-level vocabulary and complex grammar, you will get a low score. This is completely untrue. And this was not because I'm a native English speaker and somehow my pronunciation was so magnificent or that I, got a really high score. It's not done on pronunciation alone. It's not done on fluency alone. It's not done on grammar alone. It's not done on vocabulary alone. In order to get a band 9, you need to be a band 9 for everything. And if you are lacking in 2 of those things, then you're going to get at least an 8.5. That didn't happen. Writing was the most interesting part. So I have seen other YouTubers, IELTS YouTubers, going and doing the real test and getting 6.5, getting 7, 7.5 in the writing, and then blaming the examiner and blaming the writing or blaming the test and all sorts of things. I don't think that's right. I think that's probably because their methods are not very effective. If you are a native English speaker and you're getting 6.57 in the IELTS test, then you're doing something seriously wrong. And that's what I did. What I did was I did few things that are popular advice, and I believe that they're seriously wrong. So what did I do? I used high-level ideas. So very common advice, very popular advice about the writing test is make sure your ideas are very high level, whatever that means. They're impressive. They would really impress the examiner. Number 2, make sure that your vocabulary is very, very high level, as complex and as high level and as many C2 and C1 words as possible. Never repeat a word. Always vary your language as much as possible. That's very common advice. Number 3, make sure that your ideas are impressive, that they impress the examiner in some way, that the examiner will look at it and think, these are really impressive ideas. And number 4, make sure that your grammar is very complex, that you use many different structures, that you use things like conditionals and multiple different conditionals, and you use multiple different types of tense and complex structures and everything. This made writing the essay really difficult because a few problems came up. Number 1, it took me a long time to try and think of high-level ideas, and I wasted a lot of time. Before I knew it, 8 minutes had gone by, and I was still thinking, what is a really high-level idea? Then when I started writing, what I noticed was there were certain keywords that I didn't know how to vary. So one of the keywords was hobby. Now, there's only a few ways that but it was some people like high-tech hobbies, some people like low-tech hobbies. So the whole thing was about hobbies. So all I was doing while I was writing, instead of thinking, how do I write a clear essay? What I was doing was thinking, how do I change hobbies? Which really isn't that important. The examiner is testing your writing and clear communication in writing. They're not testing how many different variations of the word hobby can you put down. So that made my job really, really difficult. For part one, I was trying to think of something that would impress the examiner. So I was trying to think of something that would be really interesting. It was write a letter to your boss about the dress code. So to impress the examiner, I wrote that I was working in a restaurant called Hooters. Don't know if you know this, but Hooters is like a restaurant where all the ladies wear very skimpy outfits. So I pretended to be a Hooters girl and complain about my outfit, and the men were harassing me and everything. I thought that was funny, impressed the examiner that way. And I tried to use really complex grammar. So what I was doing was actually deleting good, simple sentences with really effective, simple grammar in it and trying to make it more complex. So everything that I did by following the common advice, the popular advice, that made my job much more difficult. And I got a band 8. So I should have got a band 9, but because my job was made so much more difficult, I was a full band below where I really should be. And that's something that you should really think about. You probably deserve a much higher band than you are currently getting. But if you are doing even one of those things, you're not bad at writing. You're just making your life more difficult by following popular advice on YouTube and on blogs that doesn't really help you get a high score. Because what you should be doing is, instead of thinking of high-level ideas, try and think of simple ideas. Simple ideas are easy to write about, easy to think about, easy to explain, easy to think of examples for. High-level vocabulary actually lowers your vocabulary score because you're trying to think of ways of varying your vocabulary and making it more complex and making your job more difficult, and probably your writing less clear. Impressive ideas, it's just an extra thing that you need to think about. You're running out of time. You don't have time to check your work because you were spending all that time trying to think of impressive ideas. And you're probably making grammar mistakes because you're making your grammar more complex. So have a think about that. By following the advice and listening, I nearly messed up my listening test. By doing the opposite, I got a band 9 in reading in 20 minutes. By doing the opposite in speaking, I got a band 9. By doing what the gurus tell you to do, or most of the gurus, not all of them, there's some good coaches and trainers online, not criticizing all of them. I know you guys think that I'm overly critical, but the reason why I'm overly critical is I spent €200 plus €100 getting my writing rechecked. So that's €300 in test fees. I spent €160 on a hotel. I spent €50 on food, breakfast and dinner, because I had to go down and stay there. Spent another €20 on petrol. I took half a day off work. That cost me probably about €500. So I'm close to €1,000 in just doing this test. And I know that you guys spend an equivalent amount of money, and it makes it even worse for you guys, because if you don't get the scores that you need, that means that you can't go and work in that country of your dreams and achieve and earn the money that you deserve. It's easy for me. All I had to do was drive up the road and I'm back into my big house, working in my nice job, getting paid what I deserve. Most people doing the test, when they follow this advice, don't have that choice. What they are told is, you failed the test. Your scores are lower than you hoped for. We're not going to tell you why. And what people normally do, what their normal reaction to that is, I'm dumb, I'm stupid, I need to go and do more tips and tricks, make things more complex, more impressive ideas, learn more idioms. And then they go and fail again. Okay, I need to find another guru and learn even more tips and tricks and hacks and shortcuts, and then they fail again. This is why I get so passionate about this, because we get emails every single day from students saying, I failed because they followed this advice, this common advice. If this common advice can make a native English speaker fail the test by getting a band 8 in writing, and doing the exact opposite leads to a band 9, that might make you think. And if you think, oh, my expertise as an IELTS teacher and as a native English speaker and as, you know, an educated person from Ireland, that means that, you know, of course you would have got a band 9. Go and look at other IELTS experts from native English speakers who've done the test for real. They're not getting band 9 and everything. So makes you think, doesn't it? So hopefully you find this interesting. If you did and you have questions about how do I actually get the scores that I need, well, you just follow exactly what examiners should show you or would advise you to do, which is do the opposite to most of the stuff you see online. Why is it popular? Because that's what you guys want. You want tips and tricks. What you need is something completely different. If you want something completely different, feel free to get in touch with us and we will help you out as much as we can. Thank you very much. Hope that you find that interesting. Special thanks to the people at the IELTS Test Centre. They were amazing. They made me feel really comfortable, really professional. They did their best to reduce nerves amongst the other candidates and things like that. And it was really, really professional. I'll probably make a follow-up video on what it was like to do the computer-based test. If you want that or any other videos in the future, feel free to subscribe or unsubscribe if you don't like the channel, and feel free to give the video a like or a dislike if you didn't think that this video was helpful. Thanks very much and hope to hear from you soon. Bye bye.
Good morning. Good morning. So the topic here this morning is outcome engineering. And it's interesting, when I talk to companies about this topic, the conversation usually starts out great. And people are shaking their head up and down, and I get a few amens and some hallelujahs. And then at some point in that conversation, the train goes off the track. The wheels come off the bus. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Outcome engineering. Why are we even in this conversation? Why are you, as technology providers, being asked to deliver business outcomes? And we've been writing about this for several years now, but we're not the only ones. There are other people saying, hey, technology has to connect to a business outcome. I didn't realize Cisco actually now has a certification program for selling business outcomes. So there's a drumbeat there. It's not just us. Why? Well, like most things in business, if you want to understand why, just follow the money or the lack thereof. This is a chart we've been using for years to describe what is happening to our industry. Two major trends: the commoditization of technology, feature functionality. People don't want to pay a premium price just for technical features. And these new consumption models. People not purchasing technology as an asset, right? They want to subscribe. They want you to run it as a managed service. And what's happening, a lot of companies in this room find yourselves in the lower left-hand corner of that diagram. What does that mean? You have product revenues that are flat or declining, margins declining, and you have not yet stood up new compelling offers that bring in revenue and margin. Now, how do I know that? I just look at the data. Our Technology and Service 50 Index, largest providers. What is this graph telling you? This is looking at revenue growth year over year for these companies. And we draw this horizontal line, and we test, and we say how many companies have product revenues growing greater than 10%. As you can see, not too many companies above that line. And then we test for all your service and subscription revenues. Are those growing greater than 10% year over year? Not too many companies over that line. And if the dot is red, that means operating income is getting worse. So there's a lot of pain there. But for the pure technology as a service providers, there's no bed of roses here. So this is Rackspace data. And what you see on the top there are their revenues. And it's great. They're growing, growing, growing. People love the offer, fanatical customer support. It's great. But the bottom graph are their profit dollars. And they're flat. And what that tells you is over time, if revenues keep going up, but profits staying basically the same, the business model is becoming less profitable. So if you think about computing as a service, how profitable will that be in the long term? Amazon has started to break out AWS numbers, growing, growing, growing. Operating profits about 5% for them. They're ecstatic with that number. Why? Because retail is about a 1% business. So when the dust settles, how profitable will it be to do computing as a service? It's not going to be a 15, 20, 25-point business. And most of us in this room, and your boards and your investors, we hate that answer. We don't want that answer. What we want to do is be able to sell value. Talk to customer. We want to talk about value so we can bring revenue and margin back into the business models and change our pricing models. Most of us, we benchmark this, most of us in the industry, when you price your offers, it's cost plus. What do? You look at the cost of your technology offer. You put on top of that a nice, healthy margin, right? And that's the price you want to charge. But once again, with these new consumption models, commoditization, customers don't want to pay these premium prices. So you say, okay, fine, customer, what do you want to pay? You do market-based pricing. What's the market going to bear? And then you say, I still want some margin, but now I've got to get my costs into a certain footprint. And this is hard for many of you. We have one software member about a year ago started a new technology as a service offer. They looked at the market, said, hey, what are people charging for this offer right now? Went with that pricing. A year later, they can't make money. They can't get their costs into that footprint. So we want to move off of this. So what's left? Value-based pricing. We want to be able to draw an outcome line, a value line, figure out how much it's going to cost us to deliver that, and then now we have flexibility in what we price. So this is, in a sense, the Holy Grail. And it's funny, 5 years ago, I used this graph here in a keynote that I delivered. And this is a little framework that JB and I scribbled in a bar late at night at a conference. It's amazing how much of our best work gets done in that scenario. But even 5 years ago, we saw this. So most of our members selling technology as an asset, you're in an SLA relationship with your customers, keeping the technology up and running. And we could already see if people start renting technology, SLA doesn't matter, right? That's your problem to keep the technology up and running. So now it's going to be about utilization level agreements. But even 5 years ago, we said that cannot be the end game if we want to keep margin in the business model. We're going to need value level agreements with customers. And we carried that construct forward in our B4B model. So level 1, level 2 business models, very SLA oriented. These new level 3 business models, managed services, very ULA oriented. But if you're going to be a level 4 provider, if you're going to hang your hat on business outcomes, that would be a value level agreement. And you think about it, we talked a lot this week about the layer model. You want customers to adopt and expand. But what you're really doing is helping customers through this PMO journey, right? Because customers want to work with you, plan, implement your solution, monitor, are we really getting the results? If I'm not, help me here, help me optimize so I truly get my outcome. And these are mirror images, right? And this is the win-win. You get the expand and renew, they really get their outcome. This is beautiful. And this is the part where everybody's shaking their head up and down, right? I want to go do that. I want revenue and margin back into my business model. I'm there. And then I ask this question. Okay, great. We're at the 30,000-foot view here about outcome engineering. Tell me specifically, what are you doing to move outcome engineering forward in your companies? And that's when we have track, train. So this is what I want to take down today. I want to double click into this conversation of how you can move outcome engineering forward in your companies. And the first thing I want to do is put a crisp definition on the table. How do we define outcome engineering? This is the ability to consistently help customers achieve targeted business outcomes. And I would add at scale. Now to do that, it really requires that you understand everything involved for the customer to truly get their outcome. And we are seeing that this is paralyzing, right, our members. This is terrifying because it's no longer about just engineering your technology. Now you've got to worry about the processes, other technologies. Does the customer have the right skills? This is a lot to manage. So what I want to do is decompose this. Decompose it into 4 buckets. Number 1, the right framework you can use for outcome engineering. Number 2, are you working on the right outcomes with your customers? Number 3, are you working with the right customers? And finally, do you have the right tools? So let's start with framework. And the great news here is, if you're just starting this journey, you do not have to start with a blank piece of paper. There are companies in the industry, like you heard Infor yesterday, like SAP, like PTC, that have been chipping on this problem for a little while now. And let me just show you, some of their views on this topic. So these are a few slides that SAP uses to talk about value engineering. They have this 2x2, and it starts by saying, hey, we have to have alignment and agreement with our customer. What are the target outcomes? We also have to clearly define what are the financial outcomes specifically. How are we going to measure this that you're trying to achieve? We have to understand what are the technology and the practices. What's the innovation that we're going to implement here that allows you to get outcomes you previously were not getting? And last but not least, outcome engineering, value engineering is not an event. It's a process. There has to be ongoing risk and compliance and monitoring. This is another chart from SAP I love. Well, why don't customers get outcomes? It was funny yesterday, Riaz was saying we can all play with spreadsheets and create theoretical ROIs, but then customers don't get those ROIs out of the technology. Why? Well, first of all, you might be focused with the customer on the wrong outcomes. Secondly, you might not have implemented the right technology. And finally, the customer might not have wrapped the right practices and skills around the technology. So all of those things just bleed value. In one final slide from SAP about the life cycle and how they work with customers, and what is important here is the concept of benchmarking. If we're going to start on an outcome journey with a customer, you have to benchmark where they're starting from. So just 3 slides on how SAP talks about this. PTC has their own 2x2, and we can see the pattern recognition. Once again, what are the target outcomes? Okay, what technology are we going to use here? And oh, by the way, off the shelf is better. If it's proven, we've implemented it before, that's great, as opposed to everything being custom. Also, we have to understand the practices. It's not just about the technology. We have to understand the players, the skills, the people involved. So it cannot be just about technology. It's got to be all of that. PTC has this that they call side A, side B map. The business objectives mapped to the technology. What do you see here? Once again, benchmark. What's the current state? We have to understand that. And yesterday you saw the Infor example. And once again, incredible pattern recognition here. What are the target outcomes? What are the performance metrics? What are the practices involved? Lots of pattern recognition. So we've been looking at this for a while, and we have a construct that we call an outcome chain, which brings, all these thoughts together in a framework. And our outcome chain basically starts with 2 bookends. At the top, what is the target business outcome the customer is trying to achieve? And at the bottom of the chain is, okay, what organizational capabilities are going to be required for this customer to get that outcome? And for those of you who haven't seen this construct, when we talk about organizational capabilities, we're just saying, hey, it's a way to talk about all the processes and technology and the metrics and the people you're going to need to get that outcome or address that challenge. As JB mentioned yesterday, we have an inventory for service businesses of over 340 specific organizational capabilities. Most of those, 150 to 200 of them, are emerging. This speaks to, once again, the transition we're going through in our business models. But let me give you an example of organizational capabilities just to land the model here. So it's a way to ask yourself, can I do this or not? Can I run a half marathon, yes or no? And so here's examples of organizational capabilities you're probably going to need if you're going to get into outcome engineering. Have you ever done outcome-based pricing models? Yes or no? Eventually, you're going to have to figure that out. Do you have consumption dashboards in place so you can monitor what customers are actually doing and how they're using their technology? Yes or no? Do you have a closed loop between service activity and product development? Our customer is struggling using this feature or using this capability. I've got to get a prioritized change into R&D. Do you have that process, that capability? And finally, have you ever developed adoption playbooks to help customers better adopt your technology? These are just 4 examples of the types of capabilities you're going to need to drive outcome engineering. Does this make sense, the model? Good? So, those are the bookends, but let's fill in the stepping stones in between. Customer has a target business outcome. You need to clearly define, okay, what's the financial impact? How big? How are we going to measure that? We have to agree to that. Next, what are the KPIs that predict we're going to get that financial impact? And the example of that, this comes from the field service discipline. Val builds these driver trees, but we do this in all the disciplines. So a common question in field services is, how do I improve gross margin in field services? Well, Val looks at what are the operating KPIs that are going to predict that. He works backwards. So you can go all the way back to mean time repair. Is mean time repair going in the right direction? Is it on target for the industry? If it's not, it's going to drag down cost per incident. It's going to impact field margin. So this is how we connect KPIs to financial impact. It should be data-driven. The next question is, okay, so I need to move those KPIs and improve them. What are the business practices that actually improve those KPIs? And this also, ideally, should be a data-driven conversation. This is something we do with the benchmark data all the time. This comes again from field services. If the question is the KPI is attrition rate, one of the practices is span of control for field service managers. And you're looking for the break point there, right? At what point do you have too many people reporting to one manager and attrition starts to get high? An example of linking a KPI to a practice. Another example, this is from managed services. If what you're trying to do is drive bookings or revenue, the practice of having a dedicated salesperson who understands managed services in place, there's high correlation there, right? It drives, you get that KPI to move. But the point is, this should be a data-driven linkage wherever possible. So now you're understanding what practices really improve those KPIs. The next step, and this should really be in your sweet spot, what technology really improves those practices, right? Why did we create our technology in the first place, right? And finally, what roles are going to be required to run these practices and run this technology to improve the KPIs, to get the financial outcome? So that's the framework, right? It builds the stepping stones of how my customer wants to achieve this. Here's all the things I need to understand. Everybody good with that? Make sense? Now, the next question. Am I working on the right outcomes? I have this framework, but am I working on the right outcomes? And what we're seeing in the industry is that technology companies have a tendency to want to start at the top here. And I think we've all probably sat in the meeting with our salesperson, with the customer, and it goes something like this. Hey, customer, I want to be your trusted advisor. What keeps you up at night? Help me help you, right? We've all been there, right? That's the natural place that you want to start. But our observation is this is risky. This is risky. Why? Well, you may not have the deep vertical expertise to kind of go wherever that conversation goes. Your customer may start talking about outcomes that you're like, I have nothing to do with that, right? Or maybe you think, I kind of think I can help, but I'm not sure. So if you go in there, blank piece of paper, and you start talking about business outcomes, you don't know what your customer is going to ask you to build. You might walk out of that meeting going, oh man, what are we going to do with this? So what's the tactic? Our recommendation is start with your strength. Start asking yourself, what technology features are key? What capabilities do we have technically that we think really is a game changer for helping people save time, save money, etc.? Let's start there. And ideally, you're focusing on features where you do have differentiation. Then connect your technology to the operating KPIs. When people use our technology effectively, these KPIs get better. And then ask yourself, what practices do my customer have to have in place to really move those KPIs? And so start in the middle, if you will. Start with a truncated outcome chain. Starting with your strength, going from there to the KPIs, and going then to the practices. And start to test those. From there, you can build out. And by the way, this motion of attaching technology to practices is something that we've been doing for quite a while in ITIL. What is ITIL? It's an inventory of practices that we tell customers, you need to have this in place if you want this technology to stay up and running, right? So I think we understand how to link technology to specific practices. So once you've done that, you can start to build out. So you do these first 3 steps, then you might start asking, well, what roles should my customer have in place, right, to run these practices? Maybe I can start summarizing that in terms of capabilities for my customer. Hey, when I see customers improve these KPIs, I can start measuring the financial impact that they're getting. So you build the chain from the center out. Now, I think you're in a position to go into the customer and say, I want to talk about outcomes. And I want to talk about outcomes that I have some confidence that I can actually achieve with you. So that's the approach we would recommend to make sure you're working on the right outcomes with customers. But what about the right customers? And this also is something that is paralyzing many companies in this conversation. Why? Because you're afraid the customer doesn't do what they need to do. I've been in this conversation 100 times with members, and they say, yeah, you guys keep talking about outcomes, but you realize it's not just about my technology. There's all this other stuff people have to do, and if they don't do it, then we're never going to get the outcome, and that's not my fault. So how do we solve this? When I talk to people, our intuition is to solve this in a contract, right? I want to write a contract that makes sure that my customer does everything they need to do and I minimize my risk. That's how we're going to solve this problem. So I've been looking at this, and if you look in the industry, there are 2 types of contracts in our industry we're very familiar with when it comes to implementing running technology. The first type of contract, most OEMs, you have contracts with your customers around SLAs, right? Uptime, throughput, all that type of stuff about how the technology is performing. And the other type of contract we have out there is a type of contract that large system integrators do when they're doing these large, complex implementation integration projects. And when you look at those contracts, there's lots of detail. Lots of things explaining what the customer has to do, the environment, the types of people that have to be available, on and on and on, right? You've seen those contracts. But when you look at the spirit of those contracts, right, The SLA contracts are really about saying, hey, if that technology falls down, it wasn't my fault, right? I did what I was supposed to do. And the SI contracts are really about, hey, man, if this project goes off the tracks here, not my fault. And they say what, 50% of all IT projects fail, right? Isn't that the stat? But it is not very often that you see the name of somebody like Accenture in the paper getting sued. Why? Because they are very good at basically having all this documentation to say, look, it's in the contract, you didn't do this, I did my part, this is your fault. But is that really, either one of those, is that really going to solve what we're trying to partner with a customer over time to make sure they get outcomes. So I don't think either one of these contracts solve that problem. And I've been talking to people like Riaz and others who have been doing value engineering for a while, and I have come to this conclusion. And that is that we are not going to solve this problem through contracts. So this is another law's law. If you think you're going to work with legal, we're going to come up with a 100-page contract that makes sure our customer behaves, I think that is a fool's errand. So what do we do? How are we going to solve this problem? This is an article from Forbes. I debated leaving that image in. 6 reasons to fire a client from this Forbes article. Number 1, they make unreasonable demands. Number 2, they want everything for nothing. Number 3, they're slow to pay. Number 4, they don't listen to you. Number 5, they don't respond. You're asking them to do something, they don't respond. And number 6, in general, they show lack of respect for you. And so the Forbes article argues, if this is your customer, your client, you probably need to walk away from that relationship. It's not going to be profitable for you. And this brings to the table a tactic of really customer profile. Instead of trying to write a 100-page contract, to make sure you get outcomes with the customer, I think the right tactic is making sure you're working with the right customer. And so I'm going to give you 4 attributes that I would submit should be in place before you ever try to work on outcomes with a specific customer. First attribute, they need to view you as a strategic supplier. If you think you're going to be in an business outcome conversation and you're selling to mid-level IT and procurement, I don't think so. Wrong customer. Number 2, they need historically to have shown that they will listen to what you have to say. Hey, your technology keeps falling down because you're not doing this. Oh, okay, great. They've demonstrated that. 3, they have reasonable project management and governance in place. If that's not there, no way you're going to get business outcomes. And last but not least, you have to be able to work with them and have the ability to benchmark their current performance. If you're talking to a customer and you say, well, I need to understand certain KPIs and how you're doing, and they say, no, I can't show you that data. No way. You're not going to get an outcome conversation. Or if you ask to benchmark and they say, oh man, I wish I could give you that data, but I have no idea. You're not going to get outcomes with that customer. So this is a starting point, and you can add to this. But I would submit, if these 4 things are not true with a customer, wrong customer. So that's the tactic to make sure you're working with the right customer. Now, what about the right tools? JB already did a demo on this on Monday, but the concept here is really, how do you use software to scale your ability to do outcomes with customers? And just playing back our experience at TSIA, so we have this list, this inventory of all these service business challenges, hundreds of them. People, contact us, hey, I've got this problem. Here's a classic one from PS that we were talking about. And so historically, if we wanted to help a member with that, there's lots of different things we could do. We could send you the research, we can benchmark you, we can do an inquiry call, et cetera, et cetera. But using software, right, absolutely creates a new way to scale that ability, because we can put everything in one place. We can walk through and say, hey, you want to get that? Here's the critical operating KPIs. Here are the top practices we've identified to help address that challenge. Here's the roles you have to have in place. Here's the technology stack that needs to be there. You know, if you don't have some of these technology tools, you're not going to get that outcome, right? And here's these organizational capabilities. And hang it all together and then put our content in context. Oh, you want to understand revenue per head? Here's that data. You want to understand project margins? This is what good looks like. We can go down to KPIs like discounts. We can jump down to the roles and say, well, this is what we mean when we talk about a delivery manager. You may call it something different. But it's all right there in one place. Now, why is this so important, you know, from day one when you're thinking about outcome engineering to think about the tools you're going to use? Because, and these are, you know, just a comment, we have some experience with this, and I'll tell you some lessons learned here in a minute, of building these different chains and starting to use them in inquiry and use them in outcome sprints. But why? Why is software so important? Because the concept here is software eats services. As much as I love hiring smart, you know, really personable, well-dressed researchers, that's great. But if we're really going to scale this capability across all these members, we can't do it with labor. If we want to help you get your outcomes, we've got to start applying software. So that's the concept of right tools. So let me comment on some of the industry lessons learned. There's two companies you're hearing from this week, Infor yesterday, SAP today, and I just want to play to you some of the lessons that I've seen them learn as they've been on this journey with, you know, sort of the TSIA lens on it. And we're going to start with SAP. So SAP has been doing value engineering for many years in a consultative motion. And more recently, they've started to do outcome activities, outcome engineering, if you will, targeted outcomes through Premier Support, right? So two different motions. So one of the things that SAP has done is they've brought the professional service and the support service organizations closer together. And the concept here, this is not SAP's organizational chart. This is an organizational chart that I had in a paper a couple years ago about outcome-based service organizations. The tactic here is really around portfolio rationalization. What we're seeing in the industry is this blurring of professional service offers to premium support offers to managed service offers, and they're starting to look the same, and you have different groups doing the same thing. Our strong recommendation here is to bring the ownership of how you're defining the portfolio together in one group so that you're rationalizing that and you're not confusing your customers. And I think SAP has seen, you know, the wisdom that it helps you when you start this journey. Second lesson, am I working with the right customer? So they have this concept of customer readiness. This is their version of, you know, having the customer profile. They're testing for lots of things. Does the customer have the right updated technology in place, right? Have they proven they've got the governance, you know, et cetera, et cetera? I'm not going to try to start talking about outcomes with customers unless I'm sure they're ready. Great lesson. Third lesson, they quickly learned, once again, if you're going to talk about outcomes, you got to zero in on operating KPIs. And so they've built this database, right, of KPIs that has real performance data. And they're able to benchmark the customer against that. Hey, we're going to work on this outcome. That's great. We got to look at these KPIs because you're never going to get there unless these KPIs improve. This lesson I love. So Jens is telling me that historically, if you were an SAP customer and you had a lot of their software installed, you used to get notification of updates for your software. And I don't know if it was, you know, monthly, quarterly, whatever. But it was like receiving a telephone book, right? Here's all the updates available to you as a customer. And what are you going to do with that? It's overwhelming. You don't know where to start. But now, if they're in an outcome discussion with the customer, targeted outcomes, right? They can prioritize with the customer and say, look, so you're working on this outcome, we're working together on this outcome, here are the top updates you need to put in. It's the opposite of the complexity avalanche. Another lesson, aligning capabilities with outcomes. So I think a lot of you are in conversations, you're doing a renewal, let's say on your support or premium support contracts, and what's the customer saying? Do I really need that? Do I really need that? Why am I paying for that? So what SAP has learned is, hey, if we are in an outcome conversation with the customer and we're putting support features on the table, we can connect that. We say, customer, you don't want to take that feature away in this support contract. Why? Because it enables this outcome. So connecting outcomes to your capabilities, incredibly powerful. And the final lesson here from SAP, which I love, is enabling the CIO. So as we've talked about at the conference here, a lot of IT decisions and spending is starting to move away from IT and into these business units. But for a lot of us, let's face it, the CIO is still our most strategic buyer for us. That's where our key relationship is. And so if you can start an outcome relationship or discussion with the CIO can take that to the C-suite and be a more strategic player in that discussion. Say, hey, I'm working with SAP over here. We've identified some business outcomes we think we can go after. Let's invest here. But it's a different conversation instead of the CIO, focused on cost. So I think 6 great lessons from SAP as they've been on this journey. Now let's look at Infor, who you heard from yesterday. And some of this, I just want to highlight some of the things that were put on the table. So they started value engineering, incubated that as a separate capability, separate from services, separate from the product group. And they started it as an investment, right, for their largest customers where they felt that they could get a big bang for the buck. And then as they got a little bit better at it, they started to charge. They had a consulting capability. But as Riaz said yesterday, both of those capabilities very hard to scale. But the 6 lessons along their journey. Number 1, and you talked about this yesterday, you have to be vertical. You cannot be a blunt instrument when you're talking about outcomes. So if you're talking about sales per hour, that's different for an auto dealer or a retail shop. You have to understand that, or you can't be in the conversation. Number 2, working with the right customer. So what's their tactic there? Riaz is telling me, he says, look, if we want to get into, especially if we're investing resources to get outcomes, if we're only talking to IT before we really invest in a big way, we need to see the business owner. Who's going to get fired if the revenues don't increase, if the costs don't? I mean, who owns that from a GM perspective? They've got to be at the table or we don't invest. That's their tactic. Connecting the KPIs. So they did a lot of work connecting KPIs to financial impact. And the most interesting part of that story that Riaz told me is he said, look, we go into these customers and they say, well, we want to get these financial improvements. Okay, great. So we're working on these KPIs. And Infor would say, oh, that's interesting because you should be working on these KPIs. This is where the correlation is. How powerful is that conversation? So they had to actually break the myths that existed within some companies. Be focused. Once again, this is the opposite of the, help me help you, I'm your trusted partner, what do you want to achieve, blank piece of paper. Infor is not going in with a blank piece of paper. They're going in, they're listening to the customer, what they're trying to achieve, but they already know where they can connect their technology and where they can move the needle. If they can't, that's not the right opportunity. Software eats services. Riaz talked about this yesterday, building value engineering apps so people can self-serve, so partners can self-serve. That's got to be a key component of the strategy if you're going to scale outcome engineering. And finally, let's talk about pricing. I said I'd say something about outcome-based pricing, and I love this lesson. So what happens, Riaz was telling me that we go in, this outcome relationship, and we tell the customer, here's the project cost, but the technology and the services, but we believe here is the outcome. We're pretty confident that we can achieve this financial outcome. And what's the customer say? Hey, that's great. I don't know if you really get me there, but I don't want to pay that price. That price is too high for your services and your technology. So Infor says, okay, hey, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We're going to have a startup fee here, much lower, just to get us going. I want to make sure you're committed, some skin in the game. And then when we get the outcome, I'll take a percentage of that. 30, 40, maybe you split it 50-50, whatever. And that's fine with me. Now the customer looks at that and they go, well, wait a minute, right? That first box and that last box. if they really help me get this outcome, I'm going to be paying a lot more for this project. So what does the customer do? They go back to the original pricing, and they don't push on discounting. I've heard that story again and again and again. So I know a lot of us are twisted around outcome-based pricing and how we're actually going to do this and how do you measure it and do we really get paid. But I'm telling you, just having the ability to put the conversation on the table, draw the value line, fundamentally changes the pricing conversation. And we have been learning lessons as we have been working, to build outcome chains. And I just wanted, this is more rubber meets the road as you start to work, on the actual outcomes and the actual outcome chains. There's no doubt when you go down this path, your subject matter experts become the bottleneck. In our case, it's our researchers. In your case, it's the people in your company that know, oh yeah, I know how our technology connects to certain KPIs. I know what practices are required. You look at any company and you really try to get those experts, it's usually a small group. So it's all about how you make it easy for them to get what's in their head and get it into documented outcome chains. So how do you do that? We developed a 3-step process. And the first step is to simply ask the subject matter expert to just write the boxes on the chain the first time. Let's work on it, just put the boxes there. What's the key technology? What are the key practices? What KPIs do you think we're moving? And sometimes you can do this really almost in an interview process. Just have somebody talk to them and help tease it out. That's step one. Then once you have the scaffolding of the chain, then you ask the subject matter expert, hey, where's the best content that helps describe these KPIs or that technology, and you have them attach the relevant content. And then you take that chain and you give it to somebody else. You give it to a group of people that are focused on productizing the chain, right? All the grunt work that's going to be required to make sure you got the right connections and you could really use it with a customer. And what we also find very quickly is anybody who works in knowledge management would tells us the no-brainer, but content creation becomes key. Because when you start building these chains, man, assets start getting attached, there's all kind of information stuff. But the key lesson here is how do I scale the time of the subject matter experts? Because if you think you're just going to have people build outcome chains in their spare time, all on their own with no support, we found that is a pretty difficult path. You got to think about how you're going to maximize, leverage your SMEs. Another observation here, we get this question a lot. Where should outcome engineering live? Who's supposed to be working on this? Is this a PS thing? Is this, it's SAP, they've got premium support people doing it? I mean, is it just a sales thing? JB talked about this a little bit yesterday, but we have this concept, or yesterday, the day before, time flies in Vegas, on the outcome engineering COE. And what we would recommend if you're just starting this journey, instead of having some salespeople start to do it for free on their own and just I would think in terms of the long term. What are we really trying to accomplish here? Establish an outcome engineering COE. I don't care if it lives in sales or services, I really don't. But here's the charter. They are responsible for, if we're going to talk to customers and sell outcomes, we do it with resources from the COE. When we get ready to deliver outcomes, right, whether we're investing for free or we're billing for this, comes from this COE. But last and most importantly, this COE is chartered on how you're going to scale outcome engineering. From day one, they are thinking about software and how they're going to really be able to do outcomes, smaller customers, through partners, et cetera. That's their charter. And so if you think about this journey, right, what are we talking about? We're talking about how do I really become a level 4 supplier? I can hang my hat on outcome discussions with my customers, right? That's the end game that we talked about in B4B. And really now we can double click into that, and I think that it's a journey. There's a maturity model here. And so let's walk through that. So if you're just starting this journey, you're probably going to be doing outcome engineering activities for free with customers, strategic customers. And what's important there? Do you have a framework for talking about outcomes? And most importantly, are you working with the right customers, right? Your best customers, the ones that really want to partner with you. And so this is what 4.1 looks like as a level 4 supplier. 4.2, you're probably now starting to charge with customers, monetizing the activity, and you're getting an inventory of outcomes. In our world, an inventory of outcome chains that you have a lot of confidence in. I would argue that Infor demonstrated yesterday they hit 4.2, right? They had clear outcomes and inventory that they knew they could go after. The next step in the journey of 4.3 supplier, you're building the right tools. And I would submit that this is where Infor demonstrated that they're, now, 4.3. They're starting to build tools, getting them out there. People can self-serve, partners can be enabled. And 4.4, sort of the end of the game, is you're doing this at scale. Now we're starting to put some meat on the bone here in terms of how you can test where you are in that journey, right? So I know some of you are negative 4.1 right now. That's okay. But when you start the journey, hey, can I get from 4.1 to 4.2? What practices have to be in place? What are key KPIs I could be measuring? What technology has to be there? And I know this is an eye chart, but don't worry, because I put this content in a paper. But this is what I want you to do. I want you to read the paper yourself. But I would encourage you, if you're serious about outcome engineering in this journey, take this paper, and I want you to go over, and I want you to walk it over to your engineering team and say, look, how can we work better to deliver outcomes? So take this paper to engineering. Then take the paper and go over to sales and say, how are we as a company going to collaborate between sales and services to sell outcomes? And then take it into your executive staff and say, how are we going to get on this journey? Because I've had this conversation this week. There is going to be a bifurcation here in terms of the business models in this room. If you think about the slides that I was showing you earlier, if you can't get to that level 3, level 4 kind of conversation, you are going to have a highly commoditized offer, period. So the choice, the discussion should be, do we want to get on this journey and keep revenue and, more importantly, margin in our business models or not? That is the fork in the road that every company in this room faces. So I think that there should be a feeling of a sense of urgency. And so I encourage you to march that paper throughout the organization. So what did I put on the table here today? Right? The right framework. Framework, you can take ours, you can build off it, you can create your own, but I think there's a good construct there you can use to start discussing outcomes within your companies. And then this tactic of making sure you're working on the right outcomes. Please don't go into the customer with a blank piece of paper. Too risky. Working with the right customers. How do you assess customer readiness and the customer profile? This is not about contracts. It's about making sure it's the right customer. And then from day one, when you start this journey, be thinking about scale. Be thinking about software. And then last but not least, a maturity model to understand where you are in the journey, and you can test on that. So I think we've double-clicked into what it means to be a level 4 provider and what it means to do outcome engineering. And my objective today in this keynote, instead of everybody sort of flying at that 30,000-foot view and saying, oh, great ideas, I'd love to do that, I need you to jump out of the plane. I need you to jump out of the plane, but I think today I have provided a paradigm.
Hey, it's Mark Podolsky, the Land Geek, with your favorite niche real estate website, thelandgeek.com. And the team is off for July, but because I was traveling in Southeast Asia, I'm not taking July off. I already took my June off. So it is a total pleasure for me to interview one-on-one. I don't know if anyone else is going to jump on. They might. With Michelle Bridger, whom started her journey in land investing. And these are always my favorite podcasts, is we get to hear a case study about someone who's just a little farther ahead in their land business than you and how they have proceeded and what their journey was like. So Michelle Bridger, welcome. How are you?
Mark, I'm wonderful. I'm so happy to be here. It's an honor and a pleasure.
The honor and pleasure is all mine, as it will be for the listeners. But let's just rewind the tape, Michelle, and let us know, what were you doing before land investing, and how did you find me? And then how did you start your journey?
Okay, great. So I've owned my own business for 9 years, and it's an advertising agency. I had been praying for a while that I would find an additional business that had passive income, that was a good plan B, that would be additional revenue, something if something really went wrong with the first business, I would have this great backup. It would also then lead me into retirement years so that I had ongoing income. So this was my dream about what I was looking for. And in December 2020, two things happened. One, there was huge disruption in my industry, a tech issue that really affected us, not my business, but much broader in scope. Anyone that was doing a similar type of business, it was, oh my gosh. And that was, again, a real wake-up call about the instability. And my clients are great. They come, they stay for a long time, but when they leave, the income stops. And so the other thing that happened was I had a great vacation planned, and last minute that got canceled. But my team knew that I was off. I was already off. I'm like, this is my week. I'm going to figure this out. In my mind, I had all these like, well, what about this? And what about this kind of business? And would this be viable? And I just said, nope, this is my week. I am going to figure it out and walk away at the end of this week with a plan. And I'm going to enact that plan. So it was going to be a busy, but it was a very productive week. And I really dug deep. I researched all these different ideas that I had about, well, what about this? What about that? And during that week, I came across this podcast and listened diligently. During that podcast was someone giving their testimonial. They had been doing the business part-time in addition to their corporate job, and they had built the land business up through 2 years. And then he wanted to retire his third year. And so he looked at his numbers and he said, if I just do more of this mailing, then I can see that it's going to do this to the business. And I want to finish at the end of year 3 at 25,000. And I got it. I saw that, he knew his numbers, that it was a numbers-based business. I get it. My other business is data run. And so I'm like, if you can do it, I can do it. Because then at that $25,000 mark, when his first child was born, he would retire from his corporate job. So that made sense to me. And then I listened to Dirt Rich, your book, Mark, and I got it. Like it's not a complex business. It's just the same thing with systems. And it made sense to me. And then I had a sales call with your team and thoroughly looked at the business and prayed like crazy. And I was all in. December 31st, I was all in, and started January 13th in flight school. And I've been all in all the time. Now it's been part-time in addition to the long hours that I put in with my other business. Then I've been doing this business, but I'm super happy with the results.
Okay, so when you started flight school, you've got this full-time business you're running.
Yes.
How did you feel? I mean, how was your energy level? Because a lot of people ask us like, hey, I've got this going on. I've got a big life. Will I have actually enough time to do this business alongside with either my high-stress corporate job or my full-time business? How was that for you?
So I knew that I was very motivated to make it work. I decided to do flight school rather than the do-it-yourself toolkit just on my own time, because I knew that I needed the accountability and I needed the hand-holding to be able to walk me through the process. Or I would still be saying, oh, I really still want to do that land business. Now, that motivation caused me to just make time. And so I'm an early riser anyway, 5 a.m. every morning on the nose. But that time now I set aside so I set aside an hour I'm going to make sure that my team has what they need, or I'm doing the most important thing during that hour. And then I work in the middle of the day. I'm doing X at the end of the day. I'm spending a couple hours on it. So it was long hours, no doubt, but I am happy with the results, and I made it work because I'm still making it work because I still run both businesses. I'm still making it work just simply because I want to. I'm passionate about building the land business and have made the time for it.
Now, what were your results in flight school?
In flight school itself, I kind of think I wasn't ready for that question, Mark. Like in terms of, I was buying property. I was selling property. So by February, we'd already been, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks, but we're required to buy a property. So I bought a property and I sold that one. I also, during those 16 weeks, I also was buying and selling other properties. So as to how much, I don't remember how many I bought and sold, but I was actively buying and I was actively selling. I had property on terms. I don't think I sold any for cash during that time, but I was on the move. I was doing it.
You're executing. And so why
Yes.
did you join the one-on-one coaching program? What convinced you, do you think?
So the one-on-one coaching program, again, I don't want to stagnate in the business. The business is too good that I don't want to stagnate. And there's so much that I still don't know. Flight school to me was amazing, and there's so much more to learn. So there was flight school, and then I took about 3 months off so that I could, I just took about 3 months, not off of the business, but off of the training so that I could get certain pieces in place and then be ready for one-on-one coaching. But I wanted that accountability. I wanted the personal look at my business. I wanted the community. I wanted to know what I don't even know what I don't know, being so new in real estate. I'd never done real estate before, never done this. So I'm, been really, really happy with all the coaching, all the training. It's been just what I needed.
So what do you love most about the business? And what was the first thing you wanted to outsource? You're like, I can't wait to get this off my plate.
Okay, good question. So I already know to delegate. So before I ever started flight school, I had hired virtual assistants. So because I knew I would need them, and I knew that I absolutely could not do this business on my own. You really can't. Like there's just so many steps that you have to outsource it. So what did I knew right away, like the list, the pulling the list, scrubbing the list, looking at comps. So I oversee that, but then the detailed work, like especially the scrubbing the list and things like that, that I outsourced right away. Creating the agreements, the contracts, the deeds, the using LG Pass, that was outsourced right away. Then it was probably 9 months in that I had brought on an intake manager to manage when we buy property. So again, I still oversee that process. I know what's going on, but she's handling the details of that, of reaching out to the sellers, etc. I actually love working with the people who are buying. I think that's really fun, but it's also getting tiresome. So soon that will be off my plate as well. I hate the very detailed work. I love working with the people who are buying the land, but I also know that it's time to let that go.
Okay. And then as far as from the very beginning of flight school to now, which you're almost at the end of coaching, how many hours a week are you working in your business?
I would say I'm working about 15 hours per week in my business, in my land business.
So about 2 to 3 hours a day?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
And it's common that I'll put in about a half a Saturday in as well. And Saturdays are for systems. S is for systems. So my Saturdays, if I'm going to be working any part of it, it's about how are my systems, what needs to be a new system, what system needs refined, what holes did we find in the systems this week, what needs fixed. So high level stuff.
Okay. And is most of your time now on selling, or what's left for you to do in your business?
What's left for me to do? It's more and more marketing. It's refining the marketing process. So I have people who are posting ads. I have people, I have a copywriter, bringing on another copywriter. So it's doing more. I would say it's doing more better and constantly looking at how we can do more marketing better. Right now I have 27 properties in inventory, which is a good number for me right now. And so we have plenty of land to sell, but it has been selling really fast. And so gotta, keep bringing in more. We sold a property today. So it's just buy land, sell land, buy land, sell land. Very simple and very systematizable.
Yeah, I love it. So I know, like in Grill the Geeks at boot camp, everyone asks the same question. How much do you spend a month on your team and tools?
That's a number that I should know, Mark. So you gotta warn me on these tough questions.
Would it be 1,000 a month? 1,500 a month?
It would be. Let me give me just a second to think about that. I would say it's 1,700 per month would be a guess. And
Okay.
That's a great question. I have a bookkeeper, but I haven't looked at that in a while. So that would be a good question, but I bet it's around 1,700 per month.
Okay, let's talk about some fun numbers.
Let's do.
So what have you been able to accomplish since you've started the business?
So look up here because I have my little numbers.
Okay.
So my business is based on retail, but I have sold 5 properties for wholesale. I've sold 21 properties for cash, which was $162,000 in cash. I have 47 properties under contract. And this is the fun number. It's right now, currently, I have $8,125 per month coming in passive income.
Okay, so 8,125 a month in passive income.
Yes.
So let's just do some math. So that's, if we multiply that by 12, that's 97,500 a year in passive income, just mailbox money. And how does that make a difference in your life?
It's just so cool when you see money, you did the work once and now it keeps coming in. So I'm just so pleased with that because I see that this business, it works, but I knew that before I ever started, that I can continue to scale it, that I have the skills right now and the knowledge base to continue to grow that more and more and more, and to carry me into retirement as a solid base for that. And then I'm just eager to know how to do more better. So to learn more and to keep growing it. So it's a wonderful number because, I don't know another business that's as clear and I don't know of another business where you can bring in a 6-figure income in less than 18 months. That's a sweet deal.
I don't either. Everyone starves their first year in real estate. This is the only niche I know where you can ramp up really quickly.
Yeah, in passive income. So 6 figures in passive income per year. within and growing it with that in 18 months is just, I'm happy.
I love
You have
it.
a great training system, Mark.
Thank you. Do you know what's an interesting number about that? Is that if you went to the bank and said, okay, I'm going to deposit this much money in the bank to earn an aggressive 2% interest per year, you would to generate the passive income that you're generating right now, you'd have to deposit $4.875 million.
Wow.
And so would it take you longer than 18 months to save up that kind of money?
Oh, yeah, you better believe it.
That's insane.
Oh, longer. Yeah, isn't that fun?
It
Yeah.
is so amazing. So if you're listening to this, so for someone listening to this, what would be your advice to them if they're just getting started and if they want to replicate the results that you've been able to do in the last 18 months?
I think the reason why I've been successful at this is because I've been all in. So having been in business, or I don't know that that's the key, but I could see that this was a simple business and that it's what you were doing was you had a business that model that was simple, and it was you taught the systems, like that's so big in what you guys do. And the product happens to be land. That all made sense to me. And so it's what I could see was that all of this made sense, that it worked for you, it worked for so many others, that it's a great product, which I love land anyway. And so I've just been all in. Like I haven't done it perfectly. I still have some systems to put in place and more people to plug in, but I get it. And I've just been all in from the start to make this work. And I would just say, if you're considering it, just do it. Just be all in. The training is amazing. Do flight school. Don't just dip your toe in the water. It's not a business to me that if you just dip your toe in the water and just see, well, can I buy one property? Can I make it work? Well, I don't know. It really is best because of the cost of the software, because of the cost of having a team, because of seeing your results and getting traction and going. It really, to me, has made all the difference to be all in.
I think that's almost the blueprint for success in life, in any aspect of life. If you're just dipping your toe in the water with your relationship or your job or a hobby, and you're not fully committed to really being the best version of yourself in that area of life, you won't get the results you want. I think that combination of commitment, we talk about burning the ships, and grit is so important to success in any endeavor in life. So before we get to the tip of the week, I do want to ask you about your grit, because it can't all be butterflies and rainbows in the land business. Tell us a story about a time where things didn't go well and you had to pick yourself up and how that went.
Grit. So in hiring, I don't know if this is a great story, Mark, but I would say that I've just grit, just do it. But I spent time to create a job description for someone who was going to be the marketing manager. She sounded really good. I thought that I had the systems in place to train her and explain it to her. But she, like, apparently either she wasn't a fit and she didn't get the systems, but she felt like she didn't have enough training. And so she just quit on me. And I was like, she had sounded really good. So I don't know whether it was truly, my systems could have been better. They really could have. I expected her to know more coming in than I should have. My system should have been better. But I was so busy and I was really sorry to lose her. and I cried, and then I moved on. It was a Friday afternoon. I met with her. She said goodbye. And she had only been with me for like 10 days, but her communication was poor, but my systems were poor. And so it just simply wasn't a match, but it just was like, oh, darn. And but after a good cry, I picked myself back up, and Monday I was back at it again. And now I have a great two great people in my marketing team, and they're well trained. They're just singing along. I'm super happy with them. One of them gets a bonus every time we sell a property, and that's super motivating for her. And so I'm happy with how things are in marketing right now, but that just took grit. Just create better systems, move on, put the right people in place, and next.
Wow, it's so inspiring. Okay, last question before tip of the week, because I forgot to ask this. What's your favorite deal that you've done?
Favorite deal. It's just like how fast land can move. So property was just closing. I had bought it for $2,700. It was 5 acres for $2,700. And just before, like, he just closed it. And then I just, like, within that same day, I had it sold. So it wasn't like I resold it for cash for $7,500, but that was sweet. Like, that's a lot of money. That's to make instantaneously, like, sells it same day. But the fact that you can just move things so fast, and the pace of this business, I just love that. I just love, it's just fun. I just have a lot of fun with it. Like, let's see how fast we can sell this puppy. So it's fun.
Yeah. And we don't talk about the joy of it enough, because, so many people want to solve a money problem and their time problem. And in that process, they're only looking out at the horizon of, like, accomplishing their goal. But there's so much joy in between during that journey. As you get more confident, as you start putting your systems in place, there's all these little wins, and the business can be so joyful if you just look at, where you started and how far you've come. Don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. I do. And the people will ask me, like, are you holding them for an investment? Nope. I don't have any property right now that I would not sell. And so we're moving them really fast. Like, we're selling a lot. It's just been a great quarter, and it's not slowing down. And so just buy property. How quickly can we sell it? That is just fun. It's a lot of fun.
I love it. All right. Well, Michelle Bridger, we're at that point now in the podcast where I'm going to put you on the spot one more time and ask you for your tip of the week, a website, a resource, a book, something else actionable for the Art of Passive Income listeners to go improve their businesses, improve their lives. But before you do that, I have to give a shout out to our sponsor, which is Flight School. All I'm going to say is, if you want to replicate the results of Michelle Bridger, go into Flight School. Schedule a call with the team. Just go to thelandgeek.com/training. Oh, and by the way, that Flight School tuition ain't going to cost you nothing. Guaranteed you're going to make it back 180 days or less. So you got nothing to lose. Just show us your work. thelandgeek.com/training. Michelle Bridger, what is your tip of the week?
So my resource is a book called Tapping into Wealth. This is by Margaret M. Lynch. It teaches a technique called emotional freedom technique. It's also called tapping. So many people teach this technique, but this is a great book. I recommend the technique, and I recommend this book, Tapping into Wealth. So it's how emotional freedom techniques can help you clear the path to making more money. So it's a simple, scientifically validated process that clears inner blocks and limiting beliefs that keep you stuck. So give it a try.
I remember reading this book about the tapping technique years ago, and for whatever reason, I didn't have the self-discipline to keep up with it. But I do remember, just for my own experiment, doing it. And I do remember feeling better. And
Yes.
for whatever reason, because I have like self-development ADD, I went into something else, probably like meditation. I don't even know. But now that you have that book, I am going to buy the book, and then I'm going to see you in San Antonio at boot camp.
You bet. I'll be there.
August 12th through the 14th.
Yep.
So for those of you listening, come to boot camp, August 12th to 14th. Go to landgeek.com/boot camp, and let's start our own tapping group and see what the results are. So after you listen to this podcast, get the book. Let's all tap together and just compare notes at boot camp and see what amazing stories we can just, compare notes and see. My tip of the week is learn more about Michelle Bridger and her land business. All you have to do is go to bridgerlandcompany.com, bridgerlandcompany.com. Michelle Bridger, this has been so inspirational, so motivating, and what a treat for myself, the team, the listeners. You are just a land gem and such a valuable member of our community. I cannot thank you enough. I hope you feel the gratitude.
Thank you. Such an honor, Mark. I really appreciate all your training and all that you do. And it was just wonderful to be here.
Well, thank you. If you're listening and you got value out of this podcast and hearing Michelle's journey, do us 3 little favors. Follow, rate, review the podcast. Send us a screenshot of your review. support@thelandgeek.com. I'm going to send you for free a signed copy of Dirt Rich. So please do it. Michelle, are you ready to do this?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Let's freedom ring.
Ring.
All right. Thanks, Michelle. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks for listening to the Art of Passive Income podcast. Are you ready to learn how you can start building a passive income without renters, rehabs, renovations, or rodents? Schedule a free consultation at thelandgeek.com/.
This episode was pre-recorded as part of a live continuing education webinar. On-demand CEUs are still available for this presentation through All CEUs. Register at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. I'd like to welcome everybody to today's class, 50 Mindful Steps to Self-Esteem. The book was written by Janetti Marotta, and obviously I am just presenting information found in the book. What we're going to really look at here, we're not going to go through the book in depth, step by step, because obviously if this is something that sounds like it's a really good fit for you, you're going to want to read the book. But I am going to hit the highlights and talk about how self-esteem is developed and how mindfulness activities can really be used to help enhance self-esteem. One of the things in this book that I didn't like as much was the fact that that connection really wasn't made between why are we doing this particular activity and how does it build self-esteem. So that's really going to be my goal throughout this presentation, is to connect the dots for us. We'll explore how physical sensations give clues to what's important and whether you're living in harmony with your values, whether it's your head saying this is good, your gut saying and your heart, and whether that's telling you that it feels like it's something you should do. So we're going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. We'll identify and address thinking errors that may keep you stuck. We'll evaluate how emotions and the heart contribute to the development of self-esteem. And we'll examine how the environment impacts your self-esteem. So with the nature of self-esteem, what is it? How you feel about yourself is in contrast to who you think you should be, is really what we talk about when we're talking about self-esteem. So it's sort of a loosey-goosey concept, if you will. It's not something you're going to find in the DSM. It's just a concept or a construct that we are trying to help people understand more about themselves. The more rejecting you are of yourself, the more distress you experience. So if somebody is constantly telling themselves they're not good enough, or they're stupid, or they're fat, or they're ugly, or they're lazy, well, yeah, they're not going to feel too good about themselves. Imagine how you would feel if somebody was constantly telling you that. So whether the rejection is coming from within your own head or from someone else, it's still creating a negative impact on the self-esteem. And the more rejecting a person is of themselves, they're telling themselves they're not good enough, then they seek other people to tell them they are okay and say, no, honey, you're fine. So it's important that people have their own self-esteem and their own ability to tell themselves, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. In order to develop healthy relationships, you need to feel good about yourself. Self-esteem is basically your relationship with yourself. It's you telling yourself you're okay. It's you being your own best friend. So before you can have a healthy relationship that's based on mutual respect and not just forming relationships to find somebody to validate you, you have to have good self-esteem. In order to develop healthy relationships, you also need to get in touch with yourself and your true values. When you're forming relationships with someone, you don't have to agree on everything. You may only agree on one or two things, but if those one or two things are very salient in your life, then you may end up being fast friends. So understanding what's important to you, because, like attracts like. We're not like magnets. We like to be around people who share similar values and similar interests. And we also need to choose actions that are in harmony with our true self. So if we're doing things that really don't fit our personality, maybe if I think back when I was in college, for a little while I was in a sorority, and that just isn't who I am. I'm not somebody who goes out to parties 4 nights a week. I am not somebody who is exceedingly social all the time. That's just not my temperament. That's not who I am. So choosing actions that are in harmony with myself ended up meaning leaving the sorority. Not because it was a bad thing, it just wasn't for me. But if I should have stayed in that, or if I would have stayed in that situation, then I would have been kind of going against my own internal tendencies, and I would have always been sort of fighting myself. And self-esteem means feeling okay about who you are, the way you are, without having to fight yourself. So where does mindfulness fit in here? Mindfulness teaches people to live in the moment, so they're not stuck in guilt or resentment of the past. Things have happened in the past, and a lot of my clients will, when they present for treatment, whether it's for depression or anxiety or anger or addiction, I can't remember a client, and I'm sure it may have happened at some point or another, but I can't remember a client who's ever gotten to the point of presenting for treatment who had just a rockin' self-esteem. Generally there were some self-esteem issues going on there, whether they had developed over time or whether the person really had never had a strong self-esteem. It didn't really matter. When they were in my office, their self-esteem was pretty low. So helping them focus on the fact that you felt that way back then. That's how you felt, not going to take that away from you. Let's talk about how you're feeling right now. Not being paralyzed by fear of the future. People who have low self-esteem often have a lot of anxiety because they fear rejection, they fear failure, they fear isolation. So anything that changes may cause them to have a lot of high anxiety. So mindfulness helps them learn to put one foot in front of the other, focus on how they're feeling at the moment, and realize that they can tolerate a little bit of ambiguity. They can tolerate forward movement. The cornerstone of mindfulness is acceptance. So when we're teaching people to be mindful, we're teaching them to accept how they feel non-judgmentally. letting it be, not saying I shouldn't feel this way, and being patient with themselves and with the situation. So when we think about self-esteem, again, if we're experiencing a situation, we experience it non-judgmentally. It's just, it is. You went to work, you got your evaluation, it wasn't what you had hoped it was. It is. It doesn't mean you're a bad employee. It doesn't mean that the world is going to come to an end. It is. Letting the feelings of frustration or guilt or resentment or anger or disappointment be. That's just where you are at that point, and not judging yourself harshly, because self-esteem is something that's always evolving. We aren't perfect. Oh my gosh, none of us is perfect. So even if you think of yourself as a relatively intelligent person, occasionally you're going to do some things that are really kind of silly. Are you going to let that negatively impact your self-esteem? Or are you just going to accept that, you know what, sometimes I goof? Hopefully we can get to that point with our clients where they can accept lack of perfection. They can just be non-judgmental about it and see it as it is, and maybe find some positives in it eventually. Mindfulness teaches that when you trust yourself and act with awareness and purpose, you become more self-reliant. When some of my clients are in early recovery, they've spent so much time minimizing, denying, blaming, justifying, rationalizing, that when they start getting honest and doing the next right thing, it's really scary. And they know what they're supposed to do, but their addicted mind says, nah, you really don't want to do that, or that's going to be hard, or you're going to fail. But they trust themselves, and they do the next right thing, the acting with awareness and purpose, because they want to start living that recovery lifestyle. And lo and behold, they realized that they were able to do it. So they increased their sense of self-reliance. And sometimes that'll happen, and whatever they did, they acted with awareness and purpose, and it fell flat. Well, they can realize from that they can also tolerate failure. They don't need somebody else to pick them up. They can exist even if it's imperfect. So let's switch gears a little bit to mindlessness and talk about how that impacts self-esteem. When we ignore or invalidate how we feel, we're telling ourselves that our feelings are not important. Think about how that would make you feel if your significant other or your best friend came up to you and said, you know what, I don't really care how you feel, and went on about their business. It would impact your self-esteem a little bit. It would hurt. It would say, really? You don't care about me enough to pay attention to how I feel. Now, as a therapist, I'm going to say, if your best friend came up and said that to you, that probably means there's something going on with him or her. But when you're saying that to yourself, you got to say, all right, if I'm constantly ignoring and invalidating how I feel, then I'm telling myself I'm wrong or I'm not justified. So moving from that, how can I start paying attention and validating how I feel? One of the things that we talk about in mindfulness is just accepting that you feel the way you feel. It's not good or not bad, but once you acknowledge it, then you can do something about it. Mindlessness also encourages us to fail to integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. How many times, and I think we're all guilty of it, have you had a feeling and you didn't even really notice the feeling? You just went to a drop back behavior to sort of numb it. I'm guilty of stress eating. And occasionally I will, be wandering around in the kitchen and just randomly eating. And my husband will be like, what's wrong? You're stress eating. You need to go out into the garden or do something because you're going to be miserable later. And he knows. After 20 years, he knows. But it's important to be mindful of how you're feeling. So when we talk about mindful eating, for example, we talk about paying attention to why you're eating. Before you eat, say, okay, am I hungry or am I stressed? But mindlessness causes us to just basically stuff our feelings or ignore them. When we're running on autopilot and not making time for things that are important, which is getting us closer to where we want to be, how does that impact our self-esteem? After, a day or two, it's not probably a huge big deal. But at the end of a week or a month, when you look back and go, well, I really wanted to get all this other stuff accomplished that was important to me, but I never found time for it. I just kind of got up, went to work, came home, took a shower, went to bed, repeat. So when we're running on autopilot, we're forgetting the things that are important, that we are assigning meaning to. Another impact of mindlessness on self-esteem is blindly adopting mainstream messages of who we are and what we should be, which may not be in harmony of who we really want to be. If we think back into the 70s, I think it was, when I was little, and they wanted to have everything gender neutral because they didn't want to communicate messages to children about what they should like or what they should play with. Today, there is so much mainstream media between Snapchat and Instagram and Facebook and Google and television, and I could go on and on. We are bombarded by messages telling us what we should wear, what we should look like, what our thoughts should be, what our opinions should be. And if we follow those blindly without checking in and going, is this something that's important to me? And or is this how I really feel about it? We can get caught up and then look back later and not feel so good about some of our choices. We can also adopt mainstream messages that are not achievable or realistic. One of the things that always flabbergasts me is the models that are used in some of the fitness magazines that are stick thin. I mean, the camera adds some weight and they look stick thin in there. I'm like, there is no way she is running 25 miles a day because she's just so thin. She doesn't have the musculature to sort of support that. But if that message is coming from the advertiser, coming from the media saying, you need to look like this. If you are going to be considered fit, you need to have this body type. That may not be achievable or realistic for the majority of people. So what does that do to their self-esteem if they keep trying to achieve that goal and not meeting it? Mindfulness will encourage us to look at how we feel and validate ourselves, telling us it's okay to feel this way. Integrate feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges so we don't act just randomly. We're actually paying attention to what is motivating or supporting our feelings, thoughts, sensations, and urges. And we're adopting messages and values that are consistent with who we want to be. Breathing in the body. Breathing is one of the first techniques in mindfulness that we can teach to just about anybody. And it's can be challenging with certain groups, but depending on how you present it, it can be, a relatively easy activity to do. By developing mindfulness and self-awareness, you can quiet your thoughts. Our constant noise in our head, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, oh, I shouldn't forget this, I need to remember to call that person. It often prohibits us from addressing the underlying issues of any emotional turmoil. There's just constantly chatter. So life becomes focused on just treading water. You're not dealing with any of the underlying issues. You're just trying not to drown in the day-to-day activities. So forward goals are exchanged for just surviving. Then when you look back over, like I said, when you look back over 2 months, 3 months, a year, and you had all these goals that you wanted to accomplish and you accomplished none of them, what happens to the self-esteem? By making contact with the present moment, you can find your strength, learn to grow, and choose how you wish to respond. So what does breathing have to do with all this? Well, the first thing you do when you're born is breathe and then cry. But It's one of our most primal basic instincts. When we breathe slowly, our heart rate slows down. When we breathe rapidly, our heart rate speeds up. When we breathe slowly, not only are we slowing down our heart rate, but we're also sending out the relaxation response to the body, which helps quiet the chatter. One of the activities is just taking a deep, full breath. Abdominal breathing signals the brain to slow down and relax. She calls it the rest and digest. By simply paying attention to your breath, you can often cause it to slow down. If I'm running or right after I finish running, I intentionally pay attention to slowing my breath down. When you go on a diet and you start paying attention and completing a food diary, and you're paying attention to how much you're eating, for most people, they automatically cut down on how much they're eating. When we start paying attention, things kind of slow down. Another activity she has in there is called feeling the loving touch, which is the breath. Life begins and ends with breath. Breathing helps relax the body and move the chi around. And it wasn't really discussed a lot in the book as far as moving chi, but remembering that our energy comes from getting this oxygen throughout our body to the organs, to the muscles, to everything else. As we breathe, when we breathe deeply, it gets more oxygen in there. It helps us relax and helps the oxygen gets to where it needs to be. In order to encourage people to stay in touch with their breathing, a lot of Americans tend to breathe poorly. We breathe shallowly and through our chest because we're stressed. We're clenching our teeth, we're tightening our back muscles, we're just like little stress balls. So if you put visual and auditory breathing reminders around, it will help you stop and take a breath and get that relaxation response periodically throughout the day. I have a activity monitor, and it goes off periodically reminding me that I haven't moved often enough. But I also use that activity reminder to remind me to take a deep breath or 3 before I get up and start moving around, and then I usually take another couple when I'm sitting back down again. That's an auditory reminder for me because I tend to habituate to visual reminders. I'll see it for the first 2 or 3 days, and then I'll just totally not even notice it's there anymore. In and out. Inhale and take in positive affirmations. Exhale and let go of the stress and negativity. Now, this sounds pretty easy to do. When you're working with adolescents or you're working with people with cognitive disabilities, you may need to break it down a little bit less abstractly. Have them list a bunch of different positive affirmations. One of my favorite is Hakuna Matata. So we'll put that up on the board and we'll start listing different positive affirmations. And it's amazing how many of them actually come from Disney movies, but I digress. As people figure out a positive affirmation that they want to hold on to, when they start to get stressed, you want to just remind them to breathe in and tell themselves that. And when they breathe out, feel the stress kind of leaving their body, because stress is a lot of heat and energy. Taking another step further, imagine inhaling a cooling, calming blue air and exhaling the stresses, which could be red, black, or gray. So if somebody is more visual in nature, obviously the second one that talks about the blue versus the red can give them something to really visualize when they're doing this activity. Read the inscription. Pay attention to what your body is trying to tell you. Last year, it's been a little more than a year now, I was having a lot of heart problems, and I would start feeling a tightness in my chest, and it just kind of wouldn't go away. And I ended up naming it Lenny from Of Mice and Men. And Lenny would just sit on my chest, and I couldn't get rid of him. So what was my body trying to tell me at that point in time? Was it a physiological heart issue? Was it stress? Was it panic? What was going on that I needed to read on the inscription to figure it out? Because it was a symptom. When you pay attention to what your body's telling you, you're going to be living more in harmony with your values. You're going to be getting closer to where you want to go. And or you may be able to tell yourself, I feel really stressed about this right now. Positive affirmation, I can get through this, or this is what I need to do to cope with it. It's important to practice noticing points of tension, tightness, or heaviness and feel them relax or loosen as you exhale. So these are all still breathing exercises, but we want to encourage people to become more in tune with their bodies. As Americans, especially, we tend to somaticize a lot of our stress and anger and anxiety and dysphoria. So if we pay attention to what our body is telling us, we can identify when we are starting to have emotional turmoil and address it from there. If we're having emotional turmoil, then we want to go back to the self-esteem and say, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, and what is it that is this burr under my saddle right now? Because as you feel strong, as you feel capable, as you feel more resilient, you're able to handle life's stresses as they come along. Thinking in the mind. One activity that I kind of like is the fly on the wall or an impartial witness. If you were sitting in a situation that was, maybe you were in a meeting and it wasn't going so well, and you took a break from the meeting, and generally what we're thinking at that point is what we are thinking, what we are feeling. Oftentimes when we're in an emotionally charged situation or state, it's hard for us to take multiple perspectives and take a time out and go, okay, what might be going on? So this activity can kind of help sometimes, because you can say, what would that fly on the wall tell me was happening? If that fly had to describe what they're seeing, what would they see? Stop sorting things into good and bad. Go through the day just to kind of get a clue about how often we do it, because, everybody does it. Some people do it more or less. Instead of sorting things into good and bad, they just are. It was raining today. Is that good or is that bad? Well, why do you need to put that into a pile? I didn't go to the gym today. Is that good or is that bad? You can argue both sides of the coin, but why argue about it? That's what happened. Too many times people spend so much time sorting and they focus or pay more attention to the bad stuff. A lot of times they'll artificially elevate the number of bad things. So we want to have people just stop it. Instead of looking at things as bad or good, they just are. Encourage them to see the whole elephant. Back to Lenny again. We want them to look at the issue. What's going on at that point in time? But what are the strengths? Because every situation has good and bad. So what are the problems and what are the strengths? If the person is not feeling very good about themselves because they lost their job, they may feel like they failed. They may feel like a failure. And we want to say, are you a failure at everything? Because that's kind of a global statement. So you got fired from your job. Good or bad, it's what it is. So what are the strengths that you have that can help you overcome this? And what are the positives of this situation? Maybe they didn't like that job. Maybe they can find another job. Encouraging people to not take one situation or one event and take it in and have it reflect who they are as a whole person. If they're walking down the street and they trip and they wipe out and fall on their face, and gosh knows I've done that. I am not the most graceful person in the world, but does that mean I am a complete klutz? No, it just was not one of my better days. I didn't take it as a stable global internal attribution. Spin the wheel of paradox. What is the opposite? If you're feeling like something is going against you, then encourage yourself to look for all the positives in it. So maybe you hate your job, and because obviously if you loved your job, you wouldn't be trying to have an intervention. But if you hated your job, it's like, okay, I really hate my job. I don't want to go to work today. Let's spin the wheel of paradox and say, what are the positives I can get out of this? Why are we looking for positives, and what does that have to do with self-esteem? Because as we find successes, as we find peace, we will feel more confident in our own abilities to handle distress. You're driving to work and traffic. Oh my gosh, traffic is backed up. You're going to be 45 minutes late. Well, yeah, that may kind of stink. What are the positives? Well, you weren't the one that was in the accident that caused the traffic jam. Maybe you can start making phone calls or checking your email if you're at a complete standstill. Finding both sides is basically where thinking in the mind comes. And in one of our prior classes, we talked about walking the middle ground and finding where both things can happen. Yes, we can be in a traffic jam and it can really suck, but we can also make use of that time doing other things. And it may just be doing breathing exercises, but okay, so cool. You have time to do some of your breathing exercises. And encouraging the no blame game. Yeah, not the blame game, but the no blame game. Not blaming yourself for everything, not blaming other people for everything, because generally everybody has a little part in it. So instead of using the energy to blame anybody, figure out how to fix it. Figure out what the positives are, figure out what the issues are, figure out how you got to this point, and figure out how to make it not happen again. When people experience successes, when they're able to fix things that go wrong, when they're able to see things as not catastrophic, they will start seeing themselves as stronger people. Emotions in the heart. I told you we were going to talk about head, heart, and gut honesty. Now we're moving on to the heart. And our heart's kind of small. It's about the size of our fist, but it's bigger on the inside. Encouraging people to recognize all the emotions contained within their heart. There's love, there's empathy, there's compassion, there's curiosity. There are a lot of emotions that are contained within the heart. And no matter how much you love somebody, there's always room to love somebody else. It's not like there's a finite amount of love you have to give. And encourage people to cultivate warm-heartedness, not just towards others, but again, we're talking about self-esteem here, toward themselves. What would they tell themselves or tell other people? And whatever they would tell other people, they need to turn around and tell themselves. Plant your garden. And I like this one. Around my house, when we first moved in, I ripped out the majority of the shrubbery because my feeling, whether it's right or wrong, it just is, if I'm going to put that much effort into taking care of something, it darn well better produce something for me. So I replaced everything with edibles. When you plant your garden, you've got to choose. You only have so much time to cultivate a good garden. You can't just plant 150 things and tend to 6 of them. So when you plant it, choose what you're going to care about. There are a ton of things you would love to do, but what is going to be your focus? When we focus on too many things, a lot of things tend to wither and die. So encourage your clients to figure out which plants they're going to cultivate. And sometimes, you can take this metaphor out and talk about companion planting and all kinds of stuff if gardening's your thing. But sometimes it's helpful to actually do sort of a visual representation of the garden so they can see what they want to care about, but then they can also focus on, are they giving it water? Are they making sure it's getting sunlight? Are they taking care of it? Tend and befriend themselves. They need to tend to their own needs. They need to become aware of what's important to them, and then they need to be their own best friend. Some days you wake up and you're like, I would really, well, I do. I would really love to just sit around in my jammies all morning and drink hot chocolate and watch cartoons, because that's where I am today. And that's okay. I'm like, all right, well, let's do it. So myself and my dog and cats and whoever else wants to does. But being kind to yourself and not saying, well, you shouldn't, you're almost 50 years old, you shouldn't be watching cartoons. Well, the heck with that. I will be my own best friend. People don't need someone else to take them out to dinner. People don't need someone else to constantly provide rewards. We need to learn how to provide rewards for ourselves. Now, is it cool to have somebody else to take us out every once in a while? Sure. But it's important that people can provide their own rewards. Encourage them to count their blessings, or do a gratitude list, however they want to phrase it. What is going right in your life? And what part did you have in that? Because guess what? You probably had a big part in that. Life doesn't just happen, and especially if everything is going, relatively well, that means there was probably some hard work and dedication, and it wasn't just luck. So let's look at what's going really good and how you've cultivated that. And delight for others. Sometimes we can get the greatest amount of joy in being happy for someone else instead of being jealous or envious and thinking, well, I should have that. We can be happy for them. Yeah, they have it. Wonderful. Awesome. Does it make us any less worthy or any less of a person because we don't have that? No. Looking at other people's successes in terms of great for them is a lot better on our self-esteem than looking at their successes and going, well, I should have been able to do that. And being in the world. Claim your emotional baggage, please. Don't let it stay on the conveyor belt. How many times have we been guilty, or have we had clients come in who've had the same baggage that just keeps coming back? Maybe it's the same basic dysfunctional relationship that comes over and over and over again. A part of that as clinicians is for us to say, okay, clearly there's something that's not getting resolved here, so we need to do something a little bit different. But as clients or people who have baggage on the conveyor belt, it's also up to that person to go, I need to figure out how to get this baggage off. And don't give it to somebody else when you take it off. Don't say, okay, this is your problem now. Don't blame other people for your situation. It's important to claim it and go, this is my stuff. I'm sorry. I'm having a really bad day today. I'm not going to blame you for making me feel X, Y, and Z. It gives people a sense of personal power to go, yeah, it's my stuff. But you know what happens when we say that, yeah, that's my stuff? We can say, and I am going to let it go. If we give it to somebody else, then we've got to wait to figure out what they're going to do with it. So when we claim it, we take power over it, and we can choose what to do with it. Listen, just listen. Listen to hear and understand, but that means listen to yourself as well as others. We talk a lot in counseling about how we spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. When the other person's talking, we're already formulating our response. Well, that's true for ourselves too. So we need to stop and be quiet and tell ourselves to just hush and listen to what is it we need and what is it we want. That also means silencing, going back to the very beginning, silencing all that chatter. You've got to get up and make dinner. You've got to do laundry. You've got to do this. You've got to make sure this gets, hush all that so you can listen to yourself. It's kind of like the difference between trying to have a conversation in a noisy restaurant versus on a park bench. We need to be in the world on the park bench. Speak with compassion to yourself and others. Try to take the compassionate viewpoint of what's going on with that person right now that might be contributing to them feeling angry, feeling hostile, feeling down, being just grumpy. Went to get chicken feed at the feed store the other day, and the young man who was at the desk is usually just all kinds of bubbly and all about customer service, and he was so flat that day. And I didn't take it personally because we all have bad days, but I felt that it was important to go the extra mile to make sure that I smiled and spoke with compassion, because he was clearly having a bad day. But we need to do that with ourselves when we're having a bad day. Say, you know what? I'm just going to do what I can do today and be okay with that. I love this next activity. Write your job description. What is your job description for being you? What are your goals and what are your duties? At work, every year we write our job goals and whatever else in our performance plan. I don't remember what I used to call it when I was supervising people. And then at the end of the year, you had a performance evaluation based on the goals that you set forth and the duties you were expected to accomplish. So why don't you sit down and write those out and figure out what's important to you to get a good job evaluation on being you. This is the time when, as you start writing it down, you start realizing, maybe I'm putting too many goals here. Maybe I'm putting too many duties here. I wouldn't do this if it were my actual job because I know there's no way I can accomplish it. Once you start writing it down and seeing it visually, you're like, yeah, maybe I'm being a little too demanding. So writing your job description is an excellent activity. And adolescents tend to do this pretty well too. They haven't had as much experience with performance appraisals and things like that, but they can get an idea about how to write a job description, especially if you give them a template. So ultimately, the goal is to realize that self-esteem begins in childhood. And we want to start teaching children to be mindful. We want to teach them to stay in contact with how they're feeling and learn how to calm their breath from the very early age. When they start feeling all hyped up, when they start feeling tense, help them figure out how to diffuse that. We want to help them figure out what their values are and what's important to them. We want to help them be aware of themselves so they can identify their strengths and develop their me identity. So, who are you as an individual? In our society, we tend to want to be part of a group. We want to be interdependent, and that's great. But interdependent does not mean having the same identity as everybody else. We're not the Borg. Interdependent means taking our own individual identities and strengths and combining them to make sort of a greater good. Part of self-esteem development includes values identification, and this can start early. We can talk about honesty. We can talk about compassion. We can talk about trustworthiness. Kids get that. They know some of the basic values, and they can start learning why those are important and making decisions about some of the other ones, about what's important in their life. What do they see as an important value? We can help them start separating their wants versus their needs. A need is something that's going to keep their body, mind, and spirit going. A want is something that, they may really want in their heart, like a new bike for Christmas, but is it something that they need? And we can also start helping them address those cognitive distortions, the all or none thinking. We can start helping them address the sorting into the good or bad piles and learn how to accept that some things just are. And we can encourage them to be aware of sensations, feelings, and thoughts. Why? Because it helps choose behaviors which are in unison with your values. Not all of us notice sensations first. Not all of us notice feelings first, and not all of us notice thoughts first. That depends on you. I may notice that I'm being a negative Nelly as my first clue that I might be under stress. On the other hand, other people may feel a knot in their stomach and go, "Oh, I think something's going on," or "I've got food poisoning." But I digress. Probably something's going on. And still other people may hone in on those feelings, and they know they're angry. They don't know what they're angry about right now, but they know there is something that is ticking them off. Whatever it is that they're most in tune to, helping them integrate those will help them figure out how they're feeling, thinking, and choose behaviors that can help them feel happy. Being aware of these sensations can help support people through the difficult moments. Knowing that this tightness in your stomach before you go out and do a speech in front of 100 people, this is your anxiety. Strong self-esteem and a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that anxiety and saying, "All right, it is what it is," can help people learn that they can move through the difficult moments. They can experience distress and succeed. Being aware of all these things also silences the critics, because a lot of times the critics are the ones that are bringing on some of these thoughts and sensations. They're heckling you. Silencing the critics, you can say, "No, that's not how I feel about that," or "That's really not how I think," if the critic is saying you should feel this way. And it helps you clarify who you are and what you want, because ultimately self-esteem is feeling good about you, not what your mother thinks about you, not what the woman down the street thinks about you, not what your boss thinks about you, but how you feel about you. Because once you have that, then you are going to start attracting other people who have a strong sense of self and can say, "You know what, we can have differences, but we can be friends. We can have different experiences, but we can share those to make something that's a stronger something." So kind of to tie it all up in a bow, mindfulness is really just a tool to help people get in touch with what's important to them and to silence the critics and the negativity that often dashes a lot of self-esteem. So people realize and become more aware when they're being unjustly negative and critical of themselves, and holding them to a standard that they wouldn't hold their child or their best friend, or for that matter, anybody else to. We want people to feel good about themselves. Until they do, they're going to experience dysphoria at some point or another. If you enjoy this podcast, please like and subscribe either in your podcast player or on YouTube. You can attend and participate in our live webinars with Dr. Snipes by subscribing at allceus.com/counselor toolbox. This episode has been brought to you in part by allceus.com, providing 24/7 multimedia continuing education and pre-certification training to counselors, therapists, and nurses since 2006. Use coupon code Counselor Toolbox.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for coming here. My name is Mike Anderson. Here's my particulars. My company, the PTR Group, I've been a speaker here at Embedded Linux Conference and many of the other OSS shows for about 20 years now. And we have been, my particular company, PTR Group, we're a consulting house, and we do a fair amount of work with different customers in the embedded space mostly, although we also build space robots for NASA. We handle all the software that's done in the space refueling mission for Restore-L at NASA and for RSGS at DARPA. So we've been in the business quite a while. I sold the company. I was one of the founders. I sold the company last year, the end of 2018, or excuse me, beginning of 2018. And then in February of this year, we got bought. The company who bought us got bought. And so I go from a 24-person consulting shop to a 40,000-person industry. If you want to have, for instance, a nuclear submarine or an aircraft carrier, hit me up. I can put you in contact with the right guys. That's what Huntington Ingalls does. All right, so let's move on here. So we're going to do a quick overview of the C group interface. We'll then talk about enabling and using C groups and what we can actually control with C groups. We'll talk about I'll show you a couple of example usages, and we'll get into a quick summary here. This is a very short session. It's only 35 minutes, I think. So we'll have to move through things pretty quickly. So there's not a whole lot of depth I can really get into in the short time, but we'll do the best we can. All right, so what is a C group? It stands for control group. It was actually added to the kernel in the 2624 timeframe. So it's been in the kernel a long time, but it didn't get really significant enhancement until the 3.15, 3.16 kernel timeframe. So it is a mechanism that's basically focused on trying to kind of hierarchically organize resources across multiple platforms, or excuse me, across multiple applications. And it applies to any schedulable entity. So this means that it works on containers, it works on VMs, it works on threads, it works on processes. So any schedulable entity inside of the kernel can be subject to C groups. Now, this becomes particularly interesting when we start dealing with multi-tenancy inside of large VM environments, where I need to be able to significantly limit the amount of resources that are assigned to a particular tenant or to a particular set of VMs. So we'll get into the details of that here in a moment. So exactly what does it do? Well, a lot of times we're interested in trying to place restrictions on applications. If we're doing safety critical applications, we need to make sure that no particular application hogs all the CPU or hogs all of the memory or consumes all the I/O bandwidth or all of the network bandwidth. So we need to be able to control that, and that's exactly what C groups does. Now, as a mechanism, it manifests itself in sysfs. It is a file system, so it's a virtual file system, a lot like procfs. You do have to mount it. Depending on which version of the kernel you have, it may be automatically mounted, or you may have to mount it manually. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. But the key thing here is, let's assume that I have a couple of processes that I want to be able to guarantee that no single process consumes all of the CPU. I want to be able to guarantee that both processes get exactly 50% of the CPU. With C groups, I can do that. In any other mechanism, if I just let them run, then I'm not going to be able to control them that way. More importantly, I can also do things like lock them to specific CPU cores. So I can do CPU pinning and a few other things. We'll talk about all the stuff we can do with C groups in a moment. There are two parts to C group. Now, is it C group or is it C groups? It's C group if you're referring to the components in the kernel. It's C groups if you have groups of C group. So it's kind of weird the way they define it, but that's okay. As far as the core is concerned, it's really responsible for establishing that hierarchy inside of the kernel. Now, the core is integrated in with eBPF. So if you're into Berkeley packet filters and all the things that BPF can do, then you'll find that C groups is integrated quite nicely into that whole environment and can actually be controlled and provide additional information for you. The other piece of C group is the controller hierarchy, and the controllers themselves are the things that we're going to focus most of our effort on, because those are the things that manifest down in user space. So the C group hierarchy is actually manifest inside of sysfs, excuse me, by default. You can mount it other places. You can have multiple different mounts of the same C group interface in multiple locations in the file system. So the reason we might do something like that is a case in a multi-tenancy environment where I have individual companies in their own separate disk areas. So I may mount a C group interface inside of their particular disk area because I want to control that particular VM or set of containers separately from other VMs or sets of containers. So in the normal mechanism, if we're going to use mount, we'd use mount-t C group 2 none, and then whatever mount point we wanted. Now, if you've got a C group 2, it implies there's a C group 1 someplace, and there is in fact a C group 1. C group 1 has now been deprecated, but you'll still find a lot of systems that still use it. You can actually mount C Group 1 and C Group 2 simultaneously on the same system. So that makes for some really confusing times. I don't recommend that you do that. Just use C Group 2. The major reason they came out with C Group 2 was to make it more compatible with Kubernetes and other similar sorts of mechanisms. So they actually saw, hey, yeah, C Group 1, the hierarchies are kind of weird and it gets a little difficult to manage. So they simplified it considerably by simply saying, okay, let's just use C Group 2 and we'll clear a lot of this stuff up. Now, not all distributions enable C groups. And even if they do enable C group, they may not necessarily enable everything inside of C group. So here's a quick little snapshot out of my 5.2.1 kernel. Obviously, it's an eye chart. You can't really see it very well, but there is a thing that says C group support. And when you enable C group support, there's a whole bunch of options that show up, which are all the individual C group mechanisms, the controllers themselves. So we'll talk about what the controllers are, but just understand that if you go to use C groups in your distribution, you may not necessarily have the C group mechanism turned on in your kernel, which may mean you have to go back and rebuild the kernel. Now, most of the major distros, Ubuntu, Red Hat, SUSE, most of those distros have C group turned on. Whether they turn on everything in C group remains to be seen. You have to kind of look at it and see which ones are which, but at least you'll have a likely case that the C group will be turned on in most of the major distros. Now, there are some user space interfaces that you also have to have. In particular, libcgroup, cgroupbin, cgrouptools, and cgroupfs-mount. Now, depending on your distribution, that's what they're called in the Debian world. If you're using one of the Red Hat or SUSE distributions, then your names may differ. But these are all user space tools that are focused on being able to manipulate and control the C group. So once I have the C group file system mounted, I can look at it here in the hierarchy, and you'll notice there's a whole bunch of things that are put together on this. We have, and we'll go through most of these functions here. So whether it's block IO, the CPU sets, the funky one is freezer. Oh, that's an interesting one. We'll talk about that one. And some of these others. We'll go through most of these just so that you understand exactly what they're supposed to be doing. And remember, this is a virtual file system. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a C group and then add processes to the C group. And then once we've added them to the C group, we can then associate these controllers to them. So what sorts of things can we actually control? Well, the first one is block IO. We're interested in making sure that no particular application takes the lion's share of all the disk IO. So for block IO, we're trying to limit it based on block IO performance. We want to make sure that this particular application gets no more than 35% of the disk IO. This is, of course, part of this, if you've never been in the service carrier or the service provider business, we have these things called SLAs. And an SLA is a service level agreement. So that's a contract between the service provider and the customer, where the service provider guarantees to the customer through the SLA certain percentages of performance. So they will guarantee that you will get X number of CPU cycles per second or X amount of disk IO per second. And in order for them to be able to guarantee that those numbers are met, they'll typically use C group in order to enforce that. And this also gives us the ability to do some accounting on that. So if somebody comes along and says, hey, you're not meeting my SLA, if the service provider can't meet the SLA, the customer gets money back. And no service provider wants to do that. So they're going to be able, they're going to focus on whatever tools they can get in order to be able to demonstrate to the customer that they've actually met the details of the SLA. So the first one there is the block IO. We just talked about that one. The next one is CPU. CPU deals with what percentage of the CPU you get for a particular application. Now, each application has at most 1,024 units of CPU time. And we can then adjust the units accordingly to limit the amount of CPU time a particular process gets. I'll show you an example of that here in just a moment. CPU sets is an interesting one because If you're familiar with the hardware, of course, when we're dealing with hardware, we have the L1 and L2 caches, potentially a tertiary cache if we're dealing with the x86, and then we have physical memory that we're trying to pull applications out of. So when I get ready to fetch something from the processor, and if it's in the L1 cache, then I can usually fetch it at the speed of the processor. So I'm really not losing any time if I'm running out of the L1 cache. However, the L1 cache is limited in size. Even on the big x86 platforms, having 32 kbytes of L1 cache, that's a big cache. And that's because the L1 cache is oftentimes implemented with like a 64-way set associative memory. It's extremely expensive from a silicon real estate perspective on the die. So we'll have 32 kbytes of L1 cache, but maybe 6 megabytes of L2 cache. So the L1 cache is made up oftentimes of static memory, whereas the L2 cache is typically dynamic memory. So if I have an L1 cache miss and it's in the L2, it's probably going to cost me anywhere from 5 to 10 clock cycles to pull something out of the L2. If I have an L2 cache miss and I have to go to the tertiary cache, then it's going to cost me 20 to 25 clock cycles. But if I have to go all the way out to memory to fetch that instruction or fetch that piece of data, that's going to cost me anywhere from 200 to 300 clock cycles. Now, understand in a processor like the x86 is a superscalar processor. A lot of processors these days are, which means that I'm executing more than one instruction per cycle. So let's assume that I'm running 10 instructions per cycle, which is one of the older x86 platforms, but let's just do that for the math. If I have to reach out to physical memory and it costs me 200 clock cycles to retrieve something from physical memory, well, that's 200 clock cycles times 10 instructions per cycle. That's 2,000 instructions that I've lost for one fetch out of physical memory. And I will never get that back. So how does that impact us with CPU sets? One of the things that we want to do with CPU sets is we want to lock processes to particular processor cores. And by locking, they call it CPU pinning. And when you pin a process to a processor core, you lock it into the cache. So when you allow an application to migrate from one processor core to another, it's coming into a cold cache. And therefore, all subsequent accesses for the first several thousand will be cache misses and force you to go out to the either to RAM or to the L3. So allowing an application to move back and forth is a significant problem if you're trying to guarantee performance. So what the CPU set C group does is it allows us to specify a number, a collection of processor cores that we're going to allow this application to run on. And by setting that collection of processor cores, we can then say, all right, I want to make sure that everything that's health and status monitoring runs on processor cores 1 and 2, and everything that's customer focused is going to run on the other processor cores. And I may in fact lock particular customers to particular processor cores, again to optimize the use of the cache and guarantee that I can meet my SLA. So those are something that we would typically do through C groups. There's another mechanism to do this. This is called the task set mechanism in Linux. And task set allows me to lock applications to particular CPU cores from the command line. So you can also do this from the command line. You can do this with CPU sets. You can do it from the command line, or you can do it from within a GUI like virt-manager. CPU accounting just gives me information about the accounting usage. This might be something we would want to do in order to be able to guarantee and prove to a customer that we've met their SLA. We have devices that allows me to set which devices a particular environment or particular process can get access to. This is important. How many of you have ever heard of network function virtualization? Anybody? A couple of you. All right, so network function virtualization has to do with how I can take, say, an Ethernet card and dedicate 5 of the 32 channels off the Ethernet card to a particular VM or to a particular container. I can do this with containers as well. So they have some low-level stuff they do. They call it SRIOV, single root IO vector IO virtualization. They also have, Intel has their version called VMDQ. It's part of the VTC virtualization, the vPro virtualization is part of that particular architecture. But oftentimes what we want to be able to do is we want to be able to say to a particular application or container or VM, no, I'm sorry, you cannot open the modem. Or you cannot open the card reader, the smart card reader. Or the smart card reader is dedicated to you so that nobody else can get it. So that's what the devices option does for us. The freezer, we'll come back to that one in just a second. Huge TLB for translation look-aside buffers. This is an option we can turn on in the kernel. You've got your machine that's got 64 gigabytes of RAM. How do you take advantage of those 64 gigabytes of RAM? One of the mechanisms is called huge TLB. If you turn on huge TLB support, some of the virtualization layers will automatically take advantage of it. If you have a virtualization layer that understands huge TLBs, you'll get about a 10 to 15% improvement in performance for that particular VM. So it's a significant piece, but huge TLB allows me to control which applications have access to the huge TLB facility. Memory, that one's pretty straightforward. That is how much memory I'm going to give to a particular application. And then I can deal with both user space memory, kernel space memory, and swap usage. So I can track it, I can limit it, I can make sure that I can account for it. All of that sort of stuff can be done through the memory functions. NetCLS, this is the classification interface. This one is particularly interesting for those of you who have quality of service requirements. So the Linux quality of service code has both classless and classful queuing disciplines inside of it. And when we're using the net classification option, we can then put tags on network traffic that will then force them down particular paths inside of the quality of service code. So I can guarantee that video, for instance, is going to be treated in one way, whereas bulk transfers like FTP would be transferred in a different way. So I could do traffic shaping, I could do traffic scheduling, I can do traffic policing using the net classification option. One that's similar, somewhat related, but because it has to do with networking, is the network priority code. Now the network priority option then says, oh, well, I want to prioritize this user's application over this other user's application as far as network traffic is concerned. So if both of them are generating network traffic, I'm going to take this one first and then deal with this one. So I'm going to be able to set priorities on traffic. Now, I talked about the freezer. Let's talk about specifically what freezer does. Freezer is like putting your laptop to sleep. So with freezer, I can say all of the applications, all the processes that are part of this process group, part of this C group, go to sleep now, shuts them off. Now, I can then move them to another application, to another processor, and wake them back up again. So it's like process checkpoint restart kind of things you can do with the freezer interface. And it can also be used for, some of the virtualization layers actually take advantage of it. So for instance, KVM knows what to do with the freezer interface when it gets ready to migrate VMs from one place to another. Perf event, this is going to give me per CPU a mechanism basically to monitor threads that are given in a particular C group. I have the PIDs interface, which then allows me to keep track of parents and children when you get forked. So when you fork something off, who does it belong to? RDMA is the regulation of the DMA mechanism. So if I'm going to be doing high-speed DMA from kernel space to user space, this is a way I can control that. And then Unified actually splits out the control interface not by process, but by user. So I can then get to the point where I go, okay, well, let's say user A has 4 processes, user B has 20 processes. Well, in the grand scheme of things, user A is getting 1/4 of the CPU that user B is getting, because user B's got more processes that are all looking for CPU time. Well, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to say that user A and user B are equally important. So give user A 50% of the CPU, so his 4 applications get 50% of the CPU, and user B's application, their 20 applications, get 50% of the CPU. So I can then do balancing at that level as well. which is really handy, again, for service level agreements where I have multi-tenancy that I have to deal with. So kind of the good and bad about the C-scope interface, or C-group interface rather, is that there are a lot of knobs that you can twist. And so many adjustments that sometimes it's kind of mind-boggling. Here's an example of just one of the C-group mechanisms, one of the controllers. This is the memory controller. And you'll notice here that we have kernel memory, we have memory usage limits. This is in user space. We have maximum usages in bytes. We have swapping. We have control for NUMA interfaces. We'll talk about that in a moment, which is becoming an increasingly important interface in a lot of the larger systems. And then I happen to have LXC and LXD installed on my platform. So when I took this screenshot, we saw a couple of extra things that were out there specific to LXC and LXD. So here's an example of manual C-group interface. I've got this test script here, and all it does is it prints a message and then goes to sleep. And it does that forever. So what I would like to do is I would like to then create a C-group. So I'm going to do, and this is going to be doing it by hand. We'll show you in just a minute how you can do it automatically as well. So we'll do a make dir inside of the C-group hierarchy. In the memory controller, we're going to create a new object called foo. And so this is just a directory is all we're doing here, but now we're going to add things to that directory. So we're going to echo 50 megabytes here into the limit in bytes option. So this will then set the maximum limit for the foo group. Anything that's in the foo group will have this maximum amount of memory associated with it. If you did around and did a CAD on that, it turns out that the way these things work is they always round up to the next available page size. So on the x86, those page sizes are 4096 byte pages. And if you look at 50 million divided by 4096, you get these numbers. All right. So let's go ahead and we'll create an application, we'll launch it, and we'll get its process ID. Now, we need to get its process ID because that's the major mechanism that we use to add things to a C group. So now I know the process ID is 31344. So I'm going to then echo 31344 into the foo memory group cgroup.procs. So that's going to add it to that particular process tag inside a C group. We will then take a look at this using the PS command. We'll say, show me the C groups associated with process ID 31344. And this shows me that I have memory is associated with the foo group that I created. So that's the only one that's actually specific to foo. So now I can run the application, because I'm running the application at this moment, I can take a look at how much memory it's actually using. So I can take a look at its current usage in bytes and see that it's using only about 262 kbytes worth of RAM. So I can limit it, I can monitor it, but I can also control it in the way that it dies. So let's assume that I have a memory leak. I can then set up the killer in such a way that it understands that this application, when it exhausts all the memory, is supposed to be killed and restarted automatically. So obviously I've got a memory leak. I need to report that and fix that. But I need to be able to also keep the system running while the DevOps folks are out there trying to figure out what's wrong. So I can then use the C group interface to be able to control that and make that happen. Now, here's an example of using this using libcgroup. And libcgroup has with it the C group tools. And these tools include applications like CG create and CG exec and CG get. So we'll see how those all work. So CG create allows me to create a group. So I'm going to create a group in the CPU controller called group A. I'm going to do the same thing for group B. Now, this is the CPU controller, so this is controlling what percentage of CPU time each one of these applications gets whenever they're a member of that particular group. So I'm going to use the CG get command. I will get the number of CPU shares for group A, and it comes back as 1024, which is the maximum number of CPU time slots for that particular application. And that's the default. We have the same sort of thing for group B. So now, What I'd like to do is I'd like to test this out. So let's create a couple of applications. We're going to do a CG exec into group A, and we're just going to do a DD. And we're just going to grab lots of nulls and send them off to the bit bucket. So we're just going to burn a lot of CPU time. Basically, I didn't want anything that would incorporate any disk I/O or network I/O or anything else. Just measure CPU performance. Do the same thing for CPU group B. Now, because both of those were both given the 1024 chunk slots, you will notice that they actually end up eating 50% of the CPU for each one of those two applications. Now, if that's not what I want, I can then go in and adjust it. So I can say that the CPU shares for group A are 768, or 3/4 of the actual full value. And for CPU group B, I'm 256, or 1/4 of the total value. And sure enough, when we take a look down here at the percentage of CPU time being used, I've now got 75% of the CPU going to group A and 25% of the CPU going to group B. So, and the dot, the actual decimal point out there had to do with the startup code and a few other things, so it ate up a little bit more than it should have. But once it gets to steady state, then it settles down and locks in at 25%. So we have effectively here a mechanism that allows us to control what's going on in our system. We can control memory, we can control network I/O, we can control disk I/O, we can control the assignment of CPU cores, groups of CPU cores. We can do all of that through the use of the C group interface. Where this really starts to become important is when we're using either containers or VMs in a multi-tenant environment. If we're just running on-prem and we're just running our own code, then it's not really all that important. But it's when you're a service provider and you have to guarantee service to particular customers, or you're writing a mission-critical application that has to have a particular percentage of the overall CPU, then this starts to become important. Some of the container solutions like LXC and LXD have an automatic interface to C group. We saw that when we did the little screenshot there. Others, you have to do it by hand. There's a monitoring tool. Actually, Kubernetes has a mechanism to go in and dork around with us as well. So we can either do it manually or we can allow things to happen automatically, depending on the policies that we set. Now, C group mechanism is tied to namespaces. So if we have a particular namespace defined, then we can add the namespace to the C group. And everything that's a member of the namespace then becomes controlled by that C group, whatever controller we added to it. We can have multiple controllers associated with a particular group. So I can limit not just memory or CPU time, I can limit everything on a per group basis. So if I have a namespace that I've got applications that are a member of that namespace, I can then drop the whole namespace into the C group interface and then control the namespace from there. So that's another capability that we have with this. And so that with namespaces and C groups, although they're not the same thing, they are closely related to each other. So we can actually take advantage of both interfaces if we need them for whatever application we're trying to do. So I got a couple minutes for questions. Anybody got any questions? Yes.
So on the slide number 17, where you showed this.
Yeah.
I was wondering what would happen if there was another process, not in a C group, that was also during CPU. What would we see?
Yeah. So in fact, this was just a snapshot of the top two. And it has to do with whether I've allocated them to specific CPU cores. So if you have multiple applications that are running on the same processor, and you typically do, then they're going to get in your way. So I can guarantee that these particular groups are well behaved, but anything else that's running on the platform may not necessarily be well behaved. So this is where the CPU sets C group comes into play, because now I'm going to assign C groups in such a way that the ones that are important are locked to their own CPU core and nobody else plays on that CPU core. So the scheduler will continue to run, and it will schedule things as it normally would, but it will not allow anything that's not a member of this particular C group to execute on those CPU cores. So I can then basically restrict the access to particular resources using this mechanism and taking advantage of the CPU set mechanism.
So as soon as you affect one C group to, or one core to one C group, the scheduler will keep the other ones, everybody else.
Well, there's another thing that you have to do. It gets a little bit more complicated than that. I wish it was that simple. But you do basically have to then tell the scheduler, don't schedule anything else on these particular CPU cores. So that's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's essentially what you're doing, is you're saying these CPU cores or core or, and this, because of the way the CPU set mechanism works, inside of a virtual machine, say VMware, I have virtual CPUs. Each one of those virtual CPUs is a process. So I can then set my C group restrictions on a per process basis for the virtual CPUs and control everything that happens inside of the VM. They do the same thing for containers, but it's a little more visible when you're controlling the virtual CPU. Yeah.
Child processes, so if there is a process that's been assigned to a C group, are subsequent child processes automatically spawned in the same C group?
Yes. Now, so they do in fact inherit the C group settings from their parents. If you're in a hierarchy, you cannot subvert the hierarchy. So you can't have a child process down here that's in a C group that only gets 25% of the CPU, suddenly say, I want 75% of the CPU. So you can't subvert the hierarchy. That's locked in.
So, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
So if you had assigned a process 25% of the CPU, and then its children start chewing up core as well.
But they will only get 25% of the CPU. The whole group will only get 25% of the CPU. So yes, you had a question back there.
Yeah, so let's say we've done all the allocations per C group for networking, CPU shares. Is there like alerting or thresholding that can be done through eBPF?
Yes. Yes, you can. So you can have it not only tell you that something is not looking right, but you can also have it reach in and start controlling things. And this can also be done as a script, by the way. So we can have it all basically set up so that it just starts up and just runs this way, and we don't have to sit there and interact with it in any way. Yeah, your question?
Can I, the system administrator, subvert the hierarchy? If I have an application in a C group that gets 25%,
Yes, you can migrate it to another C group. So yes, you can, if you're the system administrator and you know where the hell you're moving it to, then yes, you can in fact do that. But it's no longer under the control of that C group. It's now moved someplace else.
The C group hierarchy doesn't necessarily follow the process.
Well, it does when you normally spawn it, but yes, you can in fact subvert it. It's like all Linux. There's always a way around it, right? Yeah.
Is there a good way to, after I've done all this work to set up these C groups, is there a good way to, instead of going back and manually writing these scripts, like pull my current C group?
Yes, that's inside of the C group tools. There's a mechanism to do that. And then if you're using things like Virt Manager will automatically be able to do it as well. There was a question over here. Yeah. Yes, CPU share. The question is, are the CPU shares relative to 1024? Yes, they are. That's a full CPU. That's correct. Yep. And it's real powers of 2, not bogus powers of 2, like 1,000. Yeah.
But by default, both of those processes got 1024. So didn't it add their shares together and then figure out their respective?
So yeah, so when you do 1,024, it's unlimited CPU time. And all we're doing is we're simply restricting it from the unlimited CPU time. And so the same thing applies to bandwidth, disk I/O, network I/O. 1,024 is unlimited, and you're basically restricting it from there.
If you only had those two groups, you probably could have D was 256, and then the other one would have gotten the rest.
Yep, that's correct. Yeah, just like we got another one here. Yeah. No. No. So if I restricted it to 75%, then it wouldn't matter what else was running, it would still only get 75%. Yes?
In this exact example, what would have happened if you tried to set these CPU shares higher so that the sum exceeded 2024?
Then it would have jumped them to different CPU cores. And this is again where we get into the CPU set stuff, because what's going to happen here is understand how the completely fair scheduler works. The completely fair scheduler tries to be completely fair, and that means it's got this red-black tree that's implemented that then keeps track of what CPU time you should have gotten in the perfect multitasking environment. So it's actually tracking what CPU time you should have gotten, and the one that's on the left-hand side of the red-black tree, the one that gets dispatched next, is the one with the gravest need. And so when we're tinkering around with these kinds of things, now we have to understand how the completely fair scheduler works. And of course, we can completely subvert that by moving its priority to a higher priority than 0. And it also has, you can still mess around with the soft priorities as well. So the things from -19 to +20. So you can still do that as well. Yeah? By default, it's overall in the system. So mine's a hexacore. If I look at it across the system, it's across all 12 cores because I got cores plus threads. So if I have a multi-threaded process and I set it to 512, it'll get 3 cores under 6 cores? If you did that in the, well, what will happen in the CPU set, you actually assign a flag for each CPU core you want it to run on. Yes. It'll get half across all the. Yep.
Hey guys, in today's video, I am going to show you how to level up your wardrobe without spending $1. So let me start with 5 really quick fashion hacks, but at the end of the video, I'm going to give you the one tip that you need to apply to every single outfit moving forward for spring, for summer, especially when we get back into fall and winter. Jean, the official breakup coach, teaching you how to break up with the old you and step into the new you, teaching you how to use your actual breakups as breakthroughs, and teaching you how to use dating as data to build unbreakable confidence and to never have a bad date again. On this channel, I make everything about you and becoming the better version of yourself. So let's go ahead and jump into the first fashion hack for today's video. Okay, so a big part of leveling up and becoming a high value woman is dressing a little bit more sophisticated. And for some of you guys, you might already be doing that. But for those of us who are not, and we have collected all these really inexpensive mini dresses, there is a way to hold on to some of them when you're leveling up your life and leveling up your wardrobe. So you can see what I did here. I love the long sash that drapes down to the floor, and I love the one arm shoulder. So what I did was I paired it over a pair of slacks, and you can see it completely changes the look of the dress. All right guys, so just to show you this hack, you can do this with all of your dresses. So I'm short enough where if I wanted to, I could even do that. So if you are over the dress as a dress, I would suggest cutting it off and just doing a hem. But for some of my dresses, because they're so short, I can just kind of gather them up and put them on over a fitted slack like this. and then you have a whole new look. Okay, now this next look is very popular. All of these sets became a trend, I think, when Kim Kardashian hit the scene. So there are a lot of these basics that are matching sets. I have a ton of them. I love them. They're so easy to throw on. The great thing is you can put them with sneakers, you can put them with heels, and you really can just grab it and go. However, there is a way to level these up. So I actually got this idea from the Banana Republic. I know that sounds crazy, but they're copying Ralph Lauren right now, and they are effing killing it. So I got this idea from their website. I would never think to put a punchy red with this olive skirt, but it looks amazing. So I got the idea from them, and then I happen to have a belt. I am someone that fully believes on stocking up on accessories, especially high waist belts. You can see how adding not only a pop of color, but also mixing the texture of the fabrics makes it look luxurious, and you don't have to get rid of the things in your closet. So that's why I'm telling you, you probably have a lot of stuff in your closet already. You just have to learn how to mix and match them in a different way. So on that note, moving on, this is a cargo pant that I actually just got from Banana Republic. And just so you guys know, everything I buy is usually pre-owned, the nice stuff, so I don't have links to them. The inexpensive things, obviously, I have links to, but for the really, really good stuff that I have in this video, they're all pre-owned. You can see when you want to go monochromatic and do all one color, so keep this in mind. If you're someone that lives in black, or if you're someone that always wears one color, look at this outfit. There is a combination of a silk. You don't have to have a silk, you can have a rayon. The point is something shiny, something matte, and something with texture. So you can see the cargo pant is more of a matte. The camisole I put on is silk, but basically just something shiny. And then the cardigan I threw over it is knit. So you can apply that rule to everything. But look how much more luxurious this makes the outfit. And then I switched it up one more time, is to add a pop of color. I basically just put a blouse, which is supposed to be buttoned up and tucked in, but I left it open and put the blazer over that. So I'm essentially just doing it to almost make it look like I'm wearing a scarf, even though I'm not. So that's another way to level up your wardrobe, is layer pieces, but using pops of color. Again, this little dress I almost threw away, but I didn't because I absolutely love the color. So these little net dresses with sneakers are great. So you can see I used a waist belt just to create a waist because I don't have one. So I used a waist belt, and pulling your hair back off your face, which is something that I actually don't like, but since I'm leveling up and stepping into the new me, you want to do things that don't feel like you. That's the whole point. You want to think different, you want to talk different, you want to dress different so that you become a better version of yourself. So my hair has always kind of been my armor and something I hide behind. So pulling it off my face, believe it or not, makes me feel very naked, makes me feel very vulnerable, but I'm pushing through because it's something that I'm choosing to do for myself and for my life at this point, is not having to rely so much on the sexy hair and the sexy this and the sexy that. I'm really trying to remove that from my life and really step into a foundation of confidence coming from an internal place. That's just something to think about as yourself as well. When you're trying to level up, do something different. You have to become the new you to become the new you. I love this dress. Believe it or not, you guys, I bought this dress probably over 20 years ago at a consignment sale of some sort. I've only worn it one time. The easy way to level up a dress like this, which is your basic cocktail dress that you would normally pair with heels and really delicate jewelry, is to add boots. Like, I love these boots. I also got these pre-owned. They're like $900 boots. I got them for $200 on Poshmark. Always shop pre-owned. And then again, I added a waist chain belt. And then this is the same blazer that I paired with the cargo pants. So it's really beautiful. I got the idea from Banana Republic, and I'll show you that picture. And I just thought that looked so beautiful. If you guys are interested in any help with styling and leveling up your wardrobe, and again, don't forget about signing up for my Dating for Data Bootcamp. This will make it so that you never have a bad date again. because we make the dates all about you. All right, you guys, now let me just leave you with a final tip for you guys to go into your closets right now. The rule is that is a really simple way to level up your wardrobe, especially if you're someone that loves to wear all black, which a lot of us do, me, is to have a matte fabric, a shiny fabric, and a knit. Just like I did on the monochromatic cream outfit, which is right here. So there's a lot of stuff in our closets, you guys, that we already have. So pump the brakes on spending money and just try to look at your wardrobe with fresh eyes. All right, hopefully that was helpful. I'll see you guys on Saturday for another video, and I'm putting out a dupe video. I have a new shipment of dupes coming in. If you guys didn't see the first video, it's right there. Same woman, Bags from Henna, is sending me a beautiful
bandwidth. I feel like that is a word that I've been hearing and reading a lot lately. And so it prompted this interesting discussion in my mind that I thought would be relevant to you all. So here I am. I want to talk about bandwidth and like the things that I've been learning and what I think that it might mean for us as moms. I feel like all moms are busy moms, so I don't even want to distinguish. I was going to say especially for busy moms, but I think all moms are quite busy. We all have a lot on our plate that we're trying to handle and juggle. And so, yeah, I've been reading a lot about that. And when I think about bandwidth, especially like mental bandwidth, I think about it as like your ability to like focus on tasks, concentrate, just like the energy that you need to like get through the day. And I feel like it's relevant for moms because I feel like you'll feel more confident and more peaceful when you feel like you have enough bandwidth to process all the things that need to get taken care of. But I feel like one thing that moms may struggle with, especially if you feel overwhelmed all the time, is we might feel like we don't have enough bandwidth, energy, focus, concentration, like all willpower, all the good things that we need to be successful. Sometimes it can feel like a struggle that we don't have enough bandwidth to juggle all the things that need to get done. And so I want to talk about bandwidth for me because one thing that you guys may or may not know about me, I used to talk about this on my channel a lot, is that I am an Enneagram 5. Please research that because I'm not an Enneagram expert, but I know that one thing about Enneagram 5s that some people see it as a flaw, but after the things that I've been reading about bandwidth, I'm starting to possibly see this characteristic as, you know, having its good side and bad side. But one thing that we believe in as Enneagram 5s is basically the conservation of bandwidth, the conservation of energy. How do we still accomplish our goals and get things done without feeling depleted at the end of the day? And although I am not like an expert in that, I have definitely learned a lot and have found things that make me feel better when I approach it in a certain way versus things that definitely make me feel depleted and like I have no bandwidth left at the end of the day. So I want to talk about, I think I came up with 6 things that have been successful for me in the effort to preserve bandwidth, emotional and mental bandwidth. And so before I begin, I want to talk about why bandwidth is important. I took some notes here. Yeah, you need bandwidth in order to have willpower. So if you have goals that you're wanting to focus on and you notice that you're not showing up for them, it's probably because you're lacking bandwidth. You need bandwidth in order to make good decisions. You need bandwidth to be able to concentrate on tasks. I don't know how many of you guys have ever experienced this where you're trying to accomplish a task and you're doing it when you're tired, you feel depleted, and it just feels like you're not doing it as well as you would if you did it at a different time of the day when maybe you're high energy. That happens to me a lot, and that could be an issue of just not having the bandwidth to do it. I was listening to this YouTube video that was kind of talking about this as well, and he said one mistake that people make is when they plan out tasks that they need to get done, we tend to plan in time, like, you know, I'm going to work on this from this time to this time, the next task I'm going to do from, you know, this time to this time, and we think that we can plan with time alone. And that's not the case for a lot of people, because what we need to be managing instead of our time is we need to be managing our bandwidth, because just because we block out some time to do something doesn't mean that we'll meet that time block and also have the bandwidth that we need in order to have the willpower and the energy and the strength and the focus to be able to show up and complete the task. So instead of only planning by time, we need to also be making sure that we're taking our bandwidth into consideration and making sure that we're planning our day to also match the bandwidth that we have. So that's what I want to talk about, how to increase your bandwidth, or at minimum, preserve the bandwidth that you have. One more thing that I want to say about bandwidth, and especially with its relationship to willpower before I begin, is that I feel like for a long time, people have thought about willpower and bandwidth as a characteristic, like, a characteristic of someone. Like if you have strong willpower, you show up no matter what, that means that this person has, is a good person. They don't have any characteristic flaws. Meanwhile, if you struggle with bandwidth, you struggle with having the energy to show up consistently, that shows like poor moral traits for that, person. And that's the way that they used to think a long time ago. And I think a lot of us are still kind of trapped in that thinking. But the more and more research that comes out that kind of tests this bandwidth idea and willpower, the more that the research is starting to support that willpower is more like a muscle. And just like if you go to the gym and you try to like work out your muscle, you will deplete the energy in that muscle at some point, at which time you would need to take a break, recuperate, and try to regain that energy again. And then you could try again, maybe the next day or in a few days' time. So that's what it's like when it comes to our willpower and when it comes to our bandwidth. We only have so much in a day, and we need to manage it because it depletes. And then once it depletes, it's very difficult to, like I mentioned, be consistent, demonstrate willpower, have the focus and concentration that you need in order to accomplish your tasks appropriately. So I hope at this point you guys understand the importance of bandwidth and the importance of taking it into consideration as you're planning your day, as you're planning your goals. Maybe this can explain why you feel like you're struggling with certain things, being consistent mainly. And it's, it's really hard to be consistent and make good choices when you just are at the end of the day and you don't have any bandwidth left. And so before I begin, hi, my name is Lede. I'm the creator of this channel, Love Always Lede. And on this channel, I just like to talk about tips, tricks, hacks, and things for moms to make life easier for us. If you like that kind of content, then definitely feel free to subscribe and like this video. That is an awesome way to support the channel. All right. The number one way or thing that I noticed that helps me preserve bandwidth is you guys may have noticed this in my last video, but I really try to do my most challenging tasks earlier in the day. So whether I have like a task of the day, like I have a goal that I'm trying to meet, and I know that this is like one of my big primary goals of the day, I try to do it as early as I humanly possibly can. Sometimes it's not very early because I have kids. I might have to do things for them. I have routines that I need to get done, but as early as I can, because for me and the way that my body works, I have the most energy in the first half of the day. But for someone else, you have to know your energy. Maybe you have the best energy after you've eaten a healthy lunch. I don't know. But I try to plan the biggest tasks that need to get done around when I have the most energy. And for me, it's not exactly directly when I wake up. I need time to like kind of get my brain going. Then I need time to get my routines. But like once I get my routines done, like boom, if I'm going to get something done, if I want to increase my chances of getting those tasks done, I have to execute early for me. And that makes sure that I'm using my bandwidth for the most important things. Because what will happen if I don't is I will get pulled in so many different directions. I will get, things come up. We have families. And by the end of the day, after I've been pulled in 50 different directions, I've handled everyone else's priorities, I have no energy and no bandwidth left for the things that I decided was a priority. So what I notice is if I do it first, I can get those things done and still have plenty of bandwidth left to tackle the unpredictable parts of my day. And so this doesn't only apply to goal setting. For me, this can even apply to like my routines. It's not a very smart idea for me, knowing that I don't always have like the most bandwidth, for me to wait until the very end of the night after I've done every single possible thing for everyone else, for me to be like, now it's time for me to do my cleaning routines. It won't work for me. Sometimes it can, especially if it's a habit, but for the most part, I don't trust myself to do my routines at the very end of the night, because a lot of times I just don't have the energy to do it. So what I instead do is I try to find a way to push that task earlier in the day. If I have like a small window of time before I need to go pick up my girls from school, I'm not going to waste that window of time. I'm going to do some darn dishes. If I am waiting for something to cook in the oven, I'm not going to waste that time. I'm going to be folding laundry, because I know that all these things can give me a head start. If I don't know, I'm just in the kitchen and I don't have anything to do, or if I'm taking a break from work, I'm going to be like dicing berries and stuff and getting ready for the next day. Because, you know, just because I have a goal to get those things done at the end of the night doesn't necessarily mean that I have to do all of it at the end of the night. If there's any way that I could give myself a head start, or incorporate it into earlier parts of the day when I have more bandwidth, I just know that I'm more likely to be successful than if I wait until the end of the day to try to get things done. So that's just me. All right. So we're talking about 5 ways to maximize your bandwidth. And now I'm going to be going to point number 2. One thing that can take a toll on your bandwidth is trying to hold too much information in your brain at one time. You guys, there are studies that support that. Let's see, I have notes here. I've been taking notes when I'm reading, you guys. But there are studies that support, for our short-term memory, we can only hold about 7 pieces of information, give or take 2. So for some people, that number's 5. For some people, that number could be 9. But we can only hold a small amount of information in our short-term memory at one time. And the more information that you just try to hold into your short-term memory, that has a way of pulling down on your bandwidth. Because what happens is we think we're just going to remember it, we're going to tuck it into this nice corner of our brain, and that's not how it works when it comes to our short-term memory. Because instead what it does is it just kind of bounces around in there, it keeps popping up, distracting us, pulling us from the task that we're supposed to be working on, because we're remembering all this stuff that we need to do. Oh, I need to do this. Oh, I forgot I need to get my son's medication order. Oh, I forgot. So one thing that you can do to preserve your bandwidth and to keep like those little short-term memory tasks clear out of your brain so that you can be focused and have bandwidth for the day is to have a system that you trust and to write those things down in a system that you trust. And so before I got, into my system, I tried to write tasks down on sheets of paper. I tried to write tasks in to-do lists, but even that wasn't enough for me because I kept losing my sheets of paper. I kept losing my to-do list. And I just didn't feel or information would get lost in the to-do list. I would overlook it and I would still be struggling to get things done in a timely manner because I totally overlooked it. It was on my list, but I didn't pay attention to it. And so, for me, I noticed that having a system, the system that I do now, helps me with that because it helps me build that trust that when I write this down, I will absolutely take care of this task because it's not going to get lost. I have places where I document certain things. And for me, that has given me peace of mind. So when I write something down, I literally release it from my brain so that I can focus on the task at hand. And I feel like it took me starting the Fly Lady system for me to feel that sense of relief from writing things down in my life. For example, if I have things that are coming up, I know the perfect place to put it in my Google Calendar. I have, I have planners that I've created and I have the perfect place to document stuff. And I just know that information is not going to get lost. And because I create routines and systems that are realistic, I'm not overcrowding my day and expecting myself to do too much. Because it's realistic, I know I'm probably going to get that task done. And I feel a high level of confidence in myself that things are going to get taken care of. And that gives you such an increased amount of bandwidth when you can write stuff down and trust that it's going to get done. I read that there are 2 ways to kind of stop that loop of, things floating around in your short-term memory. The first way is to get the task done. To stop what you're doing, do the task, and that will release it from your brain. The other way that you can also have that same sense of relief is to document it into a system that you trust. I think that came from the Getting Things Done book. I have not read that book, but it was referred to in the book that I did read, which was How to Take Smart Notes. That's what I read this weekend. And, this actually goes along with the second thing that I was going to write. You guys know that I'm a lady who I think a lot. I have lots of ideas. I like to build lots of connections, and then I like to talk about them. And that was another thing that was frustrating me. Like I would have these ideas and I would always be worried that I would forget them because I would like write them in notebooks. And then when I need the note, I don't know which notebook I wrote it in. Did I put it in my app? You know, and that's stressful when you don't trust that when you write something down that you'll be able to get back to it or reasonably handle it. And so that's what this book helps you with. It helps you with having a system of note taking that kind of takes away that problem so that you can reference back to it. I can't remember, but did you finish Tiny Habits? I did. That was an excellent book. I read Atomic Habits and I read Tiny Habits. And for me, I feel like I liked Tiny Habits a little bit more because I felt like that book had like practical, like things that you could be doing today to improve your routines and not your routines, your habits. And I thought that book had a lot of great ideas about just in general habit creation and being intentional about that. And that was a book I really enjoyed. So yeah, I recommend it. All right, so where was I? Having a place to document so that you don't have to try to hold things in your short-term memory, because holding things in your short-term memory, it drains you guys. And so having a system to document those things. If you have not heard of the Peaceful Homekeeping System, I highly recommend that you find some type of system. The Peaceful Homekeeping System is a free series of videos that I offer here on my YouTube channel where I walk you through the system that I am using. And it's just really good because it will help you take that massive list of things that you feel like you have to do, and it will chunk it down into 4 categories. So you know that everything that you see in your home, you know what category it goes in. And just something about the simplicity of that and the way that I try to teach it is very realistic. You will get things done, but more importantly, you will just have that like clearness of your mind when you have like an appropriate place and a system that you actually trust to get things done. All right, I gotta hurry up and get back to work. So let me zoom through these next 3 things. Okay, we're talking about how to maximize your bandwidth. Number 3, it kind of goes along with what I was talking about before, but I listen to my intuition when it comes to planning what I think that I can reasonably accomplish in one day. If I am writing out my to-do list and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure that's gonna get done, I listen to that. I break my task down into small bite-sized pieces. I use the basic weekly plan to spread tasks throughout the week so that I have a focus of the day. If I feel like I have too many focuses in this week, I start rolling tasks into the next week, and that system has worked out very well for me. Because I find that what I was doing before is I would underestimate or overestimate how long things take. And I find that if I keep my focus to like 3 major focuses of the day, that gives me lots of room in my day to, like if things don't go according to plan, I have not overpacked my schedule so much that I can't address it. And then that creates stress. So I try to keep it, like I mentioned, to 3 focuses a day. And I have a system that helps me like spread that out throughout the week, throughout the month, so that number 1, I'm not handling a lot of urgent tasks that are due today. Like I don't have that problem as much as I used to before. So I'm getting things done in advance. And that, for me, I feel like that preserves a lot of bandwidth by not over jam-packing my day, having realistic expectations and lots of wiggle room for when things inevitably go wrong. I have lots of space in my day to adjust and to problem solve and to work through it because I don't have the pressure that, oh, I only had 15 minutes to do this task. Now I got to jump to I don't have that because I don't over jam pack my day. So I find that having that wiggle room, that flex room in my day really helps me just preserve bandwidth. And it just gives me that sense of like, I don't know, like assurance, if that's the right word, that if things go wrong, like I still have plenty of room in this day to be able to try to work it out and figure it out. So that helps me out a lot. And I would consider that giving myself flex. So that can even include, I am very serious about taking my breaks. So that can even include like making sure that you're taking your breaks. I know, especially as a work from home mom, it can be tempting to work through your lunch break. It can be tempting to not take, you know, what people would be doing in the office is chatting with their coworkers and having like that time of non-productive time and then returning back to their task. When you're like working from home, sometimes it can be tempting to just power through everything because you don't have a coworker to talk to. But for me, I have to take my breaks, and that I feel like helps me also just with having that flex into my day. Also, it's important to plan breaks into your day, which I think I'm gonna talk about in a minute. But yeah, I'll talk about that more in a minute. But that helps me out a lot, is just not overpacking my day and giving myself plenty of flex room. And I find that when I'm consistently knocking things off my to-do list every single day, that flex room is not problematic for me. Because sometimes I feel like we can get into that mindset that, well, if you could do 3 tasks, well, if you have time and flex, you should have made it 10. No, like for me, because I'm so consistent, I'm finding that it doesn't really hurt anything for me to just keep my focus to like 3 major tasks. And if I have something that's really heavy, like I see a task coming that's pretty heavy, like one thing that I'll do as well is I will adjust the rest of my day. Like I had to take 3 kids to get blood drawn. That was like a really big deal because like 2 of them are like, two of them were 3-year-old toddlers. And for that day, you better believe we had like an easy dinner when I came back home. So I do that a lot. Like I will adjust my day according to the tasks that I know that I have. And if it feels really heavy, I'm like, okay, well, where can I start cutting back a little bit to make this fit into my day comfortably? So those are things that I do to preserve bandwidth. The next thing that I do, number 4, is I try to avoid hyper focusing. So what does that mean when it comes to homekeeping? For me, that means like trying not to clean my whole house from top to bottom all in one day. I'm just going to get it all done. That used to be what I tried to do. That led to like a lot of stress, chaos, overwhelm, self-doubt, thinking that I must be the messiest person in the world. I can't keep up. Why does everybody keep up for me? Yeah, that led to a whole lot of drama that I'm not trying to go back to. And so I find that it's just effective to set boundaries with myself that prevent that hyper focusing and cleaning in layers. Like, does that mean that my house is perfectly clean 100% of the time? No, but I also don't have projects lingering around the house that are irritating me, that are getting under my skin, that I don't feel confident that I can take care of. Because in the way that my system is structured, if there's anything that I want to get to, I know where it will be taken care of in my system. If I have clutter that needs to be addressed, I will get that in zone 2. If I have some vacuuming that needs to get done, I will handle that during my weekly home blessing. If I have dishes that need to get done, I don't have to stop what I'm doing right now to focus on that. I know that it will be taken care of, during my routines. And so it's nice to know that every single thing that I see in my house, I can figure out what category it best fits in. And I know when I'm going to be working on that category of tasks. And so that really helps me not hyper focus. That one thing I was reading about was called tunneling. And that's, let's see. Yeah. Tunneling is basically when you feel like you have like a scarcity of something. So like a scarcity of time when it comes to homemaking. So you just get so focused and so like tunneled in on that thing that you focus on it at the detriment of other things that need to be taken care of in your life. And that's something that I've absolutely been so guilty of. Like I'm going to clean this house, but I'm going to, ignore my kids. I'm probably not going to cook. I'm not going to maintain the work that I've done. Like I just throw out everything else out the window. My emotional, well-being, everything out the window because I'm focused on this goal. I want a clean house. And that's not very healthy for us either. And that absolutely can wear down and pull down on your bandwidth. And so instead of hyper-focusing, it's like we want to be focused. We want to get things done, but we want to make sure that we're balanced about it and that we're juggling all the things that need to get done. So for me, avoiding hyper-focusing, cleaning in layers, having a plan helps me preserve bandwidth. All right, the next thing is, I've talked about this before, but trying to reduce the number of decisions that you make in real time. Like if it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you're trying to get your kids breakfast ready, for me, it helps when I already know what I'm about to do. If I have any possible way to separate the thinking of that task from the doing of that task, I really try to do that because that is one thing that will pull from your bandwidth is decision making. Responsible decision making pulls down your bandwidth. They call it decision fatigue. And so the number of decisions that you can make ahead of time will help you preserve bandwidth throughout the rest of the day. And I think for a lot of us, we've already made so many decisions just to walk out the door. Like we probably already feel drained just by walking out the house. What am I going to wear? What are the kids going to wear? What am I going to pack for snack? What are you going to have for breakfast? And then heaven forbid something goes wrong. Like you thought you were going to pack this, but you found out that you're out of this. So now you got to make a new decision. What am I going to make for dinner? I said I was going to make chicken. We're out of chicken. Like it just, before the day can even start, you've already like depleted yourself because you have so many decisions that you have to make. So if there's any way that you can make those decisions ahead of time, Maybe you have a dedicated planning time on the weekend to think about how you want your week to go. Maybe when you're in bed at night, pulling up your Google Calendar and just writing a couple of decisions out. I do that sometimes. Like I'm in bed and I'm like, okay, this is what we're going to do in the morning, you know, whatever. Like really try to get out of making those decisions in real time and trying to decide what that vision of your morning would look like and making those decisions that night. So that for me, it's just much easier to do the task than it is to think about the task and to do the task. So whenever I have the ability to do that, I definitely try to get it in because it just helps. Like right now, I know what we're eating for dinner, but there have been times where I'm like, I will figure it out when we get there. And that is like one of the most draining things that you can do, especially when it comes to things like that require preparation and having supplies and then finding out that you don't have what you need to make what you thought. So one way to avoid that is to make your decisions in advance whenever you can. All right, the last thing that helps me, I gotta hurry up, you guys. All right, my break is over. It should have been over. I wanted to make this a 20-minute video, but y'all know I get long-winded. So the last thing that helps me with just preserving my bandwidth is, incorporating lots of planned breaks and me time into my life. There used to be a time where I felt like selfish about that. I used to feel like guilty about that, but those days are behind me because I've learned that when I have like that wiggle room in my life, that flex room in my life, it just makes me show up in everything that I do better. And so what does that look like for me? That looks like on the weekend, I have my self-care day. Half the time, my self-care day literally could just be me under the blankets without, I'm sure you guys can hear my kids yelling, but that helps me out so much. Sometimes it looks like me reading a book and having quiet time. Sometimes that looks like me getting my kids to bed on time so that after 8 o'clock, like I don't have to talk to or answer to no one. Sometimes that looks like me waking up an hour before my kids because as much as I don't want to do it, it sets me up for so much success when the first hour of the day is quiet. I gotta talk to nobody. Like I can cut my fruit in peace if I need to, pack whatever I need to pack, take my shower, put my makeup on, and have that slowness. So what looks like self-care and time and space and capacity for me might look completely different for you. Maybe you need to schedule some time to go hang out with your girlfriends. It don't have to be dramatic. It don't have to be an all-day event. But if you know that it makes you feel energized and rejuvenated, I just feel like it goes a long way to helping you maximize the bandwidth that you have when you're pouring back into yourself. And it is something that I have seen the difference, you guys, between not doing it and doing it. And that is why I advocate for it so much, because I have seen a very contrast difference. And so if you are not taking that time for yourself, I highly recommend that you start doing that, because that is definitely a way to kind of increase your mental and emotional bandwidth so that you can show up for all the things that you need to do with more energy, more clarity, and more focus. So my kids are really back there just screaming. School starts next week. But anyway, that's all I have. That's all I have today. 5 ways. I've just been seeing that a lot. And with this new note-taking system that I've been trying, it's really cool because you start to see you read about 3 different articles on 3 different things, and then you start to see how they're all connected. And I was like, I feel like this is very relevant when it comes to us, especially when we have goals, we have systems that we're trying to do, we're trying to be consistent, and it's really hard to be a responsible adult when you don't have bandwidth. And so just thinking of ways that you can use that knowledge to your advantage. How can I not allow that bandwidth to wear down so quickly in the day? What can I do to not let it wear down? So we talked about making decisions ahead of time before the day even starts, knowing how you want this day to look. We talked about when you have something bouncing around in your head, writing it down in a system that you trust so you can preserve your bandwidth. We talked about, doing things. If you know that you have tasks that are important, maybe they're not urgent, but they're really important and you want to see yourself working on it. We talked about either giving yourself a head start throughout the day when you have bandwidth or trying to work on bigger tasks first. We also talked about just not planning too much into your day, trying not to over jam pack your day and really allowing there to be flex room, because things will come up and it is really stressful when you feel like you packed your day with so many activities that you can't you can't adjust, you can't problem solve. And let's just normalize that. Once we get our 3 tasks done, if everything goes smoothly, let's normalize taking the rest of the day to do the best you can with your normal routines and tasks that you have. Let's normalize like being okay with like not having to keep adding more and more and more stuff to our plate because it's not okay to take a break. Like I have definitely normalized that, and I do believe that having that space in your life as often as you can will definitely help with the preservation of bandwidth. The book that I was reading was called not reading, I didn't read it, but that was referred to a lot, was called something about scarcity. Yeah, if you Google scarcity, why having too little means so much. That was the solution that they had for just increasing your bandwidth, is giving yourself more flex room in your life. And I know that's going to look different for every person. But one way that you can do that is to stop putting so much pressure on yourself. If there's goals that you can control, that you can take off your plate, try not to put that pressure on yourself to like cram so much in your day, and giving yourself that flex room will improve your mental and emotional bandwidth. And so I think I covered all 6. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this type of content, then make sure that you like this video.
Do you have unwanted habits you'd like to get rid of? Are you suffering from anxiety? Are you plagued by self-doubt? Then this is the episode for you. Stay tuned. Welcome, everybody. I'm Scott Patton, your host, and this is the free-ebooks.net series on the Super Stacks for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. And if you've been following along, we've had a bunch of amazing guests. We've been talking about all sorts of things, from crypto to writing to creating content, creating these super cool reels for Facebook and Instagram. So it's been a huge variety of topics that we've covered. And today, I think, is the one that I'm the most excited about, because my guest has written a number of books, and I actually have a couple of the titles here, and just listen if these are not intriguing and make you want to go get them. She's the author of Being Human, The Little Book of Big Change, The No Willpower Approach to Breaking Any Habit, yes, and Just a Thought, a No Willpower Approach to End Self-Doubt and Make Peace with Your Mind. So I'm really excited. She's got an amazing product in the Women's Confidence Super Stack. We're going to get to that in a minute. But right now, I'm going to bring on Dr. Amy Johnson. Hi, Dr. Johnson. How are you doing today?
I'm great, Scott. Thanks for having me.
I'm excited to have you on. And I want to dive right into habits and anxiety and self-doubt. But before we get to that, tell us a little bit about your story, a little bit about how you got into this area.
Yeah, well, let's see. I grew up with a lot of anxiety. I was kind of a nervous kid, an anxious kid. Everyone said I was in my head all the time, and I had a lot of little nervous habits and separation anxiety and that kind of stuff. I was happy enough kid, but I certainly wasn't carefree and free like little kids should be all the time. So from the time I was young, really, I was really fascinated with psychology and how we work and, just kind of what's going on behind the scenes. So I really kind of knew even from a really young age that I would grow up and study this stuff and find some answers. And that's what I've been doing for the last lot of years.
Neat. I love when you say the no willpower way, because anytime I want to make any change, it's, and I'm just like, and it might last for 10 minutes. It might last for half an hour, but then it's like, forget this, it's too much work, because I'm constantly then having to watch myself and everything along those lines. So how do we So in your opinion, how do we make long-lasting change without, having I had an image of like Guido, this big Italian looking over, no more pizza for you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's so funny because it feels like such a battle. We get into such a battle. we hear our mind talk, we feel our feelings and our desires want things and pull us in directions and, suggest things. And then we eat the pizza and we feel amazing. And we think, oh, it's because this pizza is so good and I'm never going to stop. And all of that stuff. It's such a interesting sort of illusion that gets created. But what I've seen and what I kind of share at the root of all this is that our essence, the essence of all human beings, all the time, no exceptions, is one of peace and common sense and, moderation, if you want to use that word, where we just naturally kind of eat when we're hungry, stop when we're full, partake, for a little while, step back. We rest when we are tired. We naturally want to get up and jump around when we're kind of antsy and we need some activity out. So life kind of lives us. We are designed to do this stuff very, very naturally in a way that is completely healthy. Now, what happens is our mind starts talking and we start to get kind of caught up in like, oh, I think I did a little bit too much pizza, or a little bit, not enough exercise, or a little bit too much anger. I shouldn't feel that much anger, or I shouldn't have done this so much. And our mind starts talking to us and we start to get really identified with our mind. And I use these little teeth when I teach a lot, because it's like this little narrator in our head that's constantly saying, not enough, too much, not good enough, more, less, now, later. It's very black and white, very judgmental in that way. So as we grow up and we get really identified with all of this and all of that judgment, it starts to feel like our only option is to battle this. So like you're saying, when the narrator's over here saying, more pizza, you deserve it. You had a rough week. Just go ahead. It's no big deal. You can eat healthy on Monday. We're listening to this and we're so identified with it. And then we're like, yeah, but that's not really what I want. And then we're like, no, I'm not going to start Monday. And like, it becomes such a battle. And when there's a battle, it's our mind spinning, kind of talking to itself. It's like a dog chasing its own tail. So when people start to see how this works, that our mind will just talk in all those black and whites and try to get us to do things, but that thoughts come and go. The narrator comes and goes. This thing, you can wind it up, but pretty soon it's going to stop chattering. That's how our experience works. And when we come to see that, we don't get as engaged in the battle, and thoughts and feelings come and go, and we just don't feel as compelled to get as wrapped up in them.
So I see. I'm hearing this voice, but I don't have to identify it as being me.
Yeah, it's not you. And that's really what we kind of explore, rather than having it sort of as a technique about the voice, which is fine. And that could be super helpful. Like, the voice isn't us. The voice is our brain that is just survival based, and it has to be very efficient, black or white. It always wants more or less. It's always talking about what's coming later. And there's tons of good reasons for that, evolutionary reasons for that. Right. It's all based on our survival.
We used to worry about saber-toothed tigers, right?
Exactly. So as people really kind of come to wake up to that a little bit, the relationship with this really starts to change.
Oh, cool. So what would be like the first step on this journey?
I think often the first step is waking up to this voice. Like, we all kind of know it, and probably the audience listening here is more familiar than the average person off the street.
Right.
But at the same time, like, we kind of know that our thoughts aren't true, and we kind of know probably that they're not ours and all of that. Yet we still go through life for the most part just doing whatever our mind tells us to do. We really do. We still kind of, I always say, it's like we have this helmet on and we don't even know we have a helmet on. And there's all kinds of directions and stuff being thrown around in that helmet, and we're just following it. So to really wake up and notice, wow, I am before language. Like, our essence is before language, before thought, before preferences. It's this formless energy, and all of that language and preferences and everything the narrator says, that is a survival-based brain doing its job perfectly. And as we start to recognize that more, it gets a little easier to kind of see it for what it is.
Sort of like the taxi driver, and you don't give him directions and he just drives around the city.
Yeah.
And then when you wake up and say, well, I'm not really going where I want to go, so maybe I should tell the taxi driver, head over there.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Very, very cool. So does this apply equally to like habits?
Yeah, it's really everything. Habits, like the way I think of anxiety and lack of
Self-doubt.
confidence and self-doubt and all of that is just habitual thought. And so habits are just habitual behavior,
Very
so
habitual, yeah.
very habitual, right? So just like our mind, we wake up and our mind starts saying like, oh, who do you think you are? And I hope you don't mess up at work today, and whatever it says, that's all just habitual narration that runs. And then we say, oh, I have low self-esteem. You don't really have low self-esteem. You just have a mind that talks on repeat and you're believing it. You think it's you. And with habits, it's the same, So I used to have a food-related habit. I had bulimia, and my mind would wake up and it would tell me all of this stuff. It would catalog what I ate the day before, what I should have eaten, what I should eat today. And I just didn't have the separation to know, oh, that's just a brain repeating. That's just what a mind does. I thought I wanted those things. I thought this was personal. So this is a huge thing to see that what our mind says, even though it's talking about us, it's not personal. It's like a machine, really. Just it's no more personal than your heartbeat is personal. If you have heart disease, that doesn't mean anything about you. It's just what the state of your heart. It's the same with the brain.
Right. Wow. I was married to a lady who had anorexia. And as you're describing, the way you were just describing the way the mind works was, and I was thinking of her when we were in like our 20s and 30s and how her mind worked, and you just described it perfectly. She'd have all this stuff going on in her mind.
Yeah.
And then it was just totally convincing her that in this case, she was fat and she was as skinny as a beanpole. I mean, there was no fat on her.
Yeah.
And it was really, really difficult for her to change that. And I wish you'd been around 35 years ago.
It is. It's so
Listen
hard
to
to
Amy.
change.
Listen to Amy.
It's tough, and it's tough to watch someone go through that because the reality is that they're in is not the reality. And the interesting thing is they know the reality they're in is not the reality in their finer moments. When her mind could settle down, like everyone knows, we know whatever addiction or disorder we're caught up in, we know that's not our nature and that it doesn't have to be that way, but we get so identified with all the directives and all the judgments that we don't see a way out. And with a lot of this stuff, with many habits, our mind is saying like, this is what'll make you okay. Just lose a little bit more weight, just drink a little bit more, just, decide to stop next month, eat a little bit less. And that's compelling. It gives us like this, it looks like there's some light on the horizon. We're like, okay, well, maybe that will work. And again, we're all going through this in various ways, even in little ways like, oh, if I just make more money, then I'll be happy. If I can just find the right relationship, then I'll be okay.
Right.
And our mind says that stuff constantly, and everyone's does. I mean, this is a universal function of a mind. And that's what I think people don't really get, is because it feels very personal, of course.
It's only me. Everybody else is fine.
We think it's just us, right? So we don't really see, oh no, this has nothing to do with you. This is just how a mind talks.
When you were talking about money, you reminded me of a friend of mine who sold shampoo, and he would net $18,000 or $19,000 a month.
Wow.
A
lot of shampoo.
A lot of shampoo. Yeah. He was so good at what he did. And his problem is he spent $25,000 personally a month, right?
Yeah.
So he took some courses, some personal development courses, and I didn't see him for 3, 4, 5, 6 months from when he told me his problem to when the next time I saw him, because I didn't have I don't know what to do when you're making that kind of money and you're spending that kind of money. So, but then we got together again about 6 months later, and he said, Scott, I made $12,000 last month. And I go, oh no, you're down 8,000. And he goes, no, it's great. He said, I saved 6. So whatever it was with his mind, it changed, right? And I think that's one of the things that, one of the messages that you have for everybody too is you may be in this state of self-doubt or anxiety or a bad habit or habits, but you don't have to stay there.
Yes, I love that. And minds are always changing. And that's a perfect example. I mean, I don't know the specifics with him, but it's like people have insights. People wake up and say, wow, like, look at what I'm doing. And it doesn't make sense. And with support, and that's like what my course and other, teachers do, like we can help you kind of have, like to call it a sea change. It's like suddenly you just see something new and nothing has to change in your life, but everything looks different. Like when someone wakes up and says like, oh my gosh, I realize these aren't my thoughts. This is just my mind telling me I'm this and that, or telling me what to do. That can lead to some really big insights. And when someone has an insight like that, it's like you see life in a different way. And that makes behavior change natural. That's the antithesis to willpower. He didn't need to willpower himself to save a bunch of money anymore. If he really saw how crazy what he was doing was, and wow, I can save $6,000 a month, then it's like the behavior just follows.
Yeah, and I think that he was trying to willpower it and then failing, which just made it worse for him, right?
Yeah.
And it was really cool. So, are there any stories that you want to share about people that you've worked with and sort of the changes that occurred in their life?
Yeah, there's many. So let's see. So there's many, again, most of the people I work with are either coming to me for habits or for anxiety. And what I love about this work, and this is what's shared in the Little School of Big Change, is we just look at how things are already naturally happening. It isn't about like, oh, anxiety's wrong and we need to look at it differently and we need to make it show up differently. When someone is suffering with anxiety, all that's happening is, their mind is racing and their body is following suit. So our mind gets all revved up and our body just follows. And we say, oh no, I hate this feeling. This shouldn't be happening. But with understanding, I can't say enough about, truly, it's just a new perspective. It's insight. It's understanding what's going on. The same thing can be happening, but we experience it totally differently. So many, many people with anxiety I've worked with, they come in and they're so afraid of their feelings. And I know this feeling because I had that too, where you feel the little bit of anxiety starting to ramp up, or maybe you start to hyperventilate a little bit. And then all of a sudden your mind starts, oh no, this is another panic attack or whatever it is. And you feel it start to ramp up really quickly. But again, physically, mentally, emotionally, all of that can be happening. But when someone has been studying this, looking in this direction a little bit, and then they start to feel that, and then they think, oh, this is safe. This is just my mind. This is just these chattering teeth all revved up. They're going to settle down. Everything comes down on its own. Oh, my feelings. Yeah, that's safe. There's like a relaxation that happens. And it's such a rush for people who have been struggling with anxiety for a long time, as you can imagine, because we're so afraid, or we're so used to being so afraid of our experience, and everything feels like a fight and a battle. And oh no, I hope this doesn't show up and ruin my day. And people get to a point where they're like, any feeling can show up. Bring it on. A little racing heart, that's fine. I can handle a racing heart. Or a little hyperventilation, no big deal. If that happens, I'll be fine. And of course, when that's their mindset, when they're saying, bring it on, if it comes on, it just doesn't matter. It's not anxiety whatsoever. And I had that experience as my anxiety was leaving me, was that my body and my mind would still do a lot of the same stuff. My mind would still say, oh no, is this a panic attack? And my body would start to get a little extra energy. But I just was like, oh yeah, that's happening right now. Because again, we had this insight into kind of how the narrator talks and how everything that shows up truly is safe, except for our mind telling us it isn't. So I've seen that with a lot with anxiety, and similar with habits. I won't go through a whole story there, but just that desire for alcohol, food, working, too much internet, whatever it is, we feel that pull, but there's a little bit of space where someone can see like, oh, I see what's happening. My mind's pulling me there. Let me just hang out in this feeling for a minute. And that's the thing we never do. We almost never just hang out in a feeling. We jump into action. We do what our mind says. So as we explore this, our mind starts to settle down so that we feel the ability to just hang out and feel stuff. And then what do you know? The stuff we feel, it comes and it goes. It's gone before you know it.
That's brilliant. Actually, I was thinking about a couple times when I felt a little anxious, just recently, although it wasn't like a major thing or anything, but like a little bit of anxiety. And you're right. Like I feel this anxiety and then it's like, I got to go do something, right? I'm not going to just sit there and go, wow, yeah, I'm feeling kind of anxious and be with it. It's like, no, get away.
Yeah.
And that when you fight it, it makes it worse.
Yes. And when you're curious about it and you're like, okay, let me just feel this. And the way I do that for myself is like, I'd go into the physical sensations. Like, what does this anxiety even feel like? And as I explore it, I'm like, oh, this is just some fluttering in my stomach, or it's just a little chest heaviness or whatever. You start to really feel into it and you're welcoming it. Like, okay, come on along if you want to. It's like it doesn't know what to do. It's like, oh, I'm out of here. She's not fighting me or he's not pushing me away. I'm leaving.
Sort of like the bully. They say, if you stand up to a bully, then they're just like, well, I'll go find someone else to bully.
Exactly.
This is too much work.
Yes.
Interesting. Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Well, what I'd like to do now is talk about the Little School of Big Change right after this. All right. So I brought up here it is, the Little School of Big Change. It's part of the InfoStack. And I'll put the link to that in the comments for you so everyone can go there and get it. The InfoStack's absolutely amazing. And so tell us about the Little School of Big Change and how it came about.
Yeah, so the Little School of Big Change just celebrated its 5th birthday. So I created this course 5 years ago. On the heels of my book, The Little Book of Big Change. So the Little Book of Big Change did really well. People were loving it. And I was talking a lot one-on-one with people and really wanted to build a community around it. So that's what the school is. So the school consists of several short video lessons. And it's me really walking people through kind of what we've been sharing, that we are healthy and wise and peaceful at our essence, that the only time we're ever suffering or caught up in anxiety or habits is because our narrator is just habitual and we're identified with it. So we really look at how safe and how protective the brain is, how everything it does is for us. We just misunderstand that. We think, oh, my brain's too loud or too fast or too compulsive or whatever. And it never truly is. Everything it's doing is for our benefit. And when we aren't resisting that and we aren't afraid of it, it really starts to settle down and we see that. So the lessons in the Little School of Big Change walk people through this from the beginning to the end. I mean, we really start slow and they're very like professionally recorded lessons that really kind of lead you through this understanding so that you have your own insights, so that you start to realize that your experience is safe and how your mind works and all of that. In addition to the lessons, there are some animations, which I love because I think the animations are just fun, but people get so much from them. It's like, this is a little heavy. It's really pretty profound kind of spiritual, psychological content. So to do it in cartoon form that's like 2 minutes long, people love that. They're kind of relaxed and then they really see it. It's like, oh, it's that simple. There's also some longer conversations with some colleagues of mine. So like world-class psychiatrists, psychologists, they're in here talking about habits and anxiety. So it's a really jam-packed, like phenomenal course and you get lifetime access to it. So people go through it as much as they want at their own pace and they just get so much from it.
Awesome. And it's one of a huge super stack out for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. Tomorrow is the last day. So if you're watching this and it's past November's over, then you're going to have to go to Amy's site.
Find me separately, but the stack is amazing. If you get this,
doesn't
while the
stop.
stack is available. Oh my gosh, so much.
It's really amazing, and it's great value. I've interviewed a number of people that are in this stack and in some of the other stacks, and like yourself, I mean, they're just wonderful people with full hearts that want to be of service to their fellow beings here, which is great.
Yeah.
And so get the super stack. The link is in the comments below, and then make sure you start with the little school of big change.
Yeah.
And so, Amy, one of the things that we do, and I never remember to tell anybody beforehand, which makes it even better, is we end with a tip. So you're going to get 10 seconds because I have a little video. And then when we come back, just on anything you want for living a great life.
All right.
Here we go. And today's tip.
Oh man, the pressure. Today's tip, let's see, is really, I think it's what we were just talking about in terms of just feeling what's arising. No feeling is wrong. No feeling is too much. No feeling is not supposed to be here. Anything that's arising, and that goes for thoughts too. Any thought, any feeling that shows up in your experience is showing up to be seen, to be experienced, and then to move on. And we spend so much time pushing it away that we don't let it move on. So just welcome and be curious about and look toward anything that's showing up. It's here for you.
That was beautiful. Thank you. That was really nice. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. We really appreciate you. Make sure you check out the Super Stack and head over also to www.free-ebooks.net. You can get 5 ebooks free a month. And our mission is to connect readers with new authors, because I don't know about you, but I'm tired of going into chapters and seeing the same old authors and never anything different. And so that's our goal, is to expose you to some amazing authors. We have over 40,000 authors now and well over 80,000 books. So just about anything you want, you'll be able to find. And so, Amy, thank you very much for joining us. I really appreciate you too. And I've learned a lot, and hopefully we'll, and if you ever want to talk about one of your books, let me know, because we'd love to have you on and talk about your experience writing your book and then what your book's about. Because, and I mean, it doesn't have to be a free book on free-ebooks.net for us to talk about it.
Awesome. I would love to.
Hi, I'm Elisa Vitti. I'm the founder and director of the Flow Living Hormone Center. I am the best-selling author of Woman Code, and I'm the creator of the MyFlow period tracking app. The Flow Living Hormone Center was really something that I needed, a long time ago when I was dealing with my own hormonal health issues, and I really wish there was a place where I could have gone when my period started becoming problematic, where I could talk to someone about the issues that I was struggling with, where I could test my hormones at as much as I wanted, or I could get some effective and natural treatment, and I could track how all my progress was going and how my symptoms were doing. And so the Flow Living Hormone Center is really the first and only global menstrual healthcare concierge platform where you can do all those things. You can talk to someone, treat, test, track, everything to do with your cycle and your hormones. A lot of the messaging that we're given as women about our reproductive health is lacking in enough science and enough practical wisdom that we feel like we should also avoid it. And then it ends up causing us to make choices in our own healthcare of doing nothing, which we know is really dangerous from great research that's long been out there. The BioCycle study, for example, determined that if you have untreated PMS in your 20s and 30s, right? And PMS is a serious hormonal imbalance where you have too much estrogen and not enough progesterone. If you let that go untreated, which, hello, everybody does, we just joke about it, that will increase your likelihood of developing the 4 big diseases of inflammation postmenopausally. So that's heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and dementia. And I don't think we should be joking about that. I think if you have a friend who's complaining about PMS, you should be like, oh my goodness, you're on fire. You need to do something today so that you don't end up, without your noodle, at 60. So I think it's really important for us to understand how our bodies work, to get really practical, useful information about what we can do to interact with our endocrine system to optimize its performance, and to understand how to troubleshoot things along the way, because it is not complicated, it is not mysterious, and your body is so responsive to the right inputs, and it's just amazing. My experience of watching my body transform is not unique. I've been doing this now for nearly 17 years with tens of thousands of women around the globe. This is every woman's story. And I think it's just time that there's a place, that you use. You go to your gynecologist for your annual and whatever other tests you want to get done, but then when you really need to take action around your cycle, there needs to be a place. And so that's why I ended up opening up the center, because I needed it and we all need it. We need this kind of a place where we can go when things are getting a little off track with our hormones. And the whole thing with the pill is a big conversation, and I think women are starting to really ask more questions about this, because here we are, we're eating clean, we're exercising in different ways that are really body aware, we're living these more health and wellness based lifestyles, and then we're taking this medication to suppress something that is really part of our biological process. And I think a lot of younger women are starting to say, well, gee, if I'm not using it necessarily for birth control, why am I using it? What is the benefit here? Especially when there's so many side effects. Because the truth of the matter is, when you take synthetic hormones, you are not getting a period. You're suppressing ovulation altogether. That is what the pill does. It's a specific cocktail of estrogen and progesterone that simulates pregnancy so that you shut off the ovarian conversation altogether. And then you're not actually having a bleed, you're having something called a breakthrough bleed. So the days that you're taking, if you're taking the pill, you're taking like 5 days of a sugar pill. And because you're not dosing with that particular cocktail of estrogen and progesterone for those 5 days, you have a little breakthrough bleeding. And some women don't have that at all. So in fact, over time, the more you take medication, the period can just go away altogether. So that's important to know, because women think, oh no, I'll take the pill, I'll still have my period. But no, you're not having a period at all. You're not having the whole cyclical process happen between the pituitary gland and the ovary and the uterus. It's all shut off. So that's first and foremost. Second thing to know is that while you're on that medication, whether it's delivered in the form of a ring or an implant or an IUD or the pill, that medication, because of the way they have to modify and manipulate the molecular structure of these hormones in order for them to commercialize them, they are not a perfect lock and key fit on your cell receptor sites for those hormones. And as a result, you can have all sorts of reactions to it. I call this synthetic birth control syndrome. So you get on any of these medications, and how many of us have that experience where you're like, oh, something's wrong with me because I can't take the pill, right? I've got to find one that works for me. Well, what that means is that you're just having sort of an allergic reaction to that synthetic modified molecule, right, of that estrogen, of that progesterone. And that's just short-term, immediate, while you start taking it. But long-term, this synthetic hormone combination starts to diminish and deplete key micronutrient stores in the body that are essential for endocrine function, this is the big problem, and this is sort of the link to future fertility, right? So let's say you go on this medication because you have a diagnosed condition like polycystic ovarian syndrome, like fibroids, like endometriosis, like heavy, terrible cramping and bleeding. Once you have a diagnosis, that already means you are micronutrient deficient in these key micronutrients, vitamins, minerals that your endocrine system needs to create proper hormonal balance, and you're already deficient, you're already depleted. Then you take a medication on top of that that does two things. One, gives you a false sense of security, making you feel like you have no more symptoms to address. And two, actively daily further depletes your bank account of these micronutrients. So by the time you get off, which can be a decade or longer, you've now had a worsening of your original situation, and you haven't felt any of the symptoms to put you into a position where you'd be motivated to take action. And that's all that these symptoms are. These symptoms are not a life sentence of, oh, you're supposed to be suffering with your period forever. It's just, hey, things are really not working in our favor. We as an endocrine system cannot function optimally on your behalf. We cannot produce a healthy cycle for you. We need your help. And symptoms are the call from the body to you. We need you to do some things differently. But when you're taught, we live in this culture that says, oh, I don't know, you just have some bad period luck, and the best thing to do is just medicate it and forget about it, then of course you do nothing and you don't feel those symptoms, and then there's this worsening of that pre-existing condition. And so for that reason, it's really frustrating, and I see this unfortunately all too often, where women then at like 35, 37, they've been on the pill for 10 to 15 years or longer, 20, and they've had something going on that has been unaddressed. Then they go off and they want to get pregnant right away, and now they have to recover, major recovery time from all that depleted micronutrient stores and address the original hormonal imbalance, and it takes time. The longer you are on the pill, the longer it takes to recover. So, this is one of the reasons why I created the Balance by Flo supplement line, because after 17 years of researching sort of what are these essential micronutrients that every woman needs for her endocrine system to function optimally, I just wanted to create a set of formulations that would do that for women. They're there for if you have a diagnosed condition, or if you're taking the pill, or if you really feel like you need it for preventing pregnancy or any of the devices. Make sure that you're supplementing adequately so that you're not further becoming depleted. Your bank account isn't going into the red, right? You can at least end the day with a neutral balance. So your fertility is something that you don't want to take for granted. We live in an environment that is sort of replete with endocrine disruptive chemicals that are really already compromising your body's ability to do the thing it's designed to do if you choose to reproduce. There are chemicals in the environment, chemicals in your food, chemicals in your home, chemicals in your makeup that are actively disrupting your body's ability to produce balanced levels of hormones that over time can erode your ability to have, regular ovulation and a healthy cycle. From the point of view of men, sperm production worldwide in the past 50 years has gone down by 50%. So these chemicals are not just affecting women, they're affecting men. And on the flip side, in terms of children, now there's a rise. There used to be just precocious puberty you would see in young females as early as 9, but now we're seeing that also spill over into the males as well. So precocious puberty is on the rise, which means younger bodies are being exposed to these synthetic estrogens, chemicals in form of pesticide on lawn care and in the cleaning detergent at home, and of course pesticides and growth hormone in food. And it's stimulating the endocrine system, too quickly in a young person, and they'll start developing at 9 when that should be more like 12 or 13. And then on the flip side, we'll see this really impact fertility. So I think this is a major, major issue that's only going to get worse as we continue to wreak havoc on our beautiful planet here. And I think that you have to take personal responsibility. You cannot wait for these things to kind of get addressed globally. You need to sort of recognize that you're in charge of what kind of chemical exposure you can control for. So your home should be green, your cleaning products, your makeup, your food organic, and if you have children, you need to really protect them even more, consciously. A little bit can go a long way in terms of exposure. Even the choices of hand sanitizer you use, the triclosan, this antibacterial chemical that's been put in hand sanitizers and toothpaste and dishwashing soap. It's a known endocrine disruptor in men and women, and the FDA made such a statement, but so it's not allowed to be in hand sanitizer anymore, but it's still in a lot of toothpaste, which you'd think you'd use toothpaste a little bit more than hand sanitizer. So just be educated. Everything's out on the internet. The Environmental Working Group is my favorite online resource to check any chemical that you may be looking at on a product to see how safe or unsafe it is, and it's just so important. as important as putting the right inputs into the system is important for endocrine health and hormonal balance, making sure the wrong things stay out is an equally important job. And when it comes to fertility, you and your future child will thank you for the work that you put in today to preserve your reproductive function and protect your egg quality, your genetic material. This is a great thing about your body as a woman. You have early warning detection, right? Those little period problems that are cropping up in your teen years, acne and bloating and PMS, the red light is flashing on the indicator dashboard saying, hey, something's not working. Taking action in your early 20s and getting your hormones set up, because your body's going to heal so much more rapidly anyway because of your youth, is such a gift to give yourself. You know, instead of waiting till you're nearly 40 to start addressing your hormones, it's going to be a longer process. The endocrine system is marvelous. You know, it's an extraordinary system that I just don't think we spend enough time learning about or getting intimate with and familiar with, because it really runs the show. I mean, I always joke, people say, you know, oh, I'm free thinking. I'm like, well, you're as free thinking as your hormones are balanced, because they're really running things. For example, if you don't eat enough at the right frequency, spacing, right? Your blood sugar drops. And this is called hypoglycemia in terms of a response. And the endocrine system, its primary job is to safeguard the transport of glucose to the brain, the heart, and the muscle tissue. So it really doesn't like it when you screw around with, you know, how much you're eating and when you're spacing out meals. It really likes a consistent calorie intake and consistent timing of meals. So when this hypoglycemic episode happens, the whole endocrine system gets into action. Cortisol, insulin, you know, things will start moving. Even thyroid can be involved, and just to make sure that your body starts to get access to glucose if you're not putting it in through dietary means, right? Now, episodically, this is okay, but if this becomes a chronic issue, other things are going to start to take over. And so this idea that you think their willpower is something that we have at our disposal is nonsense when you look at the science, right? What you have is you have cortisol taking charge when there isn't enough glucose dietarily coming in. And so cortisol will talk to your fat cells and say, hey, mobilize some of that stored fat and get it out into the bloodstream as quick as you can. But over time, the body doesn't like that either. So then it starts to have some neurotransmitters come into play that starts sending out more ghrelin, right? And saying, okay, we're hungry, we're starving, we're craving, you know, chips and whatever it is, just to get you into a place where you can be eating more calories to bring that blood sugar up. You're not in control in those moments the way that you would like to think that you are. So your hormones are really trying to guide you into right behavior so that you and your body can be healthy. So it's not like they're running things, but they're trying to help nudge you along in the right direction. If you want to just be a person who is up to things in life, right, who's not feeling like you're behind the 8 ball in terms of your energy, your mood, and other aspects of your health, and you want to be proactive, productive, creative, inspired, doing things, you need to set the groundwork, you know, physiologically for you to do that and biochemically to do that, and hormones play a huge role in that. So for me, balancing hormones, you know, the short-term payoff is, of course, you get to get rid of all those annoying symptoms that plague you chronically throughout the month, and you get to feel better. But long-term, what's really the opportunity is that you get to prime yourself for your best life, your best work, your best inspiration. You get to really use your body as a tool to master your life, and that's really what it's about. I went on Dr. Oz and did a demonstration that I had been doing for years by using fruit juice to simulate the different colors of menstrual blood on little white dishes to show women how they can use their monthly bleed as a blood test, right? You can do this, you use it as a blood test, it's blood, the specific color of it can actually tell you very clearly the ratio between your estrogen and progesterone, and you would want to know that because it would tell you why you're having PMS, why you're maybe not being successful with your fertility journey. You can watch that change, the color and texture of your bleed month over month. It's the best, easiest, most user-friendly self-assessment that you can do, is really looking before you flush at what's coming out of you from a menstrual point of view. So this is so important that we actually built a free tool. We just think every woman should have access to this. So it's the period type quiz. You can just go to the flowliving.com homepage and answer 7 questions about the color of your period and the texture and the things that we need to know. And it will tell you what's wrong with your hormones. which is so empowering because then you'll know what to do. And it also tells you what to do, what foods to change, and how to get you in action right away. Because what's really exciting is once you start to play with your food a little bit, and then you see what's happening next cycle, you start to notice, oh, some of my symptoms are diminishing, and look, I'm seeing changes in what I'm seeing in terms of color of the bleed. There are only, is it 4 different things that it could be color-wise, right? So you can have sort of what I call the brown type, the pink type, the red type, the blue type. Those 4 colors really determine whether or not you have not enough progesterone, too much estrogen, not enough estrogen, or you have that perfect balance between the two. And that's really valuable information that every woman should know every month because it's not static, right? You could have things happen over the course of a year. Holidays, stressful situations at work, family, stressors, changes in your diet, changes in your lifestyle, major episodes of traveling, all illnesses, all sorts of things, because of the link between the immune system and the endocrine system, can impact what shows up for you monthly. And the best way for you to gauge how well your body is responding to all of these different situations that arise that are external to your endocrine function and how it's impacting them, that's really where you can see it show up. And it's such a useful tool because then you can start to troubleshoot. Because then a lot of women then ask me the question, well, how do you know what to do? It's so easy. That's what we developed the app for, so that you can learn why you're having a symptom and then learn which foods to eat to make it better and make it go away within a month or 2. And that's the thing I just love, letting every woman know that if you make food changes that are appropriate for your particular set of hormonal issues, you can bring them to resolution within 3 months, typically. You can have a really wonky period today and 3 periods from now have it be what it should be. That's not a very long time. That's not a lot of commitment. Think about things you commit to for far longer and you don't get results. This is something that has major responsive action in the body, and it's encouraging. The more you do, the more you see your body performing better, the more you're going to take care of your hormones, and that, of course, is a perfect biofeedback loop that we want to encourage. I think for me, I'm tracking things daily. I don't wait for a monthly kind of report exclusively with the color of my bleed, although that's like the final exam. If you were to think about it, you want to take daily quizzes, you want to look at how your body's performing daily, but the final exam, how you really, if you did it right that month, that will show up in the actual bleed phase. But for me, I'm looking at how is my energy, how is my mood, how's my digestion, how's everything going on these sort of supporting cast member roles of the endocrine system. And then if I've really gone off, which I don't do because for me I'm so hormonally sensitive, I really cannot, I'll notice that I feel a little bit crankier or more tired, but I'm pretty committed to the program. I mean, it's why I'm able to still have a period and have a healthy cycle. The protocol works if you're on it 80% of the time. You don't have to be perfect, which is great news. That's how resilient your body is. But for someone like myself, I just know that I feel an extra 20% more fantastic if I'm on protocol more exclusively. So there are things that are non-negotiable for me, like eating the right foods in the right phases of my cycle, exercising the right way for the right phase of my cycle, getting the right sleep hygiene perfected, and taking the right supplements, and avoiding pro-inflammatory foods and endocrine disruptors. I mean, these are just things that I do that I can't not do. I mean, and if I'm traveling, I still do them. I bring stuff with me, it's just part of the fabric of my day-to-day life. So it's not a big burden, but I built up those practices over time so that I have mastery over them now. So wherever you are, if you're just getting started, don't worry about how many different things I'm doing that you might not be doing. Start with something that resonates with you. Like if you think, I really should swap out all the chemicals in my home, and that feels like a straightforward thing because it's one and done. You throw out the bad stuff, buy some new stuff, and it's done. Start with that. Start where you can. If it's switching to organic, start there, and you'll start to see that you're actually making improvements. A little bit goes a long way. So Woman Code is this book that I wrote, and it was published in 2013. I wrote it because it was the conversation I had been having in my professional career with my clients for over a decade, and I thought, this is the protocol. I want women to know about it. I want them to understand, about endocrine disruptors. I want them to understand that once you have a diagnosis, it doesn't mean you're stuck with it for life. And I wanted them to understand how their hormones worked, what they are, the symphony of how they work together, how things can throw them off. I wanted it to be a very practical, tactical book about how your body works and what to do. It's the sex ed you never got but really should have gotten, about being female and having a female biochemical operating system and how you interact with that to optimize its function. In chapter 5 of that book is this magical chart. And I created this concept called cycle syncing now almost 20 years ago, where I was in the course of my research just sort of piecing together that for each of the 4 different hormonal ratios you have, that one per phase of the cycle, there are 4 phases of the cycle, you need to actually be eating specific foods to both offset and support the metabolism and production of different hormones in that phase, and then also exercising the right phase not to further deplete your hormonal balance, and then of course if you are balanced, you get to take advantage of the beneficial effects on your brain chemistry for heightened productivity and creativity. If you read on the Amazon page all the women who've have gotten pregnant and gotten their cycles back, and I had a woman on a recent Facebook Live, and it made me cry, even though I hear this all the time. It still moves me. It's still this is why I do it, because I know what it feels like. She just said, I just wanted you to know, 15 years she had been struggling with endometriosis, she said, and 3 months on the protocol, went in, did all the testing, and has been cleared. It's gone. This is what is possible for women. So I expected all of that because I had been using this protocol in my practice, in my center in New York for 12 or 13 years at that point. The thing that was really surprising was the response to this chart in chapter 5. Can you turn this into something that I can use every day? I can't remember all the details of the things I should be doing in each phase, the foods I should be eating in each phase. And so, my relationship with my community is very dynamic, and when they want something is when I make something, so they really wanted this to be an app. And so it took me a couple of years to do it, and at the same time as I was having my daughter. But we launched it just at the beginning of 2017, and the response to that has been remarkable. So the MyFlow app, it does, tracks your period, and it's the first functional medicine period tracker where you learn why you're having a symptom and what to do about it with food and supplements. I mean, that alone is fantastic. It will tell you where you are in your cycle, what activities to select that are ideal for that phase, how to eat, how to exercise, all those things, and then you just tap what you want, select, and schedule it into your own calendar. It's really about liberating ourselves from the oppressive construct that we somehow have to fit our personhood into a 24-hour male circadian paradigm that really optimizes for their hormonal patterns. But we have both the 24-hour circadian pattern and a 28-day hormonal pattern that happen concurrently, and we have to actually work with that to feel good and to be our most productive and creative selves. When you try to squeeze yourself into that 24-hour matrix only, you not only feel very frustrated and you don't feel like you're being your most productive self, but also you start to develop that sort of inner critical voice, like the volume of that gets really loud, like, oh gee, why can't I do the same thing every day that I said I was gonna do? Why do I feel like last week I was in that boot camp class and I was the star student, and this week I wish I could melt out the back door? Something's wrong with me. Trying to even just fit into a male system is flawed thinking and makes us feel symptomatic. Doesn't help with PMS or any other period stuff. It also makes us feel really negatively about who we are and how we're working in the world, which just need not be, because the truth of the matter is you happen to be encoded, and that's why I called the book Woman Code. You are encoded with the same cyclical creation energy that you see in the seasons in nature, and how a seed germinates, in different stages, from planting to vegetable, that whole thing, it's imbued in your unique female biochemistry, and understanding how to harness that is pretty powerful stuff. So that's what's been super exciting about the response to Woman Code, is not only do women feel like they finally have the, as they call it, the little purple period Bible, that if anything is going on with their hormones, they can really troubleshoot from the book, but they're given a whole new perspective, and it feels like a reclamation for them and for all of us to say, we don't need to be like men, we need to be like women, and that's a much better deal.